Chapter 451 Trap. Chapter 451 Trap. P.S. There is one more chapter. What's wrong? Looking at the 6 battleships that appeared, Xiaoming said. When seeing these 6 warships, the fishing boat in front of them turned in panic like a mouse saw a cat and tried to escape these warships. With hatred in Yun's eyes and a trace of bloodthirsty emotions, he said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, these warships are Korean warships from Bisha City. We used to go fishing and were bullied by Korean warships. They are very overbearing. They will chase us as long as they see our fishing boats." Many fishermen were killed by them and the fishing boats were burned. They declared that this sea area is all Goryeo and we are not allowed to fish. The history books say that Jeoli is a barbarian, and it's true. I think they treated us respectfully when they were a country of Dau. But now they cast an eye on the barbarians, but they are so cruel to us. His brow wore at race. Suffocating. Xiaoming looked at Fue with some surprises, saying that his girl would not let her eyebrows be shaved. In this patriotic sentiment, Fue was indeed not comparable to an ordinary woman. Yun was also shocked by Fue's words, with admiration in his eyes. The princess has a great opinion, so now that the fleet is beginning to take shape, the king is thinking about being the first to clean up Goryeo and let them know who this sea area is. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. At this time, the 6 warships from Goryeo seemed to have seen Xiaoming and his party, but instead of retreating, these Korean warships rushed over here instead. "The princess is dangerous here. You should take shelter in the cabin for a while," Xiaoming said to Fue. He was in a good mood today, but he was all mixed up by this Korean warship. Fue understood that staying on the deck at this time would only distract Xiaoming. She nodded and went to the cabin. She didn't worry about the safety of the fleet because she knew the strength of the fleet. Through the binoculars, Xiaoming looked at the Goryeo battleship on the opposite side. This is the typical pannier ship of Goryeo. This kind of board houseboat is huge in size, can carry nearly 100 people, and sails at a slower speed, but it only needs dozens of sailors to operate flexibly in battle. During this period, the Goryeo Water Army often used Panoku as the main battleship. Continuing to observe, Xiaoming saw more than 100 Korean soldiers on the deck of the Panwu boat. Some of these soldiers were holding bows and arrows, some were holding swords, and some archers were shooting at the fishing boat. Pannier boats are not sailing warships. The main power comes from the wood pulp in the lower cabin. At this time, the oars under the pannier boats are shaken by the boatmen in the boat to chase the fishing boat. "His Royal Highness, will you attack now?" Yun said. Xiaoming was a little confused. He said, "Are these Korean soldiers crazy? Didn't they see our warship? Why are they so arrogant?" "His Royal Highness, these Korean soldiers probably think we are also fishing boats, because there has never been a warship in Dengzhou, and there are not many soldiers on our deck, neither wearing armor nor holding swords," Yun said. Xiaoming nodded and said, "In that case, we will play with these Korean warships. Now we are disguised as fishing boats and wait for the king's orders to act." "Yes, Your Highness," Yun said. The fishing boat in front quickly approached Xiaoming's battleship under the chase of the Goryeo battleship. The Goryeo battleship was still in hot pursuit. At this time, Xiaoming ordered all the gunners on the battleship to prepare, and at the same time let the crew on the deck take the flintlock. The gun was loaded and hid under the ship's side awaiting orders. On the Panwu boat, a general wearing scales and helmets is examining some of the large ships of the country of Chongqing. This kind of ship has never been seen before. With a tall hull and too many sails, no such ship has ever appeared in either the Japanese or the Great Yu. "General Park, these fishing boats seem to be frightened by us," a lieutenant said with a smile. "Now that the fishing boats in Dayu Kingdom have become so big, it would be a shame if they were burned this time. It would be better to just grab them back." "It's said that we must not be rewarded." Park Zhengho frowned. This time they were ordered to supervise the fishing boats to come to Long Island to pick ablonis and offer them to King. At this time, their fishing boats were fishing for ablonis on the side of Long Island. At this moment, a fisherman who was fishing for abalone in the sea told them that there was a fishing boat coming from the south, so they rushed over immediately, because this must be a fishing boat from Daewoo. For them, Qingdao is now the production area of abalone for the royal family of Korea, and they absolutely do not allow the fishermen of Daewoo Kingdom to fish here, even though Long Island is more than 200 miles away from Daeoli and only 30 miles away from Daewoo Kingdom. Something is wrong. These fishing boats are a little too big, and the fishing boats in front of them all ran away. Why didn't they run? Park Zhengao refuted the lieutenant's statement. The failure of the Golden Horde in the Great Yu Kingdom is now known to everyone, and now this area seems to be the territory of the Chi King of the Great Yu Kingdom, which makes him somewhat suspicious. Because a feudal king who can defeat the Golden Horde is a serious threat to Goryeo, and the domain of this feudal king and Goryeo are just across the sea. General Park, when did you become so courageous? Who doesn't know what the country of Daewoo is like? Don't think too much. You can see that none of the people here are wearing armor and holding weapons. They must be fishing boats or merchant ships. If General Park does not launch an offensive, he will have to command the soldiers himself. The deputy general said strangely. Park Zhengao's face suddenly became extremely ugly. This lieutenant came from the imperial city and had a deep background, although his position was lower than his own. He had always disobeyed the order. Vice General Kim, for safety's sake, it would be better to send a forward to try it out. Although he was very upset with the lieutenant, Park Zhengao still didn't want to risk the life of a soldier. Lieutenant General Jin snorted and said, "Well, let the 4 warships come forward and capture them." With that said, he ordered the battleship to attack. At this time, the 4 battleships' sliding oars Panwu boats approached the ship of Daewoo. When they approached, they found the people on the ship hiding in horror, which made them relax their vigilance again. Seeing getting closer and closer, following an order from the ship, the soldiers on the Panwu boat immediately threw out the hook and hooked the ship of Daewoo State. Kill. The ship was hooked, and the Korean soldiers immediately became excited, because it was basically equivalent to capturing this huge ship. But their excitement immediately turned into fear. Boom! There was a deafening sound, and the Panwu boat as a whole tilted from the side of the Daewoo boat, as if the boat was about to fall. The loud sound made the Korean soldiers on the Panwu boat almost deaf. When they were standing unstable, a row of people suddenly stood up on the side of the ship. The flames mixed with loud noises, and the Korean soldiers on the Panya ship fell in pieces. Chapter 452 Capture. P.S. During the New Year, there are too many things to visit relatives and friends. During this time, the snail will be updated as much as possible. The minimum is the 3rd update. Please write down the few chapters and the snail will definitely fill it up. I hope you understand. If you have enough time, the snail will be here. During the period we'll try to change as much as possible. Trap. This is a trap. Lieutenant Jin's legs on the Panwu boat in the distance were shaking, and the sound like thunder made him completely panic. Park Zhengao also turned pale, but he still remained calm, and he immediately shouted, "Retreat!" At this time, the 4 battleships attacked were on the side of the ships of the country of Daewoo. In the flames and roar, these battleships swayed in the sea like unrooted duckweed. Is this the artillery? Park Zhengao's eyes narrowed. The war between the Daewoo Kingdom and the Golden Horde had reached Goryeo, and they learned about the artillery. Whatever it is, we're definitely not opponents. Let's run away. Lieutenant General Jin shouted, "Slide away, dash away." The sound of artillery and gunfire continued. After 1 round of shooting, the artillery continued to reload for a 2nd round of shooting. However, after only 1 round of shooting, the crew in the cabin of the Panwu boat was basically killed and injured. Boom boom. In another round of salvos, the solid shells pierced the board of the Panura boat along the muzzle like tofu. After the shells entered the cabin, everything in the cabin was destroyed, and the silly Goryeo mariners were constantly hit by the shells. Blood spilled over the bottom of the cabin like ink. Boom. The shooting continued on the deck. At this time, the Korean soldiers were in a state of panic. They were constantly being killed by flintlock shots. Some soldiers jumped directly into the sea because they were too scared. Some soldiers evaded from fear. Some soldiers knelt directly on the deck and chose to surrender. The one who descends will not kill. At this time, Yan shouted at the soldiers on the Panwu boat, and at the same time a banner that said the one who fell would not kill was raised high. Seeing this banner, more Korean soldiers knelt on the deck and chose to surrender. Goryeo has always used the characters of the Great U state. Although the soldiers said different words from those of the Great U state, some of them could understand the characters. After the bombardment of number theory, Panagura has lost its power, and now it can only wait to die. His Royal Highness, 2 ships have escaped. Yan said, "Do you want to catch up now?" "No. Let them go back and report the letter." This king wants the king of Goryeo to live in panic all day long. Xiaoming smiled lightly, and now Goryeo is nothing but a fat sheep to him. In the future, he will turn Goryeo into a place for exporting goods and source of slaves. But now is not the time to start a war with Goryeo. After all, Ryukyu is the most urgent task now. After all, there is a large amount of sugarcane in Ryukyu now. And at this time Ryukyu is also a place where 3 crops of rice can be grown. This is very important to him, because it means that he will have a high-yield grain area. And according to Claire, Taiwan's Goshan indigenous people, plus the number of people who migrated from the Great U Kingdom to the Ryukyu Island, are 200,000 people. These 200,000 people are mainly distributed in southern Ryukyu and are currently under the control of the Dutch. For Xiaoming, the population of 200,000 is not large, and most of them are Goshan people who are difficult to control. But Xiaoming doesn't care about this population, because once he masters Ryukyu, he can completely encourage the people of Great Chongqing to immigrate across Ryukyu. After all, the people in this area are under the royal control. As long as Xiao Wenxuan promises to emigrate 100,000 people, this place will continue to provide him with food and output. While Xiaoming was thinking about it, Yan had already directed the soldiers to detain the Korean soldiers who had surrendered to the ship. The boatmen of the Pamwu boats died 7 or 88, and completely lost their motivation. Even if these Korean soldiers did not surrender, they could only starve to death at sea. Go quickly. The crew held the flintlocks against the Korean soldiers and escorted these soldiers into the cabin to take care of them. There are more than 400 soldiers in the 4 Banwu boats, and now there are less than 100 of these 400 people alive. Most of the soldiers are dying under the blows and flintlocks. These surrendered soldiers were like frightened rabbits, their eyes sluggish and their bodies trembling. The 4 Banwu boats were still silent under the shelling. Xiaoming said, "It's good to take these boats back later and repair them for fishing." "Yes, Your Highness," Yan said with a smile. This battle was basically a one-sided situation. When he recovered, the battle was basically over. There was no difficulty. At the end of the battle, he counted the soldiers. None of them were injured. They just wasted some ammunition. After the war, Xiaoming naturally lost the mood to taste seafood. He let the fishing boat continue to fish, while he and Yan dragged the Panwu boat back to the military port. After getting off the boat, Fua's face was still a little pale, and the artillery frightened her. "It's okay." Xiaoming chose to return to Dengzhou City precisely because of his feelings about Fua. "His Royal Highness, I'm fine." Fua smiled meaningfully, and she didn't want Xiaoming to worry. Although she did not see the scene of the battle, the sound of artillery and the desperate cry of the soldiers made her very aware of how tragic the battle was. These voices alone made her tremble. Fua's expression made Xiaoming understand that she was only comforting him. But he also knew that as his own princess, he would experience these sooner or later, so that Fua could face calmly in the stormy waves in the future. Taking Fua back to the hall, Xiaoming returned to the military port again after placing her to rest. "Your Highness, the prisoners are here," Yan said, pointing to the Koryo soldier who was kneeling on the ground. Xiaoming nodded, and asked, "Who can speak the words of Great Yu country?" Because Goryeo was once a vassal country of Great Yu, many Koreans speak the language of Great Yu. As soon as his voice fell, a person like a general said, I will." Yan immediately escorted the Goryeo soldier in general costume to Xiaoming. Knowing the enemy and oneself can win all battles. Xiaoming never underestimates any enemy because there are so many things overturned in the gutter. He asked, Who is your king of Korea now? Our king's surname is Lee, the Goryeo general said tremblingly. Xiaoming asked again, how many people are there in your navy? How many warships are there? 15,000 people, 120 warships. The Goryeo general said again. Yan was a little surprised when he heard this. He said, His Royal Highness, there are quite a few navy masters in Korea. Xiaoming nodded. This is also the reason why he didn't start the war hastily. He then asked, are these all these ships? No, no, in addition to this kind of ship, we also have a turtle boat. General Jolly said. Turtle ship? What kind of ship is this? Yan asked. Before the Goryeo general could speak, Xiaoming explained. This is a ship used to hit local warships. Chapter 453 Chrysanthemum Island. 1 second of genius remembers, to provide you with wonderful novel reading. His Royal Highness, what to do with these prisoners? After some inquiries, the Jolly general said everything he knew, and at this time Yan asked the soldiers to put away the bayonet. How do they treat our fishermen? Xiaoming looked stern. Anyone captured by them became slaves. Yan said bitterly. He already knew that many of the Japanese pirates along the coast were pretending to be soldiers from Korea. At this time, he hated Korea more and more. The king once said, anyone caught by them becomes a slave. Yan said bitterly. He already knew that many of the Japanese pirates along the coast were pretending to be soldiers from Korea. At this time, they hated Korea more and more. They were slaves. Xiaoming said. Yes. Yan sneered twice. When he raised his hand, the soldiers took the bayonet flintlock and drove these Jolly captives to the salt field. After a little bit of hatred, Yan said, His Royal Highness, since the barbarians entered the customs, this Goryeo has often insulted our people in Dau, and is very domineering in occupying the surrounding fishing grounds. Now that the fleet has been initially completed, it should be given to these two-sided Koreans. People have a lesson. This is exactly what the king is thinking. From now on, you will send warships to cruise the sea. As long as they encounter ships from Goryeo and war, they can attack. Xiaoming looked cold. Coastal Japanese pirates have a long history. This has always been a headache for Great U. Whether it is a real Japanese pirate, a Japanese pirate disguised as a Korean pirate, or a Japanese pirate disguised by a businessman from the Great U country, the coastal cities and routes pose a serious threat. Now that he and the Dutch have signed a trade agreement, his merchant ships will soon transport goods along the sea and land to the south of the country. At this time, he must consider the safety of the merchant ships. It is for this reason that he made this decision. Yan nodded excitedly when he heard the words. He had long imagined that there would be such a day, and now the era of Dau Kingdom's rule of the ocean has finally come. Speaking of this, the two talked about the cruising of warships. In fact, this problem is very simple. Like modern times, the cruising of warships has only one purpose, which is to combat piracy and protect trade routes. Because the ocean is so vast, it is impractical for all the warships to act together, so he split the warships into 2 to 3 battleships into a formation. Each formation is responsible for cruising in a specific sea area, so that his current fleet can completely cover the routes of East Asia, thus firmly controlling the routes. Of course, this warship cruising is just the beginning. Then he will monopolize maritime trade and become a sea coachman in East Asia like the Dutch. Only his merchant ships can transship goods from different countries and make profits at sea. However, this goal is still a bit difficult to implement now. Without a fierce war, he might not be able to let Goryeo and Waga recognize his maritime hegemony. Although he wants to start a war now, one reality he faces is that the number of warships is still too small. The Galen ship is not omnipotent, and its flexibility at sea is not too high. It is still very dangerous to face the hundreds of warships that have swarmed past, so he is waiting for this year's 24 third-class sailing warships to launch. In this case, he has 39 warships, and a fleet of this size can be able to do well in naval battles without worrying about the Dutch being stabbed in the back. People who are not ours will have different hearts. Xiaoming will not believe in the Dutch just because he has signed an agreement. There is only interest between nations. Having agreed on the cruising route of the warship, Yan plans to implement it in the near future. The function of the temporary fleet is only to protect trade routes. Leaving the military port, Xiaoming returned to the yard, and along the way he began to think about the next East Asian strategic issues. If he was still alive in modern times, Xiaoming would naturally not think so much. But now as the prince of the Great Yu Kingdom, he must find a bright future for his fief. After encountering the Goryeo warship at sea this time, Xiaoming's determination to attack Goryeo and destroy his navy was strengthened. He was not just to teach Goryeo, but because attacking Goryeo was an important part of his restraint of the barbarians. Because he could not destroy the navy of Goryeo, he could not directly attack the barbarian hinterland by stationing troops on Jua Island. This Jua Island, also known as Chrysanthemum Island, is the largest island in contemporary Liaodong Bay. During the Ming Dynasty, the navy of Jua Island was led by the guerrilla Golden Crown. The first function is to guard the food and equipment on the island, the second is to cooperate with Lu Shi's plan to restore the lost land in Liaodong. The third is to support the city guard of Ninyuan. The literature records, the key to building Ninyuan is to protect the 40,000 of the 8 miles. Ninyuan's rush is at the corner of Jua Island. While Kuji-on-Ching, the soldiers on the island will go out of the Suncha, burn the pontoon bridge, go around it, and strike it horizontally. Later, the Jin army launched the Battle of Huajiu Island with the Ming Dynasty in order to compete for this island. This shows the importance of the geographical location of this island. Now Xiaoming also values this place. If he wants to attack the barbarian hinterland and cooperate with the fortress to advance his strategy, this place will be very suitable. Nowadays, the northern barbarians are always the biggest threat to King Xuan land. Although he has been developing the navy during this period, the arrangement for the barbarians has never stopped. In the last Jizu battle, Pashan didn't know his life or death, but after that the barbarians seemed to have died down and fell silent. This apparent calm made Xiaoming more and more uneasy. Before the storm came, he was always abnormally calm, and he didn't want to imagine the worst. It is precisely in this kind of worry that the worst-case scenario is envisaged. At this time, maritime trade routes are particularly important. If his fief loses external support, maritime trade will be his last straw. Back to the row, Fu Ear was feeding the fish by the pond, and her relaxed look proved that she had calmed down. His Royal Highness. When Xiaoming came back, Fu smiled and stood up. Xiaoming walked over and asked, "What happened today didn't scare you?" His Royal Highness underestimated the concubine. The concubine was not scared, but felt seasick. Fu said embarrassedly. "Sickness?" Xiaoming suddenly became dumb. "Why didn't you tell this king before going to sea?" The concubine is afraid of disturbing the interest of his highness, and the concubine has lived in Chang'an for a long time, and has never seen what the sea is like. "I really want to follow the palace to sea," Fu Ear said. Xiaoming patted Fu on the head. "No wonder you rarely speak all the way, and your face is pale." "That's good. This king thought it was the naval battle that frightened you." Fu became more embarrassed. She said, "His Royal Highness can face the barbarians in Kingsu without fear. As the wife of His Royal Highness, how can he let the soldiers read the jokes?" Xiaoming nodded, and Fu became more and more like a princess. The two were talking and laughing. At this time, the servant outside the door came over and said, "His Royal Highness, Yang Sishi is asking for a meeting outside." He said that the fishing boat is back. Mobile users, please browse them to read a better reading experience. Chapter 454, Gratitude of Fisherman. Chapter 454, The Gratitude of Fisherman. Yang Cheng-I held a fish basket and waited outside. In the fish basket is the Long Island abalone that fishermen just caught from Long Island. Before the barbarians entered the customs, Qingdao had always been a fishing area for Dengzhou fishermen, but after that Qingdao was often visited by the Korean Navy because of the Qingdao abalone here. The abalone in this ocean has always been known for its deliciousness. Abalone caught along the coast is often sent to the palace as a tribute. Previously, Long Island abalone was often selected as a royal tribute to the palace. The emperor and concubines of the kingdom of Daya love to eat, and the king and concubines of Goryeo also love to eat. Before that, the The fishermen of the two sides often clashed near this long island, but Goryo never became a vassal state of the barbarians. Scrupulously, he directly sent a navy to drive and kill the fishermen in Dayu. The fishermen in Dengzu were sad, but they had no choice, because there was no decent navy in the land of Dengzu. Until now, I finally saw Long Island abalone again. Behind Yangcheng I followed the fishermen who went to sea this time. After sending the abalone to the government office, these people must follow Yangcheng I to thank King Qi. These fishermen have lived in frustration over the past few years. This store is the sea, but they are either being bullied by Japanese pirates or by Koreans. Today's battle at sea has made these fishermen's eyes full of excitement and tears. Now they finally feel a sense of protection. Cashier Yang, please, the servant said when he returned from Xiaoming. Yang Cheng'ai said to the people at this time, everyone, follow me in. Your Royal Highness is inside. The fishermen nodded their heads and followed Yang Cheng'ai into the temporary row. He saw Xiaoming, who was waiting by the side of the rowing pond. See Your Royal Highness. For the lower officials bowed his head to His Royal Highness Qi. When Yang Cheng'ai bowed and saluted, the fishermen were about to kneel down and kowtowed. At this time, Xiaoming stepped forward to help the old man in front of him and said, although my country of Dau has been repeatedly bullied by foreigners, now it is gradually weakening, but it has been established since the ancestors. The people don't need to kneel to the royal family. Let everyone get up. The old man standing in the front had a thin body. His skin was a little dark because of the perennial sea breeze, and his wrinkled face still had a trace of sadness. At this moment, his expression was agitated. Your Majesty, I'll wait for you. I sent the Long Island abalone. In the past, this Long Island abalone was a tribute to the court. We haven't dared to go to Long Island for many years. Thank you, Your Highness, for speaking out against us Dengzu fishermen. Lao Jiang's words are out of the question. It is the king's responsibility to protect the people of the fief and let everyone go fishing freely at sea. Why do you need a thank you? Xiaoming smiled. The old man's skinny palms rubbed against each other. That said, only His Royal Highness can give us fishermen shelter. Now everyone is very grateful to Your Highness, and we must personally thank His Highness to express our feelings. Your mind is the king, and you are responsible for protecting your home and the country. From the doctor to Mrs. Pei. If you don't send your son into the navy, how can the king's soldiers control the warship? So I want to thank you. And I want to thank you too. Xiaoming seemed approachable, and his words filled the faces of the fishermen with simple smiles. The old man looked pleased. He turned his head and said to the people behind him, it is said that Your Highness loves the people like a son. It is true at first sight today. Everyone will have a good life in the future. Other fishermen nodded after hearing this. Yang Cheng'ai's eyes sparkled with excitement. These fishermen in Dengzu were the most sturdy group of people. They were brave enough to fight against Japanese pirates at sea and sell illegal salt. These fishermen have been the most troublesome for him during the years in power in Dengzu. When he recruited these fishermen for fisheries, many fishermen were ridiculed, and some even bluntly said that the fishing boat was not enough for the teeth. Now that the Dengzu fleet chopped melons and vegetables and cleaned up the Korean warships, these fishermen almost jumped up with excitement. Dong Lao Jiang, I have also seen Your Highness. Now it's time to let His Highness taste this Long Island abalone. Yang Cheng'ai smiled at this time. Yes, yes. The old man known as Dong Lao Jiang smiled. His Royal Highness, so I won't bother you and leave. Everyone, go slowly. Xiaoming smiled and arched his hands. The people have a scale in their hearts. They can personally come to thank Xiaoming, which shows that Xiaoming is becoming more and more popular in Dengzu. The reaction of the people is itself a barometer of the effectiveness of the government. When the people left, Yang Cheng'ai said to Xiaoming, congratulations, Your Majesty has won the heart and abalone. Xiaoming's expression was strange when he heard these words, and he always felt that these words were a little weird. Looking at Yang Cheng'ai's serious face, he said, don't be flattering. This is because Dengzu has such an atmosphere today. It is your credit. Stay and eat this Long Island abalone tonight. Yang Cheng'ai heard that his saliva was spinning. His best is this one, because of this. He chose to go to Dengzhou to be an official. Unable to resist this huge temptation, Yang Cheng'ai nodded. His Royal Highness, in addition to this abalone, the fishermen also caught a lot of fish this time. They will be sent back soon. Your Royal Highness will not be easy to visit Dengzhou. Enjoy it this time. It's delicious in the sea, but I have to thank your Highness. Without His Highness's trawl net, the fishing boat would not be able to catch such fish. These fishermen admire His Highness very much for this. They said that if there is a large fishing boat with a trawl net, the village has no worries about food and clothing. Xiaoming nodded. This trawl is a modern ocean fishing method. This trawl is a fishing net in the shape of a net bag, which he taught Yang Cheng'ai. This kind of fishing net relies on fishing boats to tow on the sea, and now his fishing boats are all fishing nets made of this rope can catch a lot of fish at one time. Compared with traditional fishing and casting nets, trawl fishing directly increases fishing efficiency by dozens of times. In that case, you can tell them that this king's merchant ships are clearly marked, and if they want to buy, this king can sell them. Xiaoming said with a deep groan. Sell to fishermen? Yang Cheng'ai asked incredulously. Yes. The development of Dengzhou's fishery depends on many fishermen. The power of the masses is strong, otherwise, relying on this king's fishing boats simply cannot satisfy the market of the country. Xiaoming said. For him, the next step is to revitalize the economy of the fief, and to make the economy live is to open up private capital. This fishing must be opened up, and the production of other commodities must also be opened up. Only when it is profitable and gains immediate benefits, will the people put all their enthusiasm into business, and King Zhu's business will truly come alive. The people will have money. Money can promote consumption. Consumption will promote the further development of industry, and at the same time provide a large amount of taxation for the fief. Chapter 455 Reappearance. The 455th chapter. Bishan reappears. The scent that made people greedy. The tongue came out from the dining room. Long Island abalone is turning into a delicious delicacy under Pao Ding's meticulous cooking. Yang Cheng'ai and Xiaoming were chatting, but being attacked by this scent, no one can stand it. Whether it is studying or government affairs, the combination of work and rest is the right way. So it is not that Xiaoming has become lazy, but that he understands the balance between life and work, playing when it is time to play and eating when it is time to eat. After half an hour, the maid finally brought the braised abalone out of the pantry. It's so fragrant. Yang Cheng'ai's eyes almost fell when he saw the braised abalone. He had never seen this abalone. His usual way of eating it was just cooked in water. A total of 20 abalones were cooked in the dining room this time. This abalone is called table gold in modern times, the crown of sea treasure, which shows the deliciousness of abalone. When he saw these Long Island abalones, Xiaoming understood why these abalones would be listed as tributes, because all the abalones caught by these fishermen were all abalones. As we all know, the less the number of abalone heads, the more precious it is, because it means the weight of the abalone. In modern four-headed abalones, it is already the best quality. Now the Long Island abalone is a higher grade. Such a premium abalone might be hard to see even at a state banquet. The environment in this era is really good. Xiaoming said with emotion that only such a natural environment can breed such abalone. Gudong. Yang Cheng'ai swallowed directly. Xiaoming shook his head and gave 10 of them to Yang Cheng'ai. You can divide these into account. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yang Cheng'ai consciously lost his temper, a little embarrassed. The maid had already packed the abalone in the food box. After receiving the food box, Yang Cheng'ai thanked him and walked back eagerly. At this time, he felt like a cat's claw. After Yang Cheng'ai had left, Xiaoming rubbed his hands and asked the maidservant to carry the abalone to the dormitory, while Fu Ear was waiting for him in the room. Wang Hao, the delicious food is here, Xiaoming said with a grin. Fu had never eaten zhen before, and she was very curious at this time. She said, His Royal Highness, is this really edible? Of course. It is not only edible, but also very delicious. Xiaoming picked up an abalone and brought it to Fu. After taking a bite, Fu chewed carefully. The expression on her face became more and more surprised. In the next bite, she bit a large piece and ate it, and finally picked it up by herself. With a smile on Xiao Ming's face, he also ate it hungrily. This Long Island abalone was big enough for them to eat. At the same time, he thought, sending such a delicious food to Xiao Wenxian in the palace would definitely bring joy to the face, and it might be easier to talk about the immigration by himself. At this moment, Yang Cheng'ai took the food box and walked towards the government office like a thief, but he didn't go far before he ran into Yan, who had returned from the military port. Seeing Yang Cheng'ai, Yan frowned and greeted him, and said, "Cashier Yang, have you seen Mr. Dong?" "The same is true for this old man. I didn't leave a Long Island abalone. Elder Dong seems to have gone back." Yang Cheng'ai hid the food box behind him, sweating on his forehead, but he had his own thoughts. Yan seemed a little disappointed. He muttered, "It's a pity." Having said that, he turned around to leave, but suddenly he stopped suddenly. His nose smelled the smell in the air, and Yan suddenly noticed Yang Cheng'ai's abnormality. "Yang Sishi, this smell can't deceive me. You secretly hid the abalone and watched me not go to the temple to file a complaint." Yan stretched his head to look at Yang Cheng'ai and saw a food box. Yang Cheng'ai murmured secretly, and had to honestly take out the food box and said, "This is given to us by His Highness. You only need to know this and I can't talk about it." After all, the two looked at each other and smiled like foxes. No one could resist this tribute-level abalone. In Bisha City, Park Zhengao returned with the two remaining warships. The horror of the Long Island Great Yu Kingdom battleship seemed to be still in sight, lingering like a nightmare. Like him, the soldiers on the battleship got off the ship one by one like sleepwalking. "General Park, we must tell the king about this now, otherwise the blame for failing to bring back the tribute this time will fall on our heads. Don't forget, this time the abalone is to be given to Bishantaji to replenish the body." "Yes," Vice General Jin said nervously. Park Jong-ho frowned. He knew the seriousness of this problem. Offending this Bishan is now more serious than offending the king. Today, Peshawar City is still in the hands of Goryeo because of flattering Bishantaji. Still in place, otherwise they can only retract back to the peninsula now. Looking at Lieutenant General Jin, who was pale in fright, Park Zhengao sighed bitterly. He said, "Now what we should worry about is not the tribute, but the safety of Korea. Don't you see the fire-spitting warship of Daewoo? Now these warships are in the waters outside of Goryeo. From then on we will lose the fishing grounds on Long Island. We should meet the king and tell him everything we saw." "You are right. It is not our fault. It is because the battleships of Great Yu are too strong. The king will not blame us, and Bishantaji will not blame us." Lieutenant General Jin seemed to find an excuse. As they were talking, a group of cavalry came towards them and saw the pair of cavalry. Their faces changed. These were the cavalry of the Golden Horde. Now Bishantaji and King Goryeo are in Bisha City. It was precisely after receiving Bishan's order that King Goryeo came to Bisa from Seoul. "Have you recovered the tribute, Ji?" the leading brute asked coldly. Lieutenant General Jin was so scared that his legs were trembling, and his mouth was speechless. Park Zhengao paused and said, "No. We were attacked by a battleship from the Great Yu Kingdom." Pop. Just after Pu Zheng'ao's words were finished, the barbarian cavalry's whip was slammed on Park Zheng'ao's face. A blood stain appeared on Park Zheng'ao's face, and Park Zheng'ao staggered back 3 steps. MTLnovel.com. Seeing this, Vice Admiral Jin directly knelt on the ground in shock. "What's the matter?" At this moment, 2 people appeared at the pier of Peshawar City surrounded by soldiers. Seeing these 2 people, Vice Admiral Kim climbed to the feet of King Goryeo like a god, and begged, "Forgive me, King." King Goryeo is a middle-aged man with a slightly bloated body, and B-Sun is standing beside him. "Gee, these dog slaves didn't even bring the tribute back. It's really damn," the cavalry general said. King Goryeo's face became extremely ugly when he heard that. He smiled flatteringly at B-Sun, and King Goryeo said angrily, "What is going on with Park Jong-ho? This little thing can't be done. What should you blame?" "Wang, it's not that we are not doing things badly, but that we have encountered the navy of the country of Dau. The warships of these navies have the flag of King Chi hung on them. It is very likely that it is King Chi's army. King Chi. Shan said these two words hoarsely. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to gush out. Chapter 456. Shan's ambition. 1 second of genius remembers to provide you with wonderful novel reading. The wound on the is still aching. Shan's memory of the humiliation suffered during the Battle of Jizu is still fresh. The last fiasco caused the Blood Wolf tribe to be destroyed by more than half, and the guilt of losing Shanhei Aiguan made his father Khan furious. Had it not been for his mother to plead with the leader of the Tila tribe, he could only use his life to atone for his sins instead of cutting off the 3 fingers of his left hand. After that, he was even more ordered to surrender the power of troops. Now he can only live in Korea and supervise the vassal state in name. Fine, it's not his fault. The Chi King of Great Yu is not so easy to deal with. Shan forced down his anger, his eyes rolled, and with his sensitive sense of war, he felt that a war seemed to be getting closer. Upon hearing this, the King of Korea shouted to Park Zheng-o, "Shan, I kindly forgave you, and I am not thankful for retreating." Lieutenant Jin suddenly kowtowed, and Park Zheng-o also leaned over to kneel. Turning his head and looking at Shan's thoughtful look, King Goryo lightly breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to punish his generals because of this incident. After all, they were also his generals anyway. At this time, Shan looked at the southern sea and faced King Goryo and said, "How long does it take to depart from here to Dengyu?" "Going back to Chi, here is very close to Dengzu. It takes a day to reach Dengzu by boat," King Goryo said cautiously. "1 day?" Shan's eyes sparkled with a strange light, and he then asked, "How many soldiers can your navy transport at one time?" "It's okay for 10,000 people." The King of Korea suddenly had a very bad feeling. Nodding lightly, Shan said, "Too little. From now on, Korea will use all means to speed up shipbuilding and prepare for the Golden Horde to send troops to Great Yu." King Goryo's heart trembled, and he asked nervously, "Is Tankan preparing to go south? The north is getting colder and colder. Our cattle and sheep will freeze to death every year. Rehabilitation has become bullshit, and our people will starve to death if they don't go south." Shan sneered. Although his aggressive advancement led to the failure in Jizu and the loss of Shanhei Aiguan, he has been pushing the Golden Horde to go south. Now the head of the tribe on the grassland finally understands that his decision is correct and is planning a plan to go south. It's just a pity that he can no longer continue to lead troops now, and can only let other Taiji first set foot on the land of Great Yu. But despite this, he never let go of his hatred for Xiaoming. He has been waiting for a day when he can get revenge, but now he sees hope and has a wonderful plan in his heart. Deng Zhu. Xiaoming really enjoyed the pure and natural zen of this era, and licked his lips unexplainably, and he smiled with satisfaction. This time he let the fisherman go fishing for abalone is not purely for his own enjoyment. His real purpose is to find a trading point for Deng Zhu. There is no doubt that these sea treasures will become another income after table salt. Nowadays, fiefs need development and money is needed everywhere. King Zhu's industry, Yao Zhu's agriculture and animal husbandry, while Deng Zhu relies on the sea to eat the sea. At present, he values these 3 places most. After tasting abalone, Xiaoming tasted other seafood in Dengzi in the next few days. During the period, he did not idle, but inspected the situation of coastal defense. After he left Dengzi last time, the soldiers from the construction camp arrived in Dengzi. They built hundreds of forts along the military port, and these forts were all equipped with heavy artillery, used to defend against attacks from the sea. In addition to the military port, Yang Cheng-I also selected some coastlines where troops could easily land to build coastal defense forts. Now Deng Zhu's strategic position is very important and he has to focus on defense. In addition to the fort, Xiaoming also inspected the conditions of the salt works. With the help of the construction camp, some salt fields with concrete floors have been established in the current salt works. When Xiaoming arrived at the salt works, hundreds of salt fields were drying salt. Not marginal. The salt workers in the salt works came and went. Some of the salt in the salt pans were piled into salt mountains, white flowers and flowers. Seeing these salt mountains, Xiaoming laughed happily. Your Majesty, since the use of this sea water for drying salt, the salt production of our salt farm has increased by more than 100-fold. Now, not to mention the salt in the fief, it is not a problem to export it now, and after our sea salt is filtered and purified, the quality is more than a little bit higher than that of domestic table salt. It can be said that our table salt has completely reached the level of tribute salt. Yao Wenyuan said excitedly. Yang Cheng'ai said with a smile, His Royal Highness, Yao Wenyuan's words are not bad. When we were representing the country, our table salt from Dengzhou was sent to the palace as tribute salt. Nodded with satisfaction, Xiaoming was even relieved. He said, if this is the case, the king will ask the Chamber of Commerce to come to Dengzhou to sell the salt. Yang Cheng'ai and Yao Wenyuan are overjoyed. They are all looking forward to increasing Dengzhou's finances through this salt. After half a month of patrolling and playing in Dengzhou, Xiaoming and Fu set off for Kingzhou the next day. After all, he took care of everything that should be handled in Dengzhou. This time he asked the Chamber of Commerce to transport salt. He has great ambitions, and wants Dengzhou's salt to occupy the market in Dayu. After 3 days of traveling, Xiaoming and Fu arrived in Kingzhou. They had just entered Kingzhou city, and Lin Wentao, who had heard the news, rushed over. Xiaoming asked Fu to go back first and asked, what's wrong with Lin Wentao? Is there something wrong with your steam engine? Lin Wentao grinned and said, His Royal Highness, the steam engine is not a problem. But in just 1 month I converted the steam engine from the basic Newcomen steam engine to a compound steam engine. Double steam engine? Xiaoming said in surprise. But since Lin Wentao developed the Newcomen steam engine, he vaguely felt that the double steam engine was not far away, but he didn't expect this transformation to come so soon. But this is also understandable. After all, the development of the Newcomen steam engine means that the problems of the cylinder plug, and connecting rod have been solved, and the compound steam engine is just a small process on the Newcomen steam engine. Small makeover. Generally speaking, to make the steam engine rotate efficiently, it is necessary to make the piston continue to reciprocate. First, let the hot steam enter the cylinder, which can push the piston upward. Immediately after the piston is moved downwards, the steam entering the cylinder needs to be quickly condensed to reduce the volume and pressure. Before, what improved the steam engine, the Newcomen steam engine used to inject cold water into the cylinder, but this would lower the temperature of the cylinder itself, causing the next hot steam entering the cylinder to lose heat, which was very inefficient. So Watt discovered this shortcoming when repairing this kind of steam engine. So he thought that since let the water vapor cool down and don't want the cylinder to cool down, let the water vapor come out of the cylinder and then cool again. After all, these are all connected, and the air pressure in the cylinder can also be reduced. For mobile phone users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 457 Compound Steam Engine 1 Second of Genius remembers, to provide you with wonderful novel reading. How did you make it? The changes in Dengzhou made Xiaoming feel very happy along the way. Now that the compound steam engine has made progress, he is overjoyed. The Industrial Revolution is just around the corner. How can he not be excited? Now he is considering applying the steam engine to all walks of life. As the two of them went to Bowen Academy, Lin Wentao explained, Your Majesty, it's actually very simple. I connected 2 ports to the cylinder. One is the front intake port and the other is the exhaust port. When the piston moves to the top at the end, close the intake port and open the exhaust port. The condenser is waiting for hot water vapor outside the exhaust port. The water vapor out is instantly condensed, and the water vapor is sucked out of the cylinder. Close to the vacuum, the piston is carried down. After a pause, he continued, then repeat the action just now to make the piston reciprocate. As long as the crank and connecting rod structure are connected, it can become crankshaft motion. And I tested it. The efficiency of the compound steam engine is 5 times the Newcomen steam engine. Well, yes, Lin Wentao, This time your School of Physics really made a great contribution. King Zhu will change drastically in the future because of your contributions. I have to admit that this time the School of Chemistry really lost to you. Ha ha ha. Xiaoming laughed. Lin Wentao said at this time, but Your Highness, the bore cutting of this cylinder is really too slow. The production speed of the compound steam engine is very slow. Can the first steam engine be used in the bore cutting of the lathe so that it can be the work efficiency of the lathe is increased many times? After all, the lathe of the hydraulic workshop is greatly affected by the water flow, and the efficiency is also very low. Of course, now your physics college doesn't need to do anything else. Now you and the Department of Apparatus are working together to build a steam engine production line. Whether it is money or people, this king will sell the palace and collect it for you. Xiaoming made bold words. What he lacks most in his fiefdom now is population, and the development of a steam engine will greatly alleviate this problem. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Wentao happily closed his mouth from ear to ear after receiving Xiaoming's promise. They talked all the way to Bowen College. At this time, there were 2 steam engines in the physics laboratory of Bowen College. One steam engine was a Newcomen steam engine and the other was a compound steam engine. Zhang Liu and other craftsmen were observing the steam engine in the laboratory. The 2 steam engines are moving up and down, and the other is cranking. His Royal Highness, Lin Wentao is a good boy. We just helped him produce the Newcomen steam engine, and they let us reassemble a steam engine. Zhang Liu said with a smile. Now we are studying how to combine a boring machine with a steam engine. At this time, Xiaoming also saw the steam engine in the laboratory. Seeing these 2 real steam engines, he suddenly felt that he had come to England during the Industrial Revolution. Lin Wentao said at this time, His Royal Highness, this time the steam engine is not only my credit, but the whole credit of the students in the School of Physics. We researched and discussed together and solved the problem before we developed the compound steam engine. It seems that everyone is making progress. This is what the king wants to see, Xiaoming said, looking around the students in the physics college. It seems that this king has to give you a collective honor medal. His Royal Highness. A group of students from the School of Physics said excitedly. While everyone was laughing, Xiaoming suddenly saw a small glass model of a steam engine placed on the middle podium of the laboratory. Under the model was an alcohol lamp. He walked over and said to Lin Wentao, "You let the glass workshop make this glass steam engine?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Glass is easier to shape, so we made this model according to the appearance of a double steam engine." Lin Wentao said. Then the equipment department restored the steam engine according to this model. This is a good idea. All the equipment developed in the future can use the method of making glass models first, Xiaoming said, turning to the real compound steam engine in front of him. This is a compound steam engine made purely of steel and copper, which radiates all over the body with an all-metal texture. This is the characteristic of the Steel Age. Only with the steam engine he already has the capital to catch up with European civilization. Now the first steam engine of Dayu State was officially born in King Zhu. The following question is the mass production of steam engine and its application in various industries. There are only 2 types of steam engine movements in this era. One is linear movement through the connecting rod, and the other is rotational movement through a flywheel. In order to speed up the use of the steam engine on the machine tool, Xiaoming felt that it was necessary to give a teaching on site, so he gathered all the trainees and the craftsmen of the equipment department and began to talk about connecting rod motion and crankshaft motion, and the use of flywheel. The connecting rod body is composed of 3 parts. The part connected with the piston pin is called the small connecting rod end. The part connected with the crankshaft is called the connecting rod big end, and the rod connecting the small end and the big end is called the connecting rod shaft. Mostly thin-walled circular ring structure. In order to reduce the wear between the piston pin, a thin-walled bronze bushing is pressed into the small head hole. Drilling or milling grooves on the small head and bushing to allow splashing oil to enter lubricate the mating surface of the bushing and the piston pin. After a pause, Xiaoming continued. The connecting rod shaft is a longer member. It also bears a lot of force during work. So, in order to prevent bending deformation, you should use a one-shaped shaft in the production section. This is because the strength of the one-shaped section is high enough, followed by the flywheel, which is a disc structure through which the steam engine can rotate the machine. While Xiaoming was speaking, the pictures began to appear in the minds of the students and the equipment masters. The connecting rods, crankshafts, and flywheels of the steam engine flashed one by one. At the same time, the pictures of the steam engine driving these components were also very clear. With the current industrial base of Qingzhou, the steel required for steam engines is not a problem at all. The quality of the connecting rod, crankshaft, and flywheel is naturally not a problem, so he only needs to tell Lin Wentao and Zhang Liu how to use these components and how to make them. They have their own way. After some explanations, everyone has a preliminary understanding of the use of steam engines. Many of them just understand the development of steam engines, but many people do not understand the use of steam engines. Now they finally understand the importance of steam engines. His Royal Highness, we understand. After we return, we will produce flywheels. Zhang Liu said. Xiaoming said very clearly, as long as a certain torque is applied to the flywheel through the connecting rod and the crankshaft, the flywheel will rotate. For mobile phone users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 458. Another surprise. 1 second of genius remembers to provide you with wonderful novel reading. Bowen Academy is in a special joy because of the birth of the duplex steam engine. And then Xiaoming's collective award to the School of Physics ignited the enthusiasm of the students. The whole academy was as lively as the new year, and there were discussions about the compound steam engine everywhere. Of course, Xiaoming was the happiest person in this incident. After coming out of Bowen College, he returned to the palace with a smile, because an industrial era change was about to take place in Qingzhou. What happy event makes your highness so happy? Fleur asked with a smile when she returned to the palace. Although she didn't know why, seeing Xiaoming so happy, she also laughed. Xiaoming said, I'm afraid the princess doesn't understand what this steam engine is. Come, this king will tell you about this steam engine. So Xiaoming told the story about the steam engine developed by Bowen Academy, and use the technology SPA to conduct a popular science on Fleur. After his detailed explanation, Fleur gradually understood. If it really is what His Highness said, this steam engine is simply too important to Qingzhou and even the country of Dau. One steam engine can replace hundreds of people, which is terrible. Fleur exclaimed. Xiaoming nodded. That's the truth. The population of the fief is small. Now that with the steam engine, one person can take care of the machine to hold 100 people, especially the textile industry is about to undergo earth-shaking changes. Fleur became more interested, and she asked, Your Highness, what does this have to do with the textile industry? Because there is a kind of textile machine that can only play a real role through a steam engine. Xiaoming said. After the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, the steam engine was first used in the textile industry, so he felt it was time to introduce the Jenny machine. With the addition of steam engines and Jenny engines, Qingzhou's textile industry will undergo earth-shaking changes driven by these two machinery. Since ancient times, male workers and female weavers in Dau State, speaking of this weaving, Fleur has become more energetic. She said, the new type of textile machine made by Your Royal Highness for Qingzhou is already very powerful. Is there any more powerful textile machine? Of course there is. This is a spinning machine that uses flying shuttles. This spinning machine is also a multi-spindle spinning machine with 8 spindles. It can not only spin cotton, but also spin wool and hemp. Xiaoming said. Fu Ear was a little surprised when she heard this. Can you still spin wool and linen? Xiaoming nodded. This is only the most basic. After improvement, this textile machine can have up to 40 spindles. Imagine a steam engine controlling a steam engine with 40 spindles around the clock. This can spin how much cloth is out? Fleur thought for a while, with shock in her eyes. She looked at Xiaoming and said, His Royal Highness, if this is the case, how will the folks sell cloth in the future? The cost of the cloth they weave is so high that they can't compete with us. Compared with the cloth, This may cause dissatisfaction among the people. Fu's reminder made Xiaoming frowned. He can clearly remember that the Jenny textile machine was smashed by the citizens who lost their jobs because of terror, because the Jenny textile machine severely damaged the self-sufficiency economy. Now Xiaoming is also facing this kind of problem, but he knows that the wheel of history cannot be stopped because of temporary incomprehension, so he said, even so, the textile industry must change. They don't understand it now, but they will understand. Fu nodded worriedly. Seeing that Xiaoming was lost in thought, Fu sensibly stopped talking and went back to the bedroom. After sighing, Xiaoming rubbed his brows. The appearance of the steam engine really made him happy, but Fu's inadvertent reminder really made him a little painful. Now the whole country of Dau is self-sufficient for small farmers. Women weave and sell, and men farm and herd cattle. The appearance of the steam engine means that he can transfer Qingzi into an industrial society at any time, but such drastic changes can easily cause chaos. If he really let go, then capital will inevitably promote his fiefdom and capital society and urbanization. Change. He cannot be sure what such drastic changes will cause, and he couldn't bear the chaos caused by this change. After hesitating for a long time, Xiaoming suddenly decided not to open the steam engine to merchants for the time being. This is the safest method currently. Great Yu Kingdom is different from Britain before the Industrial Revolution. The country is free. Here, the land is the lifeblood of the common people and cannot be moved for the time being. Moreover, the people's wisdom of the fief also made it impossible for the common people to understand what industrial change is. Therefore, he temporarily prepared to let the government build a steam engine workshop to avoid this change from happening too drastically. After the people accepted the steam engine and the factory, the people realized that working in the factory can also live, and he gradually opened the steam engine to the businessman. Moreover, he can keep the secret of the steam engine for a longer period of time to avoid premature spying on this secret. After thinking about this, Xiaoming let out a sigh of relief. It is not easy to be a vassal prince. You must be cautious about any changes. He is still relying on the people and cannot change his position and stand behind the businessman. After he gradually popularizes industrial knowledge, he believes that the near-term industrial change will be able to make a soft landing. He was thinking. At this time, the servant came to report and said, Song Qingping from the military workshop of His Royal Highness is here, and he said to send a rifled gun to His Highness. Rifled gun? Xiaoming was startled. He went to Dengzi here. Qingzi's science and technology really exploded, not to mention that the dual steam engine came out, but now even the connected muskets have come out. As he expected, with the knowledge, with her proficiency, she is heading toward the technological explosion. Let him in, Xiaoming said excitedly. He wanted to know how Song Qingping produced a rifled gun. Soon Song Qingping walked in, holding a flintlock in his hand, and when he reached Xiaoming, he said, His Royal Highness, this is a new type of gun in the military workshop, a rifled gun, which is produced by imitating the books given by His Highness. Xiaoming took the flintlock rifle and looked into the barrel. It was not a spiral rifle, but a slanted rifle. The density of these rifles was very high, and at first glance they looked similar to the standard spiral rifle. After seeing this rifling, Xiaoming was already thinking about it. He said, to be honest, how long have you been pulling this flintlock with the hook knife? Song Qingping was startled, and suddenly smiled bitterly. He said to Xiaoming, His Royal Highness can't hide anything. This flintlock was indeed pulled with a hook knife. The officer took several days to hold a qualified one. Rifling guns. But despite this, this rifling gun is also very laborious to load bullets, and can only reach 1/3 the speed of a musket. For mobile phone users, please browse them for a better reading experience. Chapter 459 Steam Engine Workshop. 1 second of genius remembers, to provide you with wonderful novel reading. The cold texture of the metal came from the body of the flintlock. Raising the flintlock and aiming forward, Xiaoming said, maybe you can try another type of bullet, which will be easier to fill with round bullets. Flintlock guns have been produced and equipped for a period of time. Xiaoming has been mentally prepared for the appearance of rifled guns. The first rifled gun in the contemporary era was born in the early 15th century. These rifled guns are collectively called rifles. At the beginning of the 17th century, the Danish army in Europe was the first to equip rifles. However, the production of rifled guns was complicated at this time and the loading was very difficult. This caused the rifled guns to not exist on a large scale in the European army, but as a part of the rifled gun, there is a skirmish line for the firing forces to attack. At the same time, the difficulty of loading is part of it. The low-intensity explosive of black powder also makes the range of the rifled gun not too outstanding, but compared to the shotgun, the range of the black powder-based rifled gun has increased from 90 meters to about 200 meters. This is already pretty good. Now he can't change the black powder, but for Xiaoming, he can change the bullet. After all, he is very aware of the drawbacks of the rifled gun, and knows how to restrain it. What he said to Song Chengping was the minor bomb of the late generation. "Is your Royal Highness talking about the cylindrical-headed bullets in books?" Song Chengping said. "It is precisely because of the difficulty in filling round lead bullets that the official is trying to produce this cylindrical-headed bullet." "You're already making this bullet?" "Yes, your progress is getting bigger and bigger now." Xiaoming laughed. The Minar rifle is a front-loaded rifle from the 19th century. This rifle is very powerful, with a range of up to 900 meters and accuracy within 500 meters. It's just a pity that Song Chengping's rifle and the reproduced Minar had already met the requirements of this rifle, but it couldn't keep up with the gunpowder. After all, the gunpowder used in the Minar rifle of that period was all strong gunpowder. Therefore, according to his estimation, Song Chengping's rifled gun and Minar can at least reach a range of about 300 meters. And there is no problem in maintaining accuracy within 150 meters. And because this kind of bullet is slightly smaller than the rifle caliber, it also solves the problem that the bullet cannot be inserted into the barrel or blocked when the bullet is too large. Because the slightly smaller Minar bomb can be easily pushed into the barrel with a push rod, which greatly increases the rate of fire. At the same time, the mini bullet was threaded around the body to match the rifling. The middle of the thread was stuffed with animal oil, and the bottom of the bullet was made of cork. When shooting, the gunpowder gas impacted the cork, and the cork slammed into a big bullet after being hit instantly. The bullet is enlarged, so it can rely on the bullet itself to complete the chamber sealing at the moment of launching, and the gunpowder gas will not leak the kinetic energy of the bullet, which greatly increases the range of the bullet. This is also the reason why Xiaoming inferred that Song Chengping's rifled gun could increase the range to 300 meters or even 400 meters after using the Minar bomb. It's a pity that the production of this kind of bullets is more troublesome, and soldiers can't make bullets anytime and anywhere on the battlefield. Song Chengping said. Xiaoming said, "There are advantages and disadvantages. The long manufacturing cycle of rifled guns will temporarily produce small batches of equipment. And now that Lin Wentao has made out the steam engine, it may not be a problem in a while. You should focus on research when you go back. Let's talk about how to draw rifling and produce cylindrical bullets." Song Chengping nodded. This rifled gun was manually pulled out with a hook knife. It was very time-consuming and laborious. Although he didn't know what the steam engine Xiaoming was talking about, it seemed to be a very powerful thing. After leaving the rifled gun, Song Chengping talked to Xiaoming about some rifled gun manufacturing skills before returning to the military workshop. He came here mainly to seek Xiaoming's opinion on the rifled gun. Now he has the power of Xiaoming's support. After he returns, he will release his hands and feet to produce a new rifled gun. Watching Song Chengping leave, Xiaoming smiled and looked at the first rifled gun of the Great Yu Kingdom. The progress of the fief day by day comforted him. With these technological foundations, he feels that his fief is more and more secure, but the most important thing for him now is how to apply the steam engine to the production of various industries in Kingzhou today. Thinking of this, he thought carefully all night, and the next day he went to the Department of Equipment and asked both Lin Wentao and Zhang Liu to come. "Your Highness." Lin Wentao was still in a state of excitement because of the introduction of the steam engine, but Zhang Liu seemed much more calm. because the Department of Apparatus was the first to keep up with Xiaoming and had seen too much wind and rain. Last night, Xiaoming thought about it for a long time, and decided to let Lin Wentao and Zhang Liu establish the Kingzhou Steam Engine Workshop, which is for mass production of steam engines. Therefore, he said, the reason for calling you is very simple. Now you two are responsible for producing steam engines. For this reason, this king is going to set up a special workshop. This workshop will be in charge of the two of you. Lin Wentao will be the workshop supervisor and Zhang Liu will be the deputy workshop supervisor. Steam engine workshop. Lin Wentao became excited when he heard this. He used to be just a student, and now he wants to become a workshop supervisor. This position is directly comparable to Chen Qi and Lu Tong, and he is naturally happy. Zhang Liu is also smiling, which is a kind of promotion for both of them. Why not happy? Xiaoming joked. Yes, how can we not be willing? Lin Wentao and Zhang Liu laughed at the same time. Xiaoming nodded, and then handed a book to Zhang Liu. This book recorded how the steam engine was combined with other machinery. In the future, Lin Wentao was responsible for production and technological improvement, and he was responsible for the use of the steam engine. Zhang Liu took the book and flipped through it and felt deeply shocked in his eyes. The current Xiaoming is simply an omnipotent existence. The personnel are fixed, and the rest is the question of location, funding and craftsmen in the workshop. In order to enable the steam engine workshop to be put into production one day earlier, he ruthlessly transferred half of the craftsmen of the equipment department to Lin Wentao. The craftsman of this equipment department has always been Xiaoming's queen craftsman, and now he has reluctantly cut his love, which shows that he is determined to use the steam engine. The three agreed on the matter, and Xiaoming immediately asked Chen Wenlong to select a workshop in the workshop area. At the same time, he asked Lin Wentao to send the first steam engine to the lathe workshop and the boring machine to cut the cylinder. The difficulty in the production of steam engines is the cutting of the cylinders. Now that the first steam engine is used as a primer, this efficiency will naturally increase. The steam engine workshop was established, and Xiaoming sent the structural drawing of the Jenny textile machine to Chen Wenlong to let the remaining craftsmen produce it. This year he wants Kingzhou's textile industry to dominate the Great Yu country. For mobile phone users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 460. Tray to 1 second of genius remembers, to provide you with wonderful novel reading. After the new year, time seems to be passing fast. It was already February when he returned from Dengzhou, and then Xiaoming was busy with the steam engine workshop and Jenny spinning machine. Unknowingly it was March. While Xiaoming was devoting all his energy to the development of the fief, Wang Xuan brought unpleasant news. Goryo is building ships on a large scale. Xiaoming carefully examined the intelligence sent by Wang Xuan. Now Wang Xuan does not need Xiaoming's supervision. He has extended the tentacles of the secret guard to any place he can reach. Every day the secret guard will process a large amount of intelligence. After the intelligence is analyzed, some valuable information is sent to Xiaoming. Yes, since His Royal Highness left Dengzhou, King Goryo ordered the construction of warships. The barbarians even supported a large number of slaves in Goryo, and Bishan reportedly also appeared in Bisha city. Wang Xuan said. Bishan. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. Bishan has disappeared for a long time since the last Jizu battle. Wang Xuan brought news that Bishan was demoted from Chengdu after he broke 3 fingers because of his defeat. I didn't expect him to appear in Bisha city and Goryo now. His Royal Highness. The lower officials suspect that this order was probably issued by Bishan. Wang Xuan added. Why do you see it? Xiaoming asked. Wang Xuan solemnly said, because the lower officials have received some very subtle news. The barbarians are likely to be planning to go south to attack the Great Yu country in an all-round way. Pei Shan must be cooperating with the barbarians' southward soldiers and want to lead the Korean soldiers directly from the sea. Attack on Dengzhou and attack us on both sides. What small news! Xiaoming's expression suddenly became very solemn. Just as he has always been upset in his heart, The neighbors in the north of Dayu have never given up on annexing Dayu. Since the last time His Royal Highness was assassinated in Chang'an, the Xiaoguan has been monitoring the Shaanxi merchants who are profiteering businessmen. Since the Xiaoguan discovered that during this period of time, Shaanxi merchants have purchased iron ore, coal, saltpeter and other war materials throughout the country. These materials were sent to the prairie through the fief of King Liang to trade with the barbarians. It's no surprise that these Shaanxi merchants have been doing these things. Xiaoming frowned. Wang Xuan said, His Royal Highness, it's just that the ore and other items purchased by Shaanxi merchants have increased more than tenfold during this period, and some Shaanxi merchants are still drawing the terrain and the distribution of military towns in Dayu, which is very problematic. There's still this? Xiaoming's brows frowned. He groaned for a while and said, If it's like you said, I'm afraid the barbarians are really big. These Shaanxi merchants don't want to serve the country. Now it's still a rival. His Royal Highness, this is only the second. The one who should worry most now is King Liang. Wang Xuan sighed and said, King Liang always regarded the second prince as his own. Now the second prince has been demoted to Bazu, and King Liang is now no one knows how to think. In the past, King Liang indulged the trade between Shaanxi merchants and the barbarians for greed, but he still had 3 chapters on Shaanxi merchants. But now the Shaanxi merchants are so blatant. Just. Xiaoming nodded, and he believed that. He said, It is inevitable that King Liang has resentment in his heart. It is just that to indulge Shaanxi businessmen and betray the country, it is not a matter of right and wrong. Since he does not care about these Shaanxi businessmen, this king will take care of him. These Shaanxi merchants cannot let the Shaanxi merchants fatten up the barbarians. His Royal Highness is saying that it's just that these Shaanxi merchants are all near the Liang Wang's fief. How do we manage this? Wang Xuan asked in a puzzled way. His Royal Highness is preparing to assassinate these Shaanxi merchants by secret guards, but these Shaanxi merchants are all local. It's not so easy to deal with the wealthy family of China, who has raised a lot of private soldiers. No, there is no need for this king to do it himself. Don't forget that King Yong has always been asking for this king, so it is appropriate for him to deal with these Shaanxi merchants. King Yong had always wanted to get a matchlock from King Zhu. In Chang'an, King Yong signed a trade agreement. A large part of the reason was because of the matchlock. Now if he makes this request, the problem should not be big. It's just Your Highness. According to the news received by the lower officials, King Yong also took a lot of benefits from these Shaanxi merchants. Because of this, Zhuai where these Jin merchants are located will be in a state of 3 negligence and let King Yong do something. I'm afraid the King Yong is also related to these Shaanxi merchants. Xiaoming frowned. Wang Xuan sighed and nodded. If this is the case, this king will even let King Yong come to King Zhu to talk about it. Xiaoming said sharply. After telling Xiaoming some news in Dayu, Wang Xuan turned around and left. When Wang Xuan left, Xiaoming personally wrote a letter to the postman, and forwarded the letter to King Yong. The distance from Jizhu to King Zhu is very short, and it will take 3 or 4 days to arrive. He pretended to let King Yong come to receive the first batch of matchlock guns to King Zhu. After finishing this matter, Xiaoming sent an order to the shipyard in Dengzhou to speed up the construction of warships and at the same time let Yun continue to recruit naval soldiers for training. Since Goryeo was building a ship, he just made Bshan unhappy. When the next batch of warships were launched, he would sway the city of Bisha and completely destroy the navy of Goryeo. He wanted to see if he bombed quickly or if Goryeo built it quickly. He also had to make preparations in advance for the barbarians who might go south in a big way, but he can now psychologically accept this strong neighbor in the north, and will not be messed up by the barbarian invasion, because he understands that only one of the barbarian and the Great Yu can become the ruler of this land, and the war between the Great Yu and the Barb cannot be avoided. It is just a matter of time. After the Battle of Kangzhou, Bshan went south to Jizhu. He has broken the myth of the invincibility of the barbarians. Even if the barbarians go south again, they will not be able to stop them, and the water will cover them. He shook his head. development is the last word for him. As long as his fists are hard enough, how can the barbarian he go south to withstand him? Moreover, Shanhei Aiguin is in his hands, and he can take the opportunity to stab the barbarians in the ass, so that they will always be jealous. Thinking of this, he sent someone to call Nu Ben, and talked about the news with Nu Ben. The barbarians are moving. Nu Ben looked calm, and said, His Royal Highness, King Liang really dug his own grave. Now Shanhei Aiguin is in our hands. If the barbarian goes south, he can only pass through the fiefs of King Liang and King Zhao. At that time, it is Liang Wang himself who will suffer. Xiaoming nodded. Now that the crown prince is firmly established, King Zhao should have not asked about it. The Liang king is really worrying, and if the barbarian breaks the Liang king's fief, Qing'an will be directly exposed to the barbarian under the iron hoof. So your Royal Highness doesn't have to worry too much. Since Wang Xuan learned of the news, the Emperor may have noticed it. All we need to do is to guard Shanhei Aiguin and prevent the Forbidden Army from being attacked on both sides. Moreover, His Royal Highness does not have to look down upon the Emperor. It is also because of military merits that we have the throne today. For mobile users, please browse them for a better reading experience. Chapter 461 Proxy War. 1 second of genius remembers to provide you with wonderful novel reading. The new Dudu's words are reasonable. Maybe this king thinks too much. Xiaoming suddenly realized that he was doing too much now. This was all because of the problems raised in the previous two wars. He always felt that every attack of the barbarians was directly related to him. In fact, King Liang and King Zhao were the most unlucky for the barbarian going south. Just like King Zhao and King Liang were sitting on the mountain and watching tigers fight, he now seems to be in the previous position of the two. Nu Ben continued, although His Royal Highness is the Prince of the Kingdom of Great Yu, His Royal Highness is now the Lord of the domain. We should weigh the pros and cons. After all, when we fought battles, everyone was watching jokes. I have always been dissatisfied. For these soldiers, they only have His Highness in their hearts. If they were to die for King Liang and King Zhao at this time, they would not be happy. Hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly sighed. This is the reality of Dayu country. In fact, the people of Dayu Kingdom have no family and nation in their hearts. For them, only the clan and princes are the objects of their allegiance. Now his fief has no clan, and they are the only loyal to him. Nu Ben now reminded him that it was just to tell him that he needed to give the soldiers a reason to fight, otherwise the morale of the soldiers would be very poor. The king understands. Xiaoming said. He is now worrying about eating radish first. The Emperor is not in a hurry, and the is in a hurry. Xiao Wenxuan is so calm. What does he worry about? While the two were talking, the servant suddenly said outside the main hall, Your Highness, a general who claims to be Luo Hong outside the door is asking to see you. Luo Hong? Isn't this Luo Xin's brother? Xiaoming asked in surprise. Nu Ben also showed incomprehension. He said, While Luo Hong came to King Zhu, there must be a reason. Xiaoming nodded and said, Since this is the case, let him in. The servant turned and left, and after a while, Luo Hong in a uniform appeared in the main hall. Luo Hong, see His Royal Highness, see Nu Ben Dudu. In the main hall, seeing Xiaoming and Nu Ben both present, Luo Hong bowed and said. Xiaoming said, General Luo, please sit down, don't be polite. You don't need these lavish courtesies if you have a good relationship with your father. His Royal Highness, if you come to King Zhu for a visit, naturally you won't be so polite with His Highness, but this time I came to King Zhu by the Emperor's order. Oh? Is it King Zhu that Emperor Father asked you to come to? Xiaoming asked puzzledly. Exactly. Luo Hong nodded, then took out a letter from his arms and handed it to Xiaoming. His Royal Highness, please see. After receiving the letter, Xiaoming read it. In the letter, Xiao Wenxuan mentioned that there are many signs that are different from the past in the pasture. One is that the barbarians have tightened the sale of war horses, and the other is the trade volume of iron ore and saltpeter by the barbarians in the border trade increasingly. The third is that the tribes of the barbarians cruising on the grasslands sent their flag heads to Chengdu. For these unusual things, Xiao Wenxuan inferred that the barbarians might be battling their horses, preparing to plunder the Great Yu Kingdom again, and let the Great Yu Kingdom surrender to the feet of the barbarians. However, in the letter, Xiao Wenxian did not reveal his previous worries, but seemed ambitious. He only talked about the purchase of 500 artillery and 15,000 matchlock guns from King Zhu. All these matters were entrusted to Luo Hong. Because now Luo Hong is the main general of the firearms battalion, he also ordered Xiao Ming to be responsible for letting Luo Hong participate in the training of the King Zhu army, and let Luo Hong become a general who commanded the firearms force like Luo Xin. 500 artillery, 15,000 matchlocks, big business. Xiao Ming grinned. Luo Hong seems to have known the content of the letter. He said to Nu Ben, the new governor, "I will rely on the governor for this period of time." Nu Ben was baffled by Luo Hong's actions, and looked at Xiao Ming strangely. With a helpless smile, Xiao Ming gave the letter to Nu Ben. After reading it, he suddenly realized that Xiao Wenxian was really good this time. Not only did he purchase firearms, he also asked Xiao Ming to help him train the generals of the firearms camp. In addition to Luo Hong this time, 30 firearms generals arrived in King Zhu. The reason why Luo Hong was allowed to join the team was naturally considered by Xiao Wenxian. One was because Luo Hong and the King Zhu army used to fight side by side and were familiar with each other, and Luo Xin was in the King Zhu army. This is also a relationship. Since this is the father's request, this king can only obey. Nu Dudu, this matter is left to you. Xiao Ming winked his eyes at Nu Ben while speaking. Nu Ben understood, and said, "Yes, Your Highness." After making this decision, Luo Hong continued, "His Royal Highness, King Liang and Zhao also worry about the barbarian movement this time. It is said that he has sent officials to King Zhu to buy firearms to defend against the barbarians. It seems that His Royal Highness will earn again this time. It's full. Is that right?" This king hasn't heard of it, but if this happens, this king would be very happy, Xiao Ming said with a smile. The two joked with Luo Hong for a while before Nu Ben left with Luo Hong. After sending the two away, Xiao Ming frowned. Xiao Wenxian's actions made him suddenly realize that, as Nu Ben said, he didn't need to participate in the war himself, but use the war to make a fortune. And to train generals for Xiao Wenxian is tantamount to he is engaged in a proxy war. As the name suggests, he does not directly participate in the war, but sells weapons to the court, King Liang, and King Zhao to fight for himself. In this way, he can not only stay firmly in the rear, but also make a fortune by selling war materials. What the court, King Zhao, and King Liang need to pay is only silver. After thinking about this, Xiao Ming smiled lightly. In this way, not only could the barbarians' vitality be consumed on a large scale, but it could also make money. Why not? As Luo Hong said only 4 days later, the procurement officials sent by Wang Zhao and Wang Liang appeared in King Zhu and asked Xiao Ming to buy artillery and arquebus. This time, King Zhao did not send Zhao Yuanliang over, but instead sent an unfamiliar official over. He probably understood the conflict between Zhao Yuanliang and him. The same goes for King Liang, who is also a trusted official. Among them, King Zhao offered to buy 600 artillery and 7,000 arquebuses this time, while King Liang offered to buy 400 artillery and 6,000 arquebuses. In addition to the imperial court's order, the military workshop now has an additional 1,500 artillery pieces and 28,000 matchlock guns. His Royal Highness, the finances of the fief are now a little more generous. Pang Yukan's happy fangs disappeared after learning this. The huge arms orders brought a huge amount of wealth to King Zhu. Xiao Ming, who was originally with money, suddenly got a lot of money. With this money, King Zhu's industrialization process will develop more steadily, and Xiao Ming has to sigh that he still sells arms to make money. For mobile phone users, please browse them to read for a better reading experience. Chapter 462 Government Reform. Remember, pen fun divided by la, in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. The atmosphere in King Zhu Fuyaz Hong is a bit relaxed and cheerful at this time. Political officials headed by Pang Yukun breathed a sigh of relief after 3 consecutive arms orders. Now the tight financial situation of the fief is finally alleviated because of these orders. With 1,500 artillery pieces and 28,000 matchlocks, these arms purchases were enough to bring more than 10 million taels of silver to the fief. Don't be happy too early now. These materials have not yet arrived in our hands. Next, you must complete the handover of materials with the court, King Zhao, and King Liang. Xiaoming reminded. Just like the last time I did business with the King of Chu, the silver, gold, and copper were only part of this transaction, and most of the silver was used to offset the material. In Dayu, King Zhao has the most horses. After discussion, King Zhao took out 100,000 taels of gold, 1 million taels of silver, 120,000 catties of brass, 90,000 catties of iron, and 1 million stones of wheat, 5,000 catties of silk, 50,000 pieces of cloth, 300,000 banknotes, 20,000 horses. While the open-pit coal mines of King Liang's fief are rich, he took out 50,000 taels of gold, 900,000 taels of silver, 62,000 jin of brass, 100,000 jin of iron, 1.2 million jin of wheat, and 1 million jin of coal. 600,000 banknotes. Compared with King Zhao and King Liang, the materials of the imperial court were the most diverse, including 200,000 catties of saltpeter and 160,000 catties of sulfur. The quantity of these materials looks scary, but in fact, it is not much at all. For example, Liang Weng's 1 million catties of coal is actually only 500 tons of coal, and the 62,000 catties of brass is only 31 tons. One of his cast iron cannons is at least 500 catties, and the heavy garrison guns are even more than 1,000 catties. Yes, Your Highness. The next official will let the various treasury in Kingzhou prepare to receive these materials, Pang Yukun said. Compared with silver, Pang Yukun prefers hard currency such as specific grains, iron, and copper. After all, with war, you may not be able to buy these things if you have silver. And even if it is all silver, they still have to exchange these materials with the merchants, so it is convenient and quick to barter directly. The only thing needed is that the quality of the materials needs to be controlled. Xiaoming nodded, and he continued, in the future, our arms trade will only increase. I am afraid that Kingzhou's treasury will not be enough, and the previous method of stacking everything together needs to be changed. To target different materials must have special warehouses. Pang Yukun didn't think much before. Now, as the transactions are getting more and more day by day, the warehouse of this government office is indeed gradually becoming insufficient. He said, His Royal Highness said very much, but when he said about it, he thought of something. In the days when the next official read the government affairs books of His Royal Highness in Bowen Academy, he gained a lot. The next official thought it was time to rectify the government affairs of the fief. Own system of officials. Official system. Xiaoming showed a playful look. It seems that Pang Yukun has really learned some advanced government affairs experience from the Bowen Academy. Pang Yukun had an awkward look on his face. Originally, he was not very sad about these government affairs books, but after reading them accidentally, he suddenly found many things in the books to be very useful, so he re-examined Xiaoming's government affairs books in Bowen College. Yes, Your Highness. The next official thought it was time to rectify the government office, so that the government offices of the states and counties in the fief can complete the policies of the Highness from top to bottom, and handle different civil affairs at the same time. Pang Yukun said firmly. Well, you are right, this king has been busy with the matter of Dengzhou during this period of time, but has neglected this matter. Since this is the case, this matter is put on the agenda, Xiaoming said. Generally speaking, his fief is a vassal state. Since it is a vassal state, he must have his own complete official system so that he can manage the fief more effectively. Secondly, the establishment of a complete official system is also to be able to control newly acquired territories at any time, such as the current Ryukyu Island. In the future, Xiaoming will have more and more colonies, which requires the ability to establish government offices in unfamiliar places at any time, So a mature official system is particularly important at this time. Because this is not only to manage the fief at this stage, the most important thing is to reserve officials for emergencies. After deciding on this matter, Pang Yukan ordered the chief officials of the counties of the fiefdom to come to the king's government to discuss matters. At the same time, he and Xiaoming worked out the specific institutions and scope of responsibility within a few days. 5 days later, all prefectures and counties went to King Zhu to participate in the discussion. In the King's government office, Xiaoming was in the main position, and a group of officials were listed under Xiaoming, and the situation was like a court meeting. Pang Yukan stands at the forefront of the top 100 officials of the fief, followed by King Zhu Provincial Governor Xing Cheng, Deng Zhu Provincial Governor Yang Cheng-I, Kang Zhu Provincial Governor Chang Yuk-hun, Ye Zhu Provincial Governor Yan Cheng-o, Yan Zhu Provincial Governor Kong Yonggan, Il Zhu Governor Wei Chengming, Yao Zhu Governor Han Jin. After the governors of each state, they are the county magistrates in charge of the counties. There are hundreds of people in total. Some of these officials were elected by Pang Yukan, some were promoted in the former fiefdom, and some were allocated from the Bowen Academy. Looking at the officials below, Xiaoming suddenly smiled. At this moment, he suddenly understood Xiao Wenxuan's obsession with imperial power. Just imagine, with so many officials standing in front of oneself, who would have a feeling of being in the world. This time you came to King Zhu to discuss matters, you must all that know about the reform of government affairs. Nowadays, the affairs of the fief are becoming more and more numerous and changes are changing with each passing day. Each state and county government must make changes in advance for future development. At the same time, this meeting is also to make you clarify the system of officials in the fief, who will deal with the problems of the government in the future, so as to avoid prevarication. Seeing that everyone was there, Xiaoming said loudly at this moment, "Yes, Your Highness." The officials suddenly bowed and said. At this time, Xiaoming continued, "In this case, the king will inform you of the government and official system of the fief. From today on, this king has ordered Pang Yukan to be the chief and auxiliary to the cabinet, and the cabinet will be composed of the chief and auxiliary. The 9 cabinet ministers are responsible for hearing the government affairs of the states and counties and discussing the government affairs with the king. The cabinet is divided into 6 departments with the same responsibilities as the 6 departments. In addition to the establishment of the supervisory council independent of the 6 departments, it is responsible for the judicial and criminal law of the country. To monitor fief officials. Recalling the official system he designed, Xiaoming stated his thoughts one by one. From then on, his feudal state will get rid of the chaotic government management system and have a comprehensive management system of a small court. Chapter 463 Official Gap. Remember, pen fun divided by la, in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. The establishment of the Department of Foreign Affairs. The Department of Foreign Affairs will be responsible for dealing with the relationship between the Feng state and the country outside the Great Yu state. In addition, the state government offices will be arrested and independent, and each state and county will set up a guard station in charge to cooperate with the supervisory offices. Enforcement of the law is also responsible for arresting prisoners and handling civil disputes. While Xiaoming was talking, Pang Yukan handed down the published officials and the government system to the officials. Other vassals had their own official system in the feudal state, but King Zhu and other 6 states did not have such a regular official and government system due to the war and the lack of personnel. However, although Xiaoming is now officially preparing to establish his own management system, at this time this system is still very different from the official system of Dayu. Many officials were already at a loss when they listened, so when they got the pamphlet, they immediately read it carefully, and compared to what Xiaoming said, they basically understood the new government affairs system. Generally speaking, since then, officials' responsibility has been refined, and there have been fewer things they need to manage, which is a good thing for them. Of course there are also bad ones, that is, their rights will be dispersed from now on, and there is no way to grab them. After talking for half an hour, Xiaoming finally clarified the affairs of the government and the official system. Then he looked at the officials, Do you have any questions? Zhang Xingqing wondered at this moment. Your Highness, since there are 9 cabinet ministers, who are the 8 remaining except Pang Shufu? Speaking of this, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan looked at each other and laughed. Pang Yukan said, the remaining 8 people are not yet available, but your Royal Highness is looking for candidates. You all have a chance. There was a commotion when everyone heard the words, and they began to whisper. Yang Cheng'ai asked, His Royal Highness, since the 6 divisions have been established, what role does this cabinet have? The 6th Division Government Affairs Council first passes the cabinet trial, and the cabinet ministers reach an agreement before they can make a decision and send it to the king for approval. It can be said that the cabinet is directly responsible to the king. Xiaoming said loudly. The establishment of the cabinet was not a temporary intention by Xiaoming, but that the government system of Great Yu was too backward, and it has gradually become unsuitable for the development of the world today. That's why he moved the cabinet system to his fief. In his opinion, the cabinet system of the Ming dynasty was very close to the constitutional monarchy, but unlike the constitutional monarchy, the cabinet system maintained Xiaoming's absolute power. At the same time, Xiaoming comes from modern times and will not reuse eunuchs at all, nor will he allow eunuchs to be monopolized, and will not panic. Therefore, the cabinet system in his hands will be very suitable for the management of the feudal state, and will avoid the monopoly of power and the ministers. Happening. After all, there are 9 people in the cabinet. Even if he does not ask about government affairs, 2/3 of the people must pass before the decree can be implemented. Although Pang Yukan is the chief assistant of the cabinet, he does not mean that he has the greatest power, but he is responsible for the operation of the cabinet. Yang Cheng'ai nodded when he heard the words. Now he understands that now it is equivalent to giving the rights of Pang Yukan to 9 people. Other officials also have their own minds. Doesn't this mean that these officials will become the 3rd batch of officials? After all, under the cabinet ministers are the 6 divisions, and under the 6 divisions are them. Chang Yukhun said, It's just that, Your Highness, there are so many official posts, but there are not so many officials to fill the country. Xiaoming and Pang Yukan had long been arguing about this issue. He said, this king has discussed with Pang Shufu, Bowen College has trained officials for such a long time, and now it is time for these students to pass the exam and enter the officialdom. Of course, you can all take the exam, and you all have administrative experience. This king will give you extra consideration. As soon as Xiaoming's words fell, the officials immediately showed an expression of excitement. Xiaoming's words meant that they also had the opportunity to enter the cabinet in the 6 divisions. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The 7 provincial governors including Zhang Xingqing couldn't help being ambitious at this time. They were already in high positions. Now that Xiaoming has re-established an administrative system, they naturally want to do more. Moreover, as Xiaoming said, they have experience in handling government affairs and are more suitable to serve as chief officials in today's cabinet and 6 divisions. They don't want to lose to those students in Bowen Academy. His Royal Highness, a group of officials said excitedly. They are looking forward to the coming of the exam. After all, they are all master exams, and although they are not in Bowen Academy, they all have government affairs books given by Xiaoming. Apart from the cabinet and the 6 divisions, the major changes in government affairs this time are the Supervisory Council, because this is the beginning of Xiaoming's independence of the judiciary. From then on, officials in the fief will be supervised by officials of the Supervisory Office, from doctors to the people of Lebanon, who will follow the rule of law. However, like the cabinet, this institution is currently only in its rudimentary form. There is no specific institution and personnel which also needs to be filled by Xiaoming. The discussion began at noon and lasted until the afternoon. Some organizations have no staff and can only wait for the exam to be filled, while some organizations can be directly separated, such as the guard station under Xiaoming's plan. Now the security post will be directly separated from the government office and will be under the jurisdiction of the security department. Regardless of this matter and the prefects of the counties, They will focus on the construction of people's livelihood. As the government affairs reform involved major issues and almost overthrew the old system, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan gave detailed answers to the questions raised by officials. In the evening, Xiaoming put down a banquet for the officials to have a meal together. This time the officials were not in the mood to eat, and they were all thinking about the impact of this political change on them. However, this meeting only put forward a reform program. As for the specific reform measures that need to be implemented step by step, Xiaoming is tantamount to giving these officials a vaccination in advance to give them psychological preparation. After the banquet in the palace was over, officials from various states and counties thanked them for leaving, and they had to weigh the matter carefully when they returned. His Royal Highness, has something happened? So many officials have gathered in King's. Fu Ye came out of the dormitory after the officials left. After working on today's affairs, Xiaoming felt relieved, so he told Fu Ye about the political reform, the reform of the cabinet, the supervisory council, the Department of Security, and His Royal Highness is really ingenious. Fu Ye laughed at the words. It's just that the fiefdom of your highness will need a large number of officials to supplement it. Xiaoming nodded and said, yes, right now, this king is worrying about this matter. There are so many official gaps at once, this time it will be a headache. While talking, Xiaoming suddenly remembered something. He said to Fu, the scholarly family of the family, the fourth generation and the third master, may be able to help this king solve his urgent needs. Chapter 464 Medical School. Remember, pen fun divided by la, in 1 second, read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. The evening breeze was blowing, and the temperature gradually warmed up in March, and both Xiaoming and Fu took off their padded jackets. The winter jasmine in the palace has already bloomed, and the green willows in front of the pond have also spit out buds. His Royal Highness, the concubines dare not make false statements about this important matter of administrative reform. Fu said suddenly nervously. Xiaoming was stunned when he heard the words. He said, do you not want the family to be involved in King Zu's government affairs? It is precisely that the concubines do not want the family to be involved in government affairs. Once the family enters the King Zu officialdom, the concubines will not be able to take care of themselves. Even if the concubines do not speak, they will be regarded as the princesses. Fu frowned and said. Xiaoming fixedly looked at Fu, and had to say that Fu was an extremely smart woman. If an ordinary woman in the Great Yu Kingdom would like to put her mother's family into the King Zu government affairs system now, Fu was afraid to avoid it. Not in time. With a light smile, Xiaoming said, the princess does not need to be nervous, and the talents do not avoid relatives. Besides, F's family is full of officials. Even if it is not from F's family, you may be able to recommend some talents. Hearing this, Fu breathed a sigh of relief, and she said, if your Royal Highness said so, my father would be able to recommend a few very talented but depressed officials. Oh? In that case, it is better for the princess to write a letter now and ask Fi's Hongshu to introduce him to the king. Xiaoming said. Fu Ye hesitated for a while, finally nodded, and turned back to the sleeping hall. Shaking his head, Xiaoming was really helpless in doing this. In fact, his purpose was to diversify officials in the officialdom and avoid forming crony parties. During this discussion, he suddenly realized that the officials recommended by Pan Yukan and the local officials in King Zu seemed to be at a distance. At the banquet, there was a wave of Chang Yukan, Zhang Xingcheng and others, and Yang Cheng-I, Kong Yonggan and others. This sign aroused Xiaoming's vigilance. After he had the technology spa, he was familiar with history, and even under the rule of Emperor Ming, there would be contradictions among ministers, and the officialdom also had its own dark law. Naturally, there are officials who are untainted by the silt, but most ministers will eventually become old fritters in officialdom. He believes in Pan Yukan's personality, but there are some things that he can't control. As the saying goes, tigers are easy to fight and flies are hard to get around, so it is a good choice for him to introduce the family to balance the composition of officialdom. In this way, The formation of a mutual supervision officialdom atmosphere is also conducive to keeping the officialdom clear. After the government reform was set, the government selection examination was launched. The news spread quickly in the Bowen Academy. The School of Government Affairs, which has always had the largest number of people, immediately exploded. Each student was gearing up, waiting for the day when the government office opened its courses. It's been 2 years. We have been studying at Bowen Academy for 2 years, and now we have finally waited until this day. A student screamed from the sky. Thank Your Highness and Pan Chengshi, we are finally able to apply what we have learned to the people's livelihood. Unexpectedly, the students who study the law can have today. I didn't expect that the Highness set up the Supervisory Council, which is unexpected. After the time of the exam was announced, the students of the School of Government Affairs had been talking about it one by one, and more students were preparing for the exam without leaving their hands. While they were discussing the exam, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan came to Bowen Academy. The place where Xiaoming will take the exam is here. His Royal Highness, look at these students. It is estimated that they are very happy now. They have used soldiers for thousands of days, and now they finally have a place for them. Pang Yukan said with a smile. Xiaoming looked at the students holding the books and shaking their heads and said with a smile, this time the selection of students can test the learning situation of these students, not just for the simple selection of officials. And there should be no ambiguity about some students who eat and drink. Just deal with the ones that should be dealt with. This king does not support idlers. Pang Yukan nodded. His Royal Highness said that the Bowen Academy is so well paid that these students can't justify it without studying seriously. After a pause, Pang Yukan continued, but Your Highness, now that the public servants in all states and counties are almost ready to establish, shouldn't some students be selected to preach to this public servant to solve puzzles and teach? Generally speaking, the literacy rate of Xiaoming's fief is still very low, and the people are basically illiterate, which is very detrimental to the future development of the fief. Because only by popularizing education, passing the national examination can prevent the emergence of new clansmen and clans. In order to weaken the control of clansmen and clans on the government, Li Shimin adopted the imperial examination method, and he was prepared to continue to deepen the imperial examination. But was imperial examination it's not a test of these rigid things, but a kind of competition for knowledge competition. The arrival of the two attracted the attention of the students. Some students who are studying are reading louder, although their eyes are watching book, but constantly looking at the two through the corners of the light, hoping to attract their attention. Hey! These students from the School of Government Affairs finally have a look, and now they have a great chance of entering officialdom. No. They used to be a certification college and physics college in addition to studying. Hey, when will it be our medical school's turn to be proud? Dr. Sun gives priority to taking care of his disciples in everything, and only teaches us some simple knowledge, air, and dreams. While the two were touring the academy, some students' comments came from the corner. Hearing this, Pang Yukan said, the medical school is now under the management of Dr. Sunday. During this time, the medical school has been silent, and it is indeed behind other schools. What you said is correct. There is still a problem with Dr. Sun's thinking. Originally, the king thought Dr. Sun was studying medical skills with great concentration. He didn't expect that he still had a conservative mind and didn't hand over the true medical skills to the students. No wonder these students were not motivated. Now, Xiaoming was a little unhappy. Pang Yukan said, these medical officers are all stinky, arrogant and conceited. I don't want to take care of this Dr. Sunday. Not only has to clean up him, but the king will also introduce a new medical officer. This medical officer is also unofficial. Just like officials, whoever can go up and who can't come down. Don't occupy the pit and do not shit. Xiaoming coldly snorted. Scream. Pang Yukan suddenly laughed when he heard this. His Royal Highness's sentence is a good metaphor. Just as when an official does not make the decision for the people, it is better to go home and sell red beans. Xiaoming smiled bitterly, and he said, It's better to hit the sun if you choose a day. Do we have a meeting with Dr. Sun today? Ask him if he wants to stay in Bowen Academy anymore. Chapter 465 Chief Nobility. Remember, pen fun divided by la, in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. Medical school. Dr. Sun is reading a medical book in his hospital. This medical book was written by Xiaoming, and various surprising medical skills have never been produced. In the past 2 years, he has gained a lot from these medical skills, and he has also solved diseases that he could not understand before, especially the 2 medical books Compendium of Materia Medica and Qian Jin Fang have been regarded as medical wonders. In addition, he also read the book A Treatise on Plague, in which he has a unique insight into the human plague, and at the same time he learned some ways to defend against it. He asked King Qi several times about the source of these medical books, and wanted to visit the authors of medical books, but he got the result that the authors of these medical books are not in this world. Although he was puzzled in his heart, he did not dare to ask more, so as not to upset King Qi. While marveling at the book of Chinese medicine, 2 people walked in from outside the hospital. Dr. Sun immediately got up and greeted the person. His Royal Highness, Pang Shufu. Medical Officer Sun respectfully said that the students of the School of Political Affairs had already reported the King's government reform. At this time, he naturally knew that the former Pang Qingshi was now Pang Shufu. Xiaoming took a look at the post house. It was a building with 3 rooms, which was equivalent to the infirmary in the school. Usually students would come here when they were sick. When Dr. Sun was okay, he would sit in the infirmary. Seeing that the faces of Xiaoming and Pang Yukun were not very happy, Dr. Sun felt a little nervous. He said carefully, "Your Highness, Pang Shufu came to the medical school. It really made the medical school shine." "Pang Sun is brilliant." Xiaoming snorted softly. "Can this medical school not be the king?" But Dr. Sun is self-aware and understands that this medical school is only Peng Sun now. Xiaoming's words were not polite, and Dr. Sun's face suddenly showed a look of horror. He said nervously, "His Royal Highness, I don't know what the next official did wrong to make His Highness so angry." "What did you do wrong? Don't you have any concerns?" "What did you say when the king asked you to be in charge of the medical school?" "Nowadays, there are no fewer than 200 students in the medical school. How many of these 200 people can be independent practicing medicine?" Xiaoming questioned. Dr. Sun immediately understood, and he said, "His Royal Highness, since ancient times, the sages have been collecting disciples to teach the avenue, not mastering disciples, not teaching professions. This is the tradition of the dynasties. Now the lower officials have taught the students medical skills at the medical school. It's broken the doctor's rules. These days, other doctors have been verbalizing at the spine. I hope your highness will learn from you, who is so arrogant. Pang Yukun frowned upon hearing this. Now, as the chief assistant of the country, he stands at the same angle as Xiaoming. There are too few folk doctors, and many people need to travel long distances to Qingzhou to see a doctor. Now this medical school is set up to make it easy for the people of the country to see a doctor. Now that someone stops it, how can he not be angry?" Dr. Sun said, "Pang Shufu, the world doctors trace their roots to only a few master ancestors. Now that the officials have broken the rules, they are naturally cast aside by all the healers." Frowning, Xiaoming said, "What's wrong with other people's spurning? Don't you know that this medical school is to treat illnesses and save people? Is the kindness of doctors all farting? After all, you are still a group of people who seek fame and honor and hide filthy for their own interests. For those with a heart, the inheritance is false, and it is true to worry about being robbed of their jobs by others." This. Dr. Sun suddenly became dumb, and Xiaoming's words made him unable to argue for a while, and he had to admit that Xiaoming had reached the point. In Dayu, the doctors are a rich source of livelihood. Now that Xiaoming has been so messy, he has long dissatisfied the doctors in the country, and there are also arguments behind him. It's just because of Xiaoming's stable position and deep popular support that no one dared to say anything more. Xiaoming, a powerful family in the country, dared to kill, let alone those who practiced medicine. With a sneer, Xiaoming said, I was right by this king. The other people don't ask. This king only asks Sun Yiguan whether he can let go of his insights and teach the students all his life. Dr. Sun's forehead was sweating cold, so it was tantamount to being held by Xiaoming's sword against his chest, but he shouldn't say yes or no after thinking about it. Seeing that Dr. Sun was still hesitating, Xiaoming stretched out his hand and put away the 3 medical books on the table. He said, since Dr. Sun values rules so much, this king will take this medical book back. You are stingy in teaching talents and learning, and this king is also very stingy with these medical book. When will Dr. Sun think about it and return it to you? If you can't figure it out, the chief officer of the medical school should be replaced. In the end, Xiaoming's tone became more serious. Dr. Sun's face became paler, and Xiaoming was forcing him to draw a clear line from other doctors. After hesitating for a while, he said, Your Royal Highness, please let the officer think about it for a few more days. Xiaoming nodded and signaled Pang Yukan to leave with him. When the two arrived at the door, Pang Yukan asked, His Royal Highness, I am afraid that Dr. Sun will not be able to easily pass this hurdle. After all, medical skills have always been passed from father to son, from teacher to student, and there are strict requirements for the number of disciples. If you can't pass this hurdle, this king will look for someone who can pass this hurdle. Under the reward, there will be a brave man. This king doesn't believe that this folk dogma cannot be broken. Xiaoming was a little angry. He is not opposed to respecting the teacher and respecting the morals. He is opposed to the small circle maintained by the relationship between the teacher and the apprentice. It is precisely because of this kind of thinking that closes the academic door and plays with their own people, which leads to the loss of a lot of skills, because many people suffer from this. This kind of ideological poisoning would rather bring craftsmanship into the lowest than give it to others easily. Now Xiaoming wants to break this old idea, so that everyone who wants to learn crafts can easily access this knowledge, otherwise he will lose the meaning of running a school. Pang Yukan showed a wry smile when he heard the words. He said, His Royal Highness, this healer is the second one. Does your highness know about the Confucian family and Kfu Kong family? Are you talking about Kfu and Yanzu? Xiaoming asked. It is precisely that the Confucian family has settled in Kfu in the dynasties. It is the orthodox of Confucianism. Each generation of the patriarch will be named Yacheng Gong. The contemporary Confucian patriarch Kong Hongming is still the same. Pang Yukan said, if you talk about aristocracy, this Confucian family is the first nobleman in the country. Xiaoming glanced at Pang Yukan suspiciously. At this moment, Pang Yukan's mention of the Kfu Confucian family must have done it deliberately, and he still doesn't know what academic Pang Yukan followed. He smiled and said, This king has forgotten the confinement of the country. There is also this first nobleman of the Great Yu Kingdom. No wonder the scholars in Kingzhou are so hard-hearted and Confucian orthodox one by one. But when Pang Shufu talks about this, did he ask this king to visit the Confucian family and seek help from the Confucian family? Chapter 466 The True Face of Pang Yukan. Remember, Pen Fun divided by La, in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. His Royal Highness has misunderstood, and he didn't mean to be an official. The two walked through the corridors of Bowen College. Pang Yukan looked contemplative, and stopped talking. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming said, If you have anything to say, just say it. Whenever you become such a mother-in-law, you will not be as refreshed as you were when you were a supervisor. Pang Yukan gave a wry smile and said, His Royal Highness, this matter involves the Confucian family, and the subordinate officials dare not speak lightly. After all, the subordinate officials respect the doctrine of the legalist school. Xiaoming had never asked Pang Yukan about his respected academics. Now when Pang Yukan mentioned it, he was a little surprised. No wonder you don't get reused in the court. I'm afraid this is one of the reasons. Exactly, the legalists are harsh, and they are easy to break. This is the shortcoming of the official. Pang Yukan said. Xiaoming smiled, but he suddenly remembered something. He said, No, since you respect the legalists, How can you participate in the imperial examination? Hearing this, Pang Yukan gave a wry smile. Speaking of which, the subordinate officials are extremely ashamed. In order to enter the court, the subordinate officials had to ask for everything and study poems and books, but what they really fancy in their hearts is the academics of the legalists, because in the eyes of the subordinates, in these troubled times, only legalists can rejuvenate the country. That's the case. Xiaoming comes from modern times. He treats legalism and Confucianism equally, but does not have any extreme opinions, because he follows pragmatism. It is mainly beneficial to development and can be used, but if this kind of academic affects development, then he has to pay attention to it. The topic was a bit crooked here, Xiaoming continued to ask. Then why did Pang Shufu mention the Confucian family in Kfu? This political reform is said to have disturbed the Confucian family in Kfu, and His Highness seems to have suffered criticism for his many deeds in the closure of the country. When I saw the medical school today, the official suddenly remembered and said, by the way, this king is not relying on scholar officials to rule the fief. How about even if his Confucian family speaks some gossip? Xiaoming said lightly, but Wang Xuan sent him some news about the Confucian family in Kfu. As Pang Yukan said, in Kfu, where the Confucian family is located, he received a lot of criticism, especially for saying that he valued business and placed strange skills before the 4 books and 5 classics, which violated the principles of Confucianism. But in his opinion, the most dissatisfied with these Confucian students is that he has never visited the Confucian family in Kfu since he was in Qingzhou. When Xiao Wenxuan was enthroned, he even personally visited Kfu to worship temples. This shows the high status of the Kfu Confucianism in the hearts of Confucian scholars in the world. Even if an emperor was like this, he, the feudal king of the country, did not pay much attention to the Confucian family, did not visit the Confucian family, and did not appoint a group of officials under the Confucian family. This behavior of Xiaoming really made the Confucian family unhappy. Pang Yukan said cautiously, His Royal Highness said that, but this political reform has caused such a vacancy for officials. Judging from the news received by the lower officials, the Confucian family seems very tempted, and the children under the Confucian family are also eager to try. You mean they are going to be an official from this king? Xiaoming asked. It should be. But I'm afraid it's more than that. Oh? Xiaoming frowned. In fact, he has been avoiding conflicts with the Confucian family in Kfu, because now his foundation is still a bit weak, and Confucianism is still orthodox in Dayu. Although he really wants to break this hat on his head, it will not be for a while. Dare to act rashly. After all, the 3 religions and 9 streams are the cornerstone of society in Dayu state. These 3 religions are divided into Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. Now this Confucianism is not only an idea, but an official-based belief. The people and officials of Dayu are all believers of Confucianism. To put it more seriously, this is the state religion of all dynasties. The so-called Confucianism is a doctrine, Confucianism is a class, and Confucianism is a belief. The 3 complement each other and influence each other. This era, it is precisely because of this that the dynasties have changed, and the Confucian family in Kfu, like a holy land, has never encountered war, and has been enshrined by the courts of the past. Since becoming the first person under Xiaoming, Pang Yukan has also broken his heart, but he is a little selfish about this matter, that is, peddling legalism to Xiaoming. In his opinion, the Confucianism today is no longer able to lead the country to rejuvenation. Legalists should be promoted. The reason for not mentioning legalism was because he was worried that Xiaoming, like others, regarded Confucianism as the state religion. However, during political reform, after Xiaoming separated the supervisory council and clarified the status of the judiciary, he felt that Xiaoming seems to have his own unique idea, so I finally got the courage to mention it. And now Xiaoming's tone made him even more convinced that Xiaoming was a different feudal lord. His Royal Highness, I am afraid that they want His Highness to follow Confucianism and ask His Highness to withdraw some decrees that do not conform to Confucianism in the eyes of the lower officials. Confucianism has its merits and undesirable points. the responsibility of family, rule of the country, and peace of the world, the pursuit of the truth and death at night. The undesirable lies in being too pedantic, suppressing people's hearts, and restraining thoughts. The officials dare to suggest the establishment of a law school in Bowen College. 100 schools of thought were contending back then. Pang Yukun said. Although Pang Yukun didn't say it explicitly, the meaning in the words is already clear. That is to let Xiaoming attach importance to other theories to counter the influence of Confucianism in the officialdom. And now Xiaoming finally understands why Pang Yukun did not try his best to stop his unusually bold decree, but instead helped him carry it out. It turns out that Pang Yukun is just a faculty member hiding under the appearance of Confucianism. He understood that Pang Yukun's proposal to establish a law school at this time also had a premonition of a crisis, but his words were in line with Xiaoming's ideas, so he said, Pang Shufu is right. The contending of 100 schools of thought is the only way to show the prosperity and difference of King Zhu. In this case, this king allows you plan to establish a law school and separate the law school from the political affairs school. Pang Yukun was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, His Royal Highness is truly benevolent and wise. Thank you for your grace. You don't have to thank me first. Since this king promised you to establish a law school, you can't be a tortoise when this king is attacked by Confucianism. Xiaoming said. He promised Pang Yukun naturally to control the Confucian dominance happening. In fact, for Xiaoming, what he most hopes to see is that Confucianism is used for him, so that Confucianism can implement the new Confucianism he set, and completely change the way of thinking of the nation for thousands of years. But his Confucianism is the foundation of the Great Yu Kingdom. He is only occupying the small Kingzhou area and cannot change the entire Confucian class. Therefore, he can only temporarily engage in 100 schools of thought to check and balance the Confucian class in the fief. After all, he cannot use medicine for curing diseases. Too much. Chapter 467 King Yong arrived. Remember, Pen Fun divided by La, in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. The atmosphere of facing exams gradually became stronger in Bowen College. The two inspected the location of the examination room and determined the order of the examination room. This time they left Bowen Academy. Pang Yukun was naturally excited along the way. Xiaoming agreed to his request, which was equivalent to agreeing with the doctrine he respected, which was more important to him than anything else. Moreover, he was able to carry forward the ideas of legalism in law school. This is probably the most promising moment for legalism in the millennium. Seeing that Pang Yukun was so excited, Xiaoming couldn't help but shook his head. In fact, the legalist thought was very straightforward, that is, governing the country according to the law and not favoritism. This is very appropriate in the law. Even if Pang Yukun did not advocate jurists, he would establish a law school to cultivate talents in the law. Now he has achieved his goal and gained Pang Yukun's gratitude. Xiaoming is the one who really benefits. And now Pang Yukun is standing with him, and he has someone to act as a shield against pedantic Confucian scholars. However, thinking of Pang Yukun's respected doctrine, he suddenly remembered Zhang Xingqing and Chang Yukun whom he recommended. From both of them, he saw some characteristics of the legalists. Both of them cold-faced and ruthless. So he asked, Pang Shufu, aren't Zhang Xingqing and Chang Yukun? Speaking of this, Pang Yukun's skin tightening, he said, His Royal Highness, although the subordinate officials have selfish motives, they will never go wrong in the selection of talents. Zhang Xingqing and Chang Yukun do not respect the doctrines of the legalist school, but have their own opinions about each school. Take its essence, and remove its dregs. Because of this, the Xiaoguan and the two have a common topic. Xiaoming nodded. Pang Yukun's selfishness is just hoping to have a living soil for the thinking of a Methodist. Xiaoming doesn't mind this. Europe has its own renaissance, and Great Yu country also has its own unique renaissance. In this academic controversy, officials no longer believe in Confucianism is the direction of his current efforts, although he understands that it is a bit difficult. The two separated halfway. Pang Yukun returned to the palace, and he went to the palace. Pang Yukun's words in the Bowen Academy made him panicked. He was really worried about the moves of the Kong family in Kfu. These people are similar to the current well-known professors. They have a messy mouth every night, and they can't just kill them up. Otherwise, if a big hat is buckled, the court may blow up the pot, and the world's scholars will poke his backbone. Headache. Xiaoming suddenly realized that it is easy to destroy the enemy physically, but it is really difficult to change the enemy mentally. However, he still has some advantages, at least, that is, the position of public opinion is in his own hands. Thinking of this, he felt that he should continue to strengthen the influence of the newspaper in the fief. From now on, he wants government agencies to order newspapers, and all officials must read newspapers. In addition to reporters going to the countryside to read newspapers, officials will also go to the production teams in each village to convey the policies and ideas in the newspapers, and resolutely put the ideas on the ground. Snatch it from Confucianism to prevent the common people from continuing to suffer from harmful thoughts. Xiaoming returned to the palace with anxiety. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a graceful carriage parked at the door. There was a Big Yong written on the carriage. Seeing this word, Xiaoming knew that King Yong had arrived. After entering the palace, Zixuan greeted him with a displeased expression. She complained, "His Royal Highness, King Yong is really rude," and the servants said that His Highness is not there. He still broke into the palace abruptly. "He didn't do anything to you?" Xiaoming asked. "That's not true. His Royal Highness King Yong just went directly to the main hall and let us serve tea," Asta said. Xiaoming nodded. "That's good. At least it means that King Yong is still scrupulous about this king. If it were in other places, he would have been troubled." King Yong has a reckless personality and impulsive emotions, and he has always been a bird except Xiao Wenxian. It was not easy for him to behave well when he came to the palace, otherwise he would have started molesting the servant girl a long time ago according to his personality. Going straight to the main hall, Xiaoming saw King Yong, who was waiting for tea. King Yong was very pleased to see Xiaoming coming over. He quickly got up and greeted him and said, "My nephew, you are back. The emperor has been waiting here for a long time." The four emperors came from a long way, and the nephew has missed a long way to welcome him. "I hope the emperor will forgive me," Xiaoming said politely. King Yong's big hand patted Xiaoming's back, and he laughed loudly. "Nephew, I've said nothing." This time, the nephew will hand the gun to the emperor's uncle. This shows that the nephew has kept the emperor's uncle in my heart. That's natural. My nephew had promised the emperor when he was in Chang'an. Naturally, he didn't dare to shirk the musket, Xiaoming said with a smile. King Yong always admired violence. He loves weapons and horses very much. Now that he has artillery and muskets, he is even more obsessed with these two powerful weapons. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been so polite with Xiaoming. This time Xiaoming asked King Yong to come here for the purpose of handing over the muskets and the other for eradicating Shanxi merchants. This Shanxi merchant was located in the gap between the Liangwang and Yongwant fiefdoms. It relied on a land that did not care about reselling war supplies from Great Yu to facilitate the barbarians. For so many years, the Shanxi merchants have been rich. At this time, if these Shanxi merchants are eradicated, one can cut off the source of the barbarians to obtain war materials, and secondly, they can divide the Shanxi merchants and eat them, and divide the wealth of these traitorous Shanxi merchants. The most important thing is that once the Shanxi merchants are eliminated, his Chamber of Commerce can take advantage of the loopholes. Li Kaiyuan has said more than once that trade with the grassland cannot be opened, and the reason is that these Shanxi merchants are in trouble. King Yong laughed and said to Xiaoming, "In that case, let's take a look at these guns." Uncle Huang can't wait. "Don't worry, Uncle Huang, I have something to discuss with Uncle Huang," Xiaoming said. King Yong had already stood up, then sat down again, and he asked, "Nephew, please tell me, I don't know if the emperor knows the 9 major Shanxi merchants?" Xiaoming said with a smile. 9 major Shanxi merchants? King Yong's expression clearly stiffened, and he said, "Xian, if you asked what this did." Uncle Huang knew about the Shanxi merchants. Xiaoming continued, Then the uncle emperor knows that these 9 major Shanxi merchants are now selling war supplies to the barbarians in collaboration with the enemy and traitors. King Yong's face suddenly became ugly. He knew it in his heart. At this time, he couldn't help but ask, what does this nephew mean? Is it because he suspects that the king and the Shanxi merchants have become enemies and traitors? The emperor has been worrying too much. My nephew has always believed in the emperor, but King Liang is not necessarily the case. Now that the nephew got the Shanxi merchants to communicate with the enemy, my father must also know about it. At that time, the emperor's father gave an order, and the emperor's uncle couldn't do it. Xiaoming smiled. Chapter 468 Secret Trading. Remember, pen fun divided by la, in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. The atmosphere in the main hall is a bit serious. At this time, King Yong's brows were frowned, and he looked ready to get angry. It was not without reason that these Shanxi merchants were able to meet the source between Yongdai and Liangdai. Both he and Liang Wen knew the existence of these Shanxi merchants. They also know what they are doing. It's just that these Shanxi merchants are very generous and give him hundreds of thousands of kills of silver each year, not to mention jewelry and beauties. Because of this, he naturally closed one eye, and who would have trouble with the silver? As long as these Shanxi merchants do not harm their interests, it is enough. But now these Shanxi merchants obviously stabbed Lu Zi. Let Xiaoming notice. Are these Shanxi merchants really collaborating with the enemy and betraying the country? King Yong couldn't help asking. He never cared what business these Shanxi merchants and barbarians did, only caring how much money they could get from these Shanxi merchants. Xiaoming nodded and told King Yong what the secret guard had received. HMPH, these profiteers, the king once told them not to overdo it, but I didn't expect them to secretly do these things without telling the king. The wise nephew feels at ease, and the king will take care of them when he returns, King Yong said with a grin. Xiaoming sneered when he heard the words. He believed in King Yong's words to be a ghost. Nowadays, it is no longer a matter of a day or two for the kings of the kingdom of Diaoyu to be independent. In fact, he understands that moving out of Xiaowenxian will not allow King Yong to submit. The most likely thing King Yong will do is to casually kill some people to fill up the number. What should these Shanxi merchants do is just a change. Rather than using imperial power to suppress it, it is better to talk about benefits directly. After all, both King Yong and King Liang are vassals guarding the frontiers, and they will be outsiders and their fate will not be affected, let alone these vassals. For emperors, you and I are all understanders, so you don't need to use these words to send your nephew. Xiaoming took a sip of tea slowly. King Yong said dissatisfied, my nephew, what do you mean by this? Didn't the emperor promise you this? What do you want the emperor? If the emperor is really sincere, my nephew will send 3,000 cavalry back with the emperor this time. I don't see the heads of these 9 major Shanxi merchants, and my nephew would not believe it. Xiaoming blew his tea, and King Yong but his face turned black. In the eyes of King Yong, Xiaoming was a bit intolerant. How could he bear this hot temper? Without waiting for Emperor Yong to get angry, Xiaoming continued, my nephew understands what the emperor is worried about. Isn't it just a few 100,000 kills of silver each year? As long as the emperor can eradicate these Shanxi merchants, the nephew will give you the money. Yes. King Yong's face gradually recovered as before. He was puzzled. My nephew, the emperor, I have always been blunt. To say something offensive, the emperor doesn't believe that you are doing this for the sake of the great Yu kingdom. After all, you are just the little prince, and this world belongs to the prince. The emperor and prince are the ones who should worry about, and not you. Why are you so laborious? If you can't say that you won't be able to make great achievements in the future, this credit is actually a poison. The faster you will die. We feudal lords only need to take care of our own 1 acre 3/4 of land. The stretched hands are too long, which makes some people unhappy. It is said that the uncles of the 4 emperors are brave and inexperienced. When the nephew sees it, it may not be necessary. Xiaoming said in amazement. King Yong's words are exactly what most of today's princes are thinking. He pondered and said, it makes sense, my nephew thinks so now, So this eradication of Shanxi merchants is for the sake of Great Yu, and also for himself. Oh? King Yong exclaimed. Why did this Shanxi merchant provoke a wise nephew? Because these Shanxi merchants took the goods from the king's chamber of commerce, but sold them 4 times, or even 5 times, to the barbarians, and blocked the business of the Chamber of Commerce on the grassland. How could this make the king bear? Although the Great Yu state prohibits merchants from privately trading with the barbarians, they can still do business with the barbarians if they have Xiao Wenxian's manual, but these businesses cannot involve iron, saltpeter and other materials, just like the barbarians' restrictions on war horses. However, heavy taxes were always imposed on the border trade court, which resulted in no smuggling to make money in ordinary trade. Because of this, Shanxi merchants made money from it. Now that Xiaoming has received royal merchant treatment, he does not need to pay taxes. He naturally does not want to let go of the lucrative border trade. After all, the barbarians are also very powerful. Years of battles have allowed the barbarians to rob a lot of gold and silver from the western countries. Jewelry, as far as he knows. The nobles among the barbarians also love luxury goods, and the wind of comparison prevails. This is an opportunity for him. After all, even in war, trade can still be carried out. Ha ha ha. So that's it. These Shanxi merchants are indeed too much, King Yong said. With a smile on his face, Xiaoming continued. The interests of the Shanxi merchants are so great that they dare to sell anything. How can this be compared with the King's Chamber of Commerce? At least my nephew will not sell saltpeter and sulfur. It can prevent the Shanxi merchants from fattening the barbarians, and allow the nephew's Chamber of Commerce to control the border trade, and the emperor's uncle can also take money generously, right? King Yong was tempted. He kept these Shanxi merchants only for money. And now Xiaoming promised to make up for him. Why not do it? And he has always been upset with King Liang. These Shanxi merchants. It also gave King Liang more money than he gave him. What angered him most was the Battle of Jizu. King Liang just watched his Jizu be besieged and didn't mean to help. Thinking of this, he nodded. In that case, this busy emperor will help, and I can try the power of this matchlock gun. Then my nephew is waiting for the good news. After finding a thug for himself, Xiaoming felt relieved. It can not only combat these traitorous behaviors of Shanxi merchants, but also expand their own trade. This action against Shanxi merchants will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After talking about this, King Yong wanted to receive the matchlock. He was anxious and wanted to equip the matchlock with his troops now. Bringing King Yong to the warehouse at Kingsu Wharf, the two went directly to the warehouse dedicated to storing arms. The arms he traded with other clan kings were all here, and layers of soldiers guarded it. According to the agreement last time, Xiaoming will produce 2,000 matchlock guns for King Yong. Now these batches of matchlock guns have already been produced and only waiting for King Yong to come and receive them. This time King Yong arrived in Kingsu with his silver and his guards. Just for this, 4 emperors, these matchlock guns will be handed over to you, Xiaoming said, and King Yong had to accompany him when he came personally. The armory was filled with boxes of matchlock guns. King Yong's eyes lit up when he saw these matchlock guns. He nodded with satisfaction to Xiaoming. Thank you, nephew Xian. Come here, take the silver from the cargo ship. Move down. While talking, King Yong wandered around in the armory. When he saw the artillery in the armory, his eyes suddenly became hot and he said, Nephew, can these 20 artillery be given to the Emperor? Chapter 469 Death of Dr. Sun. Chapter 469 The Death of Dr. Sun. Inside the ordnance warehouse, a row of 20 artillery pieces lay quietly inside. These artillery pieces were a batch of export-type artillery produced by the military workshop. Uncle Emperor, these artillery pieces are all custom-made artillery by King Liang and Wang Zhao. They will be delivered soon. I'm afraid they can't be sold to Uncle Emperor. Xiaoming smiled. King Yong was quite disappointed. Now every feudal prince is hoarding firearms to increase his strength. In comparison, he has fallen behind a lot. Especially when he learned that these artillery were sold to King Liang, he felt a sense of crisis. Although he was very dissatisfied that Xiaoming saw the artillery sold to King Liang, he knew that this nephew had always sold arms when he had money. He even suspected that if the barbarians paid high prices, Xiaoming would sell arms likewise. Thinking of this, King Yong's eyes rolled. "My nephew, we belong to the royal family. Naturally, this business is not close to each other. Why don't you sell this batch of artillery to the emperor's uncle first? And how about you produce another batch of artillery for him?" These artillery pieces were deliberately placed in the warehouse by Xiaoming. In fact, they were not prepared for King Liang, but he set them down deliberately for King Yong, because King Yong's fief was really a treasure and rich in mineral resources. In order to obtain the mining rights of these mineral resources, he had to think of crooked ideas, so he said, "It is not easy for the emperor to want artillery. The nephew will produce another batch for the emperor. It is really impossible. The nephew will join the army. Allocate a batch of artillery to the emperor." "Really?" King Yong was overjoyed. Xiaoming nodded, and said in a vague way, "This time King Liang purchased 400 artillery pieces from his own king. How come his nephew has to take care of his uncle?" 400 gates. King Yong was shocked, and he immediately said, "Nice nephew. The emperor has more than King Liang. And the emperor has 500 gates, 500 doors. 4 uncles, aren't these 500 doors cheap?" Xiaoming said seriously, "It is said that there is not much silver in the imperial uncle's mansion, and the 500 artillery pieces cost at least 6 or 7 million duels of silver." This. King Yong suddenly became a little uncomfortable. Xiaoming talked about his pain. Now his money is indeed running low. He suddenly remembered the last time Xiaoming asked him to use a coal mine to rush the artillery, so he said, "My nephew, you can't do it. Circle some more coal mines." After experiencing the shortage of iron ore, Xiaoming now has a deep grievance for iron ore, and the steam engine is about to be put into use, and the use of coal will also be greatly increased, and now the country is self-sufficient in mining. Obviously it can't satisfy him. However, he also did not want to spend too much manpower on mining, but prepared to take industrial products in exchange for mineral resources to allow other vassals to provide himself with ore. After all, even if they are in the mines under their fief, these mines will still be under their jurisdiction by then, and they may be taken back at any time if they turn around. Therefore, he might as well just call the artillery in exchange for ore, so that these vassals can be reduced to his mine owners. So he said, "The emperor, the nephew is really powerless. There are few people in the fief, so why are there so many? Human mining. Since the emperor sincerely wants to buy artillery, it's better to exchange it for coal and iron ore." "Coal and iron ore?" King Yong was embarrassed. He said, "My nephew, the emperor has a few coal mines, but there is very little iron ore." Yongwang's fief includes the present-day Hebei area. In modern times, this place has the largest iron ore reserves in China. It is precisely because of this that it will become a steel base. This Yongwang is actually in Boshan, and I don't know the true face of Boshan. With a smile, Xiaoming said, "Uncle Huang is absurd. There are more mines in the subway closed by the uncle than in coal mines. If the uncle doesn't believe me, my nephew can help the uncle find a few, but the mining of this iron ore is just fine. Only the emperor can come by himself." King Yong was always a man who relied on mountains to eat mountains and water to drink water. This coal and iron can be sold for money, so why not? He excitedly said, "Nephew, is this serious?" "Really?" Xiaoming said. King Yong nodded and said, "If it is true as the nephew said, the emperor will send someone to open a mine. How about using ore for artillery?" The 4 emperors are extremely bold. "Okay, that's it." Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. His first plan has been completed. In order to make Dayu country a resource supply place for King Zhu, he also exhausted thought. For this reason, he doesn't care whether it is a hostile vassal or not. After all, sometimes this kind of state-to-state relationship is both hostile and mutually exploited. For example, in modern state relations, while screaming and killing, the private economy is still hot. This is the so-called cold politics and hot economics. After discussing the matter, Xiaoming carefully calculated an account for King Yong. The mineral resources to be exchanged for these 500 artillery pieces is no different from the contemporary 100 million shirts in exchange for a Boeing. In order to purchase artillery, King Yong would be completely reduced to a major mine owner. At this time, King Chu had already become his cotton manor, providing cotton to King Zhu Mianmian. After the transaction was completed, Xiaoming accompanied King Yong to play in King Zhu for a few days, and after letting him see the changes in King Zhu, he reluctantly returned to the fief. After King Yong left, Xiaoming continued to plan the future of the fief. For him, the resources in the world are limited. If you eat more, others will eat less. So in order to eat more, the problem of eating less is constantly tainted. The prosperity of the contemporary West is based on a high degree of control over the resources of life. Xiaoming knows this well, so he is preparing to start a journey of making the world work for King Zhu. Now it is his turn to exchange high-tech products for 100 million a shirt. And while he was busy planning a resource intake plan, an unexpected incident made the atmosphere of King Zhu suddenly serious. Dr. Sun is dead. When Pang Yukun said this, his expression was solemn. Dead? How did you die? Xiaoming said in shock. Pang Yukun said, according to the government's verification, it is certain that Dr. Sun was poisoned to death by arsenic. And now there are rumors that Dr. Sun was forced to death by His Royal Highness. Your Highness, the subordinates suspect that someone pushed the flames to slander Your Highness and put pressure on Your Highness. Xiaoming looked cold. He just asked Dr. Sun to go back and think about it. It was only a few days before Dr. Sun died. Not only Pang Yukun, but he also felt very strange. Tell me. Xiaoming was a little irritable. Although he was dissatisfied with Dr. Sun's rigidity, he was still a good doctor no matter what, and he was very heartbroken after he died like this for no reason. Dr. Sun is highly respected in Kingzhou City. After this incident, the Confucian scholars in Kingzhou talked a lot. He pointed out that the Bowen Academy of His Highness was heresy. The implication was that His Highness's Bowen Academy broke the rules, violated the ancestors' family law, violated the laws of heaven, and was rebellious. Chapter 470 Public Opinion. The 478th chapter. Public opinion is fierce, presumptuous. Xiaoming was furious. When will it be the king's turn to stop doing business, and the Confucian scholars who are talking nonsense all day make irresponsible remarks? Pang Yukun looked at Xiaoming carefully. Xiaoming's anger this time made him see the majesty that some princes should have. He bowed and said, His Royal Highness calms down. These scholars have not looked at Bowen Academy straight from the beginning to the end. They have been studying sages and sages with all their heart, only for the title of the gold list one day. So in their view, His Highness encourages scholars to learn these strange skills. Sexuality is the way of the next three indiscriminates, and what they follow is the right way of the world. It's ridiculous. Don't they see the development of Kingzhou now? Are all blind? Xiaoming was extremely angry. The death of Dr. Sun has made him a little irritable. Now these Confucian students use the tropic to show how he cannot be angry. However, the most important thing now is to figure out the cause of Dr. Sun's death. He said, these Confucian scholars can't get rid of any waves. The most important thing for you now is to find out the cause of Dr. Sun's death. Does he really treat the inheritance of the master and disciples more than life? Is it important? Speaking of this, Xiaoming suddenly felt a sense of frustration. He didn't expect that deep-rooted concepts would be so powerful. Yes, Pang Yukun nodded. He hesitated and said, His Royal Highness, should these scholars who spread rumors be arrested for questioning? After hesitating for a while, he said, No, let them continue to make trouble. It is best to let them make a little noise, otherwise there is no reason for this king to clean up them. Just allowing these scholars to slander and belittle Your Royal Highness may damage your reputation. Pang Yukun was a little worried. Xiaoming laughed at this time. Pang Qingshi is worried. If this is in Qing'an, this king would be worried, but don't forget what the foundation of Kingzhou is. Now there are no clans and nobles. This king relies on the people, and these scholars are of little use to the fief. His Royal Highness said that as long as the people are stable, These scholars cannot make trouble," Pang Yukun said. After that, he turned and left. Watching Pang Yukun out of the main hall, Xiaoming called Li San to the palace at this time. "There are secret guards everywhere in King's Zoo. Just ask him what the source of the matter is." But when the servant was about to go out, Li San had already arrived at the palace. "His Royal Highness let the subordinates come here for Dr. Sun's business, right?" Li San said. Xiaoming nodded. "Since you already know, let's talk about what you know now." Li San nodded and said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, Dr. Sun did commit suicide by himself by taking poison, and he told his family before taking the poison that he did not want to offend His Highness, and did not want to be accused by the healer. He had to die." And it was these words that reached the ears of Confucian scholars, and these Confucian scholars could discuss His Highness. "So that's it." Xiaoming sighed quietly. "Why is this again?" Li San said, "But Your Royal Highness, the suicide of Dr. Sun may not be the responsibility of Your Highness. The lower officials think this matter is also related to Dr. Sun's senior brother, because just the day before Dr. Sun committed suicide, Dr. Sun's senior brother Dong Haran visited Dr. Sunday, and as far as the next official understands, the two broke up unhappy." "Yes, you are making progress now, and you can figure out the ins and outs of things in the first place." Xiaoming comforted. Outside Wang Xuan Zoo and inside Li San Zoo, two people cooperate with each other to be the complete secret guard. In the past 2 years, he has invested millions of tals of silver to build a secret guard. Now the real King's Zoo city has his eyeliner, His Royal Highness. The next official said that he would not let His Royal Highness down. Li San said happily. He was shameless and brave after being robbed of the limelight by Wang Xuan repeatedly. During this period of time, he has been desperately training his subordinates, and now he has a firm control of the fief. "Well, now you immediately hand over the clues you got to Pang Shufu, and let him arrest Dong Haran immediately," Xiaoming said. Li San nodded, turned and left. Xiaoming also walked out of the main hall at this time. At this time, there was a murderous intent in his heart. He had not been afraid of the Battle of Kangzhou, and he had not been afraid of the Battle of Jizhou either. Would he be afraid of this deep-rooted feudal ignorance? Is the lingering mouth of Confucian scholars in the world? The death of Dr. Sun surprised him, but now that someone wants to attack his policy through this incident, he thinks too simple. If necessary, he doesn't mind having a head-on with these Confucian scholars, depending on whether their mouth is hard or his gun is hard. For the past 2 years, he has only kept tolerating these Confucian scholars, but didn't want to increase the right and wrong. But the death of Dr. Sun this time touched him a lot, and he felt it necessary to beat these scholars. But before that, he must deal with the matter of Dr. Sun completely, otherwise his medical school will be over from now on, and his army will not have a battlefield medical institution. Frowning, Xiaoming sighed. He felt it necessary to establish an astronomy institute in Bowen College. In his opinion, this is the most advantageous weapon against feudal thought, but he will not use this weapon for the time being, but will use it when necessary. Because once he launches astronomy, it means that he denies the power of the king. Thought. At that time, the most frightened person is probably not Confucianism, but the Emperor Xiao Wenxian of the dynasty. At that time, these Confucian scholars contributed to the flames, and Xiaoming estimated that it was no different from rebellion. Therefore, it is necessary for him to prepare, and to prepare secretly. Once he has the opportunity, he can publish the astronomical knowledge, and even use it as a weapon when the time comes. He already has a plan for this. This plan is very risky and bold, because once successful, the Fu Kong family may be able to use it for him. While he was thinking, Li San had already brought the news to Pang Yukun. After receiving this news, Pang Yukun immediately ordered the arrest of Dong Haran. He understood Xiaoming's thoughts. He wanted to rectify the unhealthy practices of the fief doctors, and Dong Haran was the key point of this incident. At this time, in a medical officer in the south of Kingzhou City, Dong Haran was sitting opposite 3 men dressed as scholars. One of the scholars said, "Dr. Sun is righteous." In order to maintain the teachings of Confucianism, He would rather die than succumb to King Chi. It is really a model for my generation. Exactly, this Bowen Academy has long been unpopular. It has been cast aside by Confucian scholars like me. There can only be such absurd things in this Kilu land and the hometown of sages. Now many absurd things have been written to Kfu, asking Kong Lao say something for us scholars. That is, why should we Confucian scholars not take the exam to enter the officialdom of the political reform of this country? What qualifications do those scholars who forget their ancestors in Bowen Academy have to compare with us? Chapter 471 Shock. P.S. The internet is disconnected today. The update will be a little later. Sorry, let's change a chapter first. In addition, the snail will prepare a red envelope after the chapter tonight. Students who subscribe to the chapter can grab it. The faint smell of herbs permeated the medical hall. Dong Haran was holding the teacup in his hands. His eyes narrowed slightly. He was indeed frightened for a while after Dr. Sun died, but these scholars who came to visit calmed his mind. Because so many Confucian scholars supported him in this matter, it proved that he was right, and it was his junior and younger brother. Everyone is reasonable. We have no opinion on King Chi's reform, but this reform can't break our rules. Whether it's the rules of the medical clinic or the rules of the officialdom, don't you think? Dong Haran said indignantly. Yes, that is, there is no such thing as King Chi in any country. We have been tolerating. But this time King Chi is really too much. The three scholars suddenly looked like the same enemy. The four of you said a word to me, and the more you talked, the more excited it became. At this moment, there was a bang. The door of the medical hall was pushed open by a group of Tiger Wolf soldiers, and a general led by strode into the medical hall. Asked in the main hall, "Who is Dong Haran?" Suddenly, so many soldiers came in, and there was no sound in the medical hall. The three scholars' faces were pale as paper with fright. At this moment, they stood up one after another, pretending to be seeing a doctor. Dong Haran was even more frightened and trembling. He looked at the three Confucian scholars who had just been ironclad. Now the three of them do not know him at all, and they can't help but curse both ends of the mouse and coward. I am. Seeing that these scholars couldn't help him, Dong Haran could only admit, "In that case, come with us." The general snorted and motioned to the soldiers behind him. The soldiers immediately stepped forward and escorted Dong Haran out of the hospital. Dong Haran was taken away, and the three scholars suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at each other, one of the scholars said, "The big thing is not good. Now King Chi is really angry. How can this be good?" The other two scholars were also panicked, and the other said, "Let's go back and tell Xizan about the matter and let him make up his mind." The three nodded and walked out together. At this time, Dong Haran was escorted directly to the King's government office, where he met Pang Yukan and King Chi. His Royal Highness, Dong Haran has already brought it. Xiaoming and Pang Yukan turned to look at Dong Haran at this time. They looked up and down. Xiaoming sat down on the main seat and said, "You are Dong Haran, and Dr. Sun was forced to death by you, His Royal Highness. Dr. Sun is Cao Minit's younger brother. How could Cao Minitz kill his own younger brother? Your Highness, wronged. Dong Haran knelt and said bitterly. Injustice? In that case, what did you say to Dr. Sun before Dr. Sun died? Xiaoming questioned. His image in King's has always been kind. He thinks that if someone forgets that he will kill people too. Since then, he is now being promoted by someone with a heart, and he is being discussed among the people. He must clarify this matter and severely punish some people who took the opportunity to make trouble in the fief." Dong Haran's face changed suddenly. He didn't expect that King Chi knew about seeing Dr. Sunday. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he defended. The Cao Minutes just told the younger brother some old things. As for why the younger brother committed suicide, Cao Minutes also very confused. "You really don't see the coffin without crying. The king knows exactly what you did in the son's house. Have you forgotten who this Kingzu belongs to? Back then, the 4 great clans of Kingzu could be eradicated by this king. Do you bother to practice medicine?" While speaking, Xiaoming's tone suddenly turned to be tough. This incident really made him a little upset. He was dedicated to promoting medicine. But now these people are ignoring their conscience for their own interests. Dong Haran's body stiffened. He once again recalled the February in Kingzhou 2 years ago. The Kingzhou tyrants were strangled almost overnight. To this day, some dried black blood stains can still be seen occasionally in front of the lotus pond outside Kingzhou city. His Royal Highness, the Koman deserve to die, the Koman deserve to die. It is the Koman lord that is blinded, and the Koman should not persecute the younger brother. Please spare your life, Your Highness. Dong Haran suddenly understood at this moment that the amiable King Qi was once in the eyes of the Kingzhou people also kills without blinking. Isn't Xiaoming bringing up this incident just to tell him that he can kill him at any time? At this time, Pang Yukun shook his head helplessly. He finally understood why Xiaoming wanted to arrest Dong Haran. He didn't need to be severely tortured to extract a confession. Now just a simple threat is enough to make Dong Haran honest. Now the people of Kingzhou are happy to live in peace, and no one wants to lose their lives for nothing. Dong Haran was terrified. The reason why he was dissatisfied with Xiaoming setting up a medical school was that his medical clinic business has made more than 3 or 4 times more than before. The increasing population of merchants in Kingzhou made him enter the money in the future. It was precisely because he wanted to monopolize this dividend. He forced Dr. Sun to not agree to this matter. When he faced the incident that he had saved his life to Dr. Sun back then, under the dilemma, he found the short-sightedness most comprehensively. Spare you? Who can spare Dr. Sun? Xiaoming said angrily. This king has investigated the causes and consequences of this matter clearly. If you didn't threaten him with the life-saving thing that you gave him back then, how can you commit suicide? What is the difference between you and murder? Come here and take Dong Haran to the prison. At noon tomorrow, Dong Shi asks to kill. Your Highness, Your Highness. Dong Haran only felt his whole head numb. After he recovered, he crawled to the feet of Xiaoming and shouted, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. This matter was not intentional. Novel.com. It was Xizan's idea. If it weren't for him, Cao Minutes would not persecute the younger brother. Your Highness would spare his life. Xizan? Xiaoming looked at Pang Yukun. Where is this Xizan sacred? Pang Yukun explained, His Royal Highness, this Xizan is the leader of Confucian scholars in Kingzhou, and he claims to have studied under Kui Hao's school. Kui Hao? Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. This matter is interesting. His Royal Highness, Kui Hao is a well-known great Confucian in the country of Dau. There are many Confucian students who have studied under him. There are also a group of Confucian students in Kingzhou who visit Kui Hao every year when they go to Beijing to rush for the exam. In the past 2 years, Kui Hao, it seems that we are more and more interested in the Confucian scholars in Kingzhou and take care of them. Pang Yukun said. Xiaoming nodded. He looked at Dong Haran. Is what you said is true? It's true. The Cao Minutes dare not make any false statements. Dong Haran looked defiant. In that case, do you dare to confront him? Xiaoming continued. He didn't want to make a big noise, but now it is necessary to shoot a shot to let these scholars settle down. Chapter 472 Divorce. Remember, pen fun divided by la, in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. P.S. There are only 2 chapters tonight. The internet is disconnected at home, and I can only go to the internet cafe during the Chinese New Year. I am sorry. In order to make up for the red envelope of the password at the back of this chapter, the password is to wish you a happy new year. Dare, the people dare to confront each other. Dong Haran shouted as if grabbing the straw. He was just a doctor who opened a medical clinic, not the same as those Confucian scholars wanted. When the 3 of them were confronting each other, suddenly there was a noise outside the government office, and an officer came in and said, Your Majesty, there are hundreds of scholars outside, noisy, saying that they are asking the government to release Dong Haran. Dong Haran is innocent. Why did the government arrest him? Scholar? Xiaoming and Pang Yukun looked at each other. Hearing this news, Dong Haran's expression became complicated. In order to redeem his merits, he cautiously said, His Royal Highness, these people are probably the Confucian scholars of Xizan. In the opinion of the Cao Minutes, these scholars are fake. They want with this incident, It is true that His Highness allows them to see the examination in Komen's medical clinic. These scholars brazenly said that the vacant official position should belong to them. Under the threat of his life, Dong Haran immediately turned back. He was a smart man, and he was fighting with the scholars for his own benefit. Now that Xiaoming was caught threatening his life, he didn't dare to fight against Xiaoming. It was important to save his life. Xiaoming snorted coldly. Dong Haran was just a profiteer in the end, just for money. He said, "It's just right to be here, but this king wants to meet these scholars and see what waves they can make." After all, he and Pang Yukan went outside together. As the officer said, at this time, there were hundreds of youths dressed as scholars standing outside the door. These youths were shouting outside the government office, and they looked like they were righteous for the country and the people. Seeing Xiaoming and Pang Yukan appearing at the door, the voices of these scholars gradually disappeared. They recognized Xiaoming and Pang Yukan. Obviously these scholars did not expect Xiaoming to be here. A scholar headed by him said loudly, "His Royal Highness, I am waiting for Dong Haran's life." Dong Haran is innocent. I don't know why the government arrested Dong Haran. Your Highness has always been enlightened. I don't know why your Highness has such a problem today. Upright things. How do you know that Dong Haran is innocent? How do you know that this king is killing him? With a questioning look, Xiaoming guessed that this scholar was Xizun, who was brainwashed by Kui Hao. Dr. Sun is dead, but the government has arrested Dong Haran. Isn't it to cover up Dr. Sun's suicide? Just as Xiaoming thought, the leading scholar was Xizun. After learning that the king's rectification examination did not have their share, the group of scholars who advertised Confucian scholars blew up. These dissatisfied people gathered together. Among them, Xizun, who was under Kui Hao's school, soon became the top scholar. They planned with Xizun how to change this situation. At this time, the affairs of Dr. Sun gave them a chance. They tried to prove that their Confucian scholars were the right way, and they should have their place in the political reform examination. You mean that Dr. Sun's death is the king's fault, right? Xiaoming said lightly. Cow minutes dare not say it. Xizun looked frightened. Don't dare to say? Xiaoming sneered and looked at the scholar behind Xizun. He said, "There is nothing else you dare to say." Do you think that the Fa cannot blame the people and can coerce these scholars and threaten this king? Komen dare not. Xizun still looked calm and calm. Xiaoming smiled immediately when he saw this. He had to admit that although Confucianism had its advantages and disadvantages, the advantages were obvious. People who were truly influenced by Confucianism had a few hard bones, but he did not believe that Xizun was a hard bone. Anyone who moves for personal gain is hard bone. He rolled his eyes and said, "HMPH, this king can't be fooled by you. Since you want Dong Haran, this king will return Dong Haran to you." After that, Xiaoming gestured, and the officer immediately took Dong Haran out of the palace and pushed him to the scholars. Xiaoming's move caused Xizun's expression to change suddenly. He thought that the mansion would not release people at all, so they could make some noise and let Confucius Mansion go out and put pressure on King Qi. But where exactly is King Qi playing now? What are you still doing in a daze? Don't you want Dong Haran? Didn't this king return it to you? What are you doing in a daze? Let it go, let it go. Xiaoming said, "His Royal Highness." Even so, shouldn't His Royal Highness say anything to Dr. Sun's death? Xizun finally revealed his real purpose. What Xiaoming was waiting for was Xizun's words. He said, "You come forward, and this king will explain to you." Xizun looked back at the scholars, plucked up the courage to step forward and stood in front of Xiaoming. At this time, Xiaoming's mouth suddenly moved, but he heard nothing. Then, before he had any reaction, Xiaoming suddenly said to the scholars, "I have said everything that should be said, you can ask him." After that, Xiaoming entered the palace. Upon hearing this, a group of scholars suddenly gathered around and asked one after another, "Xizun, what did your highness say?" "His Royal Highness didn't say anything." Xizun looked puzzled. "How could it be possible? We clearly saw His Highness open his mouth." A scholar said, "I saw it too, and His Highness seemed to be very happy to say it." Another person said, "Xizun was very depressed." He explained again, "His Royal Highness really didn't say anything. I swear." "Xizun." Your Highness opened his mouth clearly. "Why did you say that he didn't say anything?" Dong Haran also asked at this moment. When Dong Haran said this, a bunch of scholars became more dissatisfied, and many scholars left angrily. Xizun stood there blankly. He had a very bad premonition, and this hunch became a reality the next day, when the political reform examination list was released. On this list, besides the students of the Bowen Academy, there was one more person named Xizun. "Okay, this Xizun, we are all tricked by him. He asked us to go to the mansion to make trouble, and he said that he did not blame the public. It turned out that he was for himself, and now their names are on the top." What else can be said? Before the list, a scholar who participated in the disturbance yesterday shouted loudly, "Shameless villain! His Royal Highness must have told him about this yesterday. He was still pretending to be stupid. No wonder he stopped making trouble. We all let him play. Asshole, we are going to kill him. This scumbag!" Someone shouted, "Kill him!" A Confucian sentiment was infuriated. At this moment, Xiaoming was standing in a corner not far away looking at these Confucian scholars. Pang Yukun stood beside Xiaoming and said with a smile, "His Royal Highness is a good divorce." First, he let Dong Haran stop the Confucian scholars and pretended to say, "I dismissed Xizun after a few words, and arranged for Xizun's name to appear on the exam list." Now Xizun is full of words and can't tell. Xiaoming smiled and said, "This is just the beginning." With this incident, this king wants the people to see their true colors. Chapter 473. Take advantage of the situation. Remember, pen fun divided by la, in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. P.S. During the Spring Festival, there are a lot of things, and the update will be maintained at about 2 more. If there is more time, the snails will be more and more. I hope everyone will understand. In addition, regarding the issue of readers' response to chapter ads, this is a malicious act of some authors. Snail tried but couldn't delete it. Finally, in order to make up for everyone, the red envelope continues. The password is still Snail's red envelope. The East City was noisy, and the candidates were filled with outrage because Xizun's name appeared on the list. After the extreme anger, they went to Xizun's residence one after another. Xizun could not hide the resentment in their hearts without clearing up their words. The hustle and bustle in the world is profit. If they really understand the righteousness, how can they not see them when the country is in danger? Therefore, to deal with these external weaknesses, the hypocrites who are full of benevolence and morality inside can only throw a bone in the past. Kill each other, divide and transform. Xiaoming smiled lightly at Pang Yukun. Pang Yukun nodded. His Royal Highness said that if the officialdom is full of these people, our country will soon become indistinguishable from other places in Dayu. It's just that the death of His Highness Sun Doctor is over? Of course not. Whether it's for Dr. Sun or Bowen Academy, we will use this time to strike down this decadent thought in Fengguozhong. Xiaoming said in a deep voice, "You have discussed with Fan Zheng these past 2 days. By now focusing on reprimanding Dong Haran, these quacks and Xizun in the newspapers, the more brutal the better. It is better to make the seriousness of this matter related to the interests of the people. In this way, these people will definitely it will become a mouse crossing the street." Everyone shouts and beats. "Yes, Your Majesty. The lower officials are very good at this." Pang Yukun smiled confidently. He used to be a superintendent, and his ability to curse people without dirty words is first class. After discussing the matter, the two returned to the government office, and Pang Yukun called Fan Zheng to draw up a newspaper manuscript criticizing Dong Haran and Xizun, which meant that they would be thrown into the People's War. At the same time, Xizun was eating tea leisurely in the tea house. At this moment, a group of aggressive scholars suddenly rushed in. Without waiting for Xizun's defense, these scholars beat and kicked Xizun. While beating Xizun, the scholars shouted, "Traitor, traitor!" Ouch! Xizun lay on the ground, fists everywhere on his body. He didn't even figure out what happened, and he couldn't justify what happened. The arrest that would usually appear soon seems to have disappeared today, and these scholars didn't seem to let their hate go until they were dying. The diners in the tea house watched this scene in shock, and everyone whispered. What is going on? Why was this person beaten? A businessman asked. Kingsu City is not big, and the news has always spread quickly. It seems that someone understands the inside story. One person said, do you know about some scholars making trouble in the government office yesterday? Of course I know that these scholars are really tired of life and dare to ask people from the government office, who do they think they are? If this is from other vassals, if they don't cut their heads directly, then Our Highness is kind and indulgent. This group of scholars. That's right. This person is Xizun, who is leading the trouble. He satirized His Royal Highness's King's decree through the suicide of Dr. Sunday. Not only did he ask His Highness to withdraw Bowen College, but it is said that His Highness should reclassify us businessmen as cheap household. The businessman's face flushed with anger. Deserves to be beaten to death. Another businessman suddenly angered. His Royal Highness is the most wise prince who has ever seen him. He considers everything for our people. The status of our merchants and craftsmen has now improved. This group of poor people still thinks. Let's go back to the hard days before. Ipu. The businessman in the tea house suddenly shouted. These Confucian scholars are so deceptive. Who wants to come up with me to make up for it? I'll go as well. The businessmen all stood up and hit Xizun, who was about to get up again with a fierce punch, and the beating Xizun fell on the ground again. Some businessmen shouted, everyone, even if you kill this Xizun, there will be a second Xizun and a third Xizun in the future. The problem now is that these corrupt scholars always want to bring King Zhu back 2 years ago. In the days when we were ruled by noble clans, we finally got rid of the hard times. Now who wants to go back to this kind of days? Our businessmen in Kingsu should unite with the Chamber of Commerce as the center so that these rotten scholars have no place to stand. That's right. Let's go to the palace and ask Your Highness to severely punish these rogues. These people are simply hiding evil intentions. They should be cut. Go. We businessmen can no longer let this group of reading practice. Let them get out of Kingsu. One person shouted, and everyone responded. The businessmen stopped eating tea and gathered to go to the palace. Along the way, they recruited friends and companions. A dozen businessmen quickly turned into hundreds, and hundreds quickly became thousands. These businessmen came to the gate of the palace and knelt down one after another, shouting, His Royal Highness Qi, please make a life for the people of the country. In the governor's mansion, Xiaoming learned the news when things started. There was a slight shock in his heart. In his opinion, Kingsu City seemed to have sprouted the capital class after the deep-rooted class of Confucian scholars. In the past, these businessmen would never gather to redress grievances. Now these Confucian scholars have touched their most fundamental interests, which makes businessmen feel dissatisfied. His Royal Highness, this is a very wonderful matter. We can guide this group of businessmen to vent their anger on these rotten Confucianists, and combat the arrogance of these Confucian scholars. At the same time, we can also weaken the self-esteem of Confucianism among the people and pave the way for King Zhu to realize 100 schools of thought. Said excitedly. Xiaoming smiled and nodded. His heart suddenly felt relaxed. He felt that he was too deeply influenced by the gentry and took this matter too seriously, because invisibly, he has cultivated a new interest class in the fief. The first interest class is the people of the fief, the second class is the fief businessman, the third is the artisan, and the fourth it is a student of Bowen Academy. He said, in this case, we will completely prevent these Confucian scholars from mentioning the old system this time. Since the Confucian scholars' claims not only harm the interests of businessmen, but also the interests of the common people, you should emphasize this in the newspaper. Point. Pang Yukun nodded thoughtfully. Then Xiaoming continued, taking this opportunity, this king wants everyone to understand that anyone who does not study in the fief and does not study at the Bowen Academy is not eligible to take any examination in the fief. After all, Xiaoming asked Pang Yukun and Fan Zheng to continue to draft the manuscript. The next day, a Kingsu newspaper published an article. Who is to blame for the death of Dr. Sun? The article occupies the entire page of the homepage. In this manuscript, Pang Yukun denounced Dong Haran for persecuting Dr. Sun for personal gain, causing Dr. Sun to commit suicide. At the same time, the article also posted the claims made by Xizan and other Confucian scholars and refuted them one by one, emphasizing the effects of these claims on the thief. Hazard. The final article proposes that since then, scholars who have not studied in public or studied at Bowen College are not allowed to take any examinations in the fief. As soon as this manuscript was sent out, it caused an uproar in the fief. Chapter 474 New System 1 Second of Genius remembers, to provide you with wonderful novel reading. To village outside Kingsu City. Hundreds of villagers talked after reading the newspaper. This bunch of rotten Confucians is really hateful. Our life has only been stable for a few years. They just tossed like this. Yes. If it wasn't for your Royal Highness's decree that we had a good day, we must not let these rogues deceive the crowd to let His Highness believe their words. Yes. Drive this group of people out of the country and let them go to other places to do harm. This Xizan's home is in our village. Let's go and ask his parents how they raised such an ungrateful man. Things, if it weren't for your highness to return the rich family's land to their old Xi family, where did Xizan get the money to study? Go. The villagers are getting more and more excited when you say something to me. The leading people were the captains of the village. As soon as he waved, the people of the village followed them to Xi's house. The dying Xizan who was beaten yesterday was sent back to Xi's house. It was because of taking care of his son that Xi Dongyai did not go to the newspaper today. As he cursed the hitter, the villagers rushed into his house angrily. Xi Dongyai, take your son out of the country. There is no such shame in our village. A villager angered. That is, if people in other villages know that Xi Ziming is from our village, and don't know how to point at our village, it would be too embarrassing for us. It's more than embarrassment. It's ungrateful. I fought against the King Chi after eating his meal. Bah, I really can't stand it anymore. Xi Dongyai was dumbfounded by the scolding. He shouted, what are you talking about? How can I not understand? My son was hurt by someone. You are not sympathetic. Why are you still humiliating him like this? You really are me, is it, bully? Bah, it's a pity that no one will let you die, a villager shouted. Xi Dongyai's face flushed immediately. Xizan was the pride of their family. He met a lot of high officials in Chang'an just last year. This is the capital he brags about. Now that the villagers say so, he is naturally angry and picks it up. The on the side is about to hit someone. Li you can try one more sentence. At this time, some villagers responded and shouted, Xi Dongyai didn't go to the newspaper this morning. Your son's name can be in the newspaper now. He dared to take some scholars to make trouble at the gate of the mansion, openly confronting His Highness and demanding Your Highness abolished the Bowen Academy and restored the system before the fief. Hearing this, Xi Dongyai was immediately silly. He couldn't believe it and said, you are talking nonsense. You are jealous of my son. He can't do that. What did you cheat about? The reporter is still in the village. If you don't believe me, ask him, a villager said. Xi Dongyai's expression wandered, and finally he decided to ask for his understanding. After dropping his hoe, he ran towards the center of the village. After a while, he walked back like a wooden sculpture. We didn't lie to you, the village captain sighed. Seeing Xi Dongyai like this, he obviously didn't know what his son was thinking all day. Sitting on the ground, Xi Dongyai wailed loudly, you son of a tortoise, I wake up in the dark and go to the fields for you to study. You don't read carefully to serve Your Highness, but you humiliate Your Highness. If you don't have Your Highness, can you continue to study? Oh, Xi Dongyai was crying sad, and the angry villagers were a little unbearable. One villager persuaded him, Xi Dongyai, it's better to figure it out by yourself, but our village can't tolerate him. His skills are too great. I don't want to be involved one day. Hearing this, Xi Dongyai's face was ash and ashes. Looking at his second son, third son and youngest daughter, he made a silent decision in his heart. He said, I beg everyone to let him take care of the injury first, and then I will cut him off. The father-son relationship allowed him to leave the country. From now on, I won't care whether he is flying or starving to death by the roadside. The villagers fell silent when they heard the words, and they left after looking at each other. After everyone had left, Xi Dongyi returned to the house. Xizun was lying on the bed at this time. Although he was beaten by many people, all the beaters left their hands and the injuries were not too serious. Looking at Xizun, who had already woken up, Xi Dongyi said, "You have heard everything from the outside. You can leave when you are well. The villagers cannot tolerate ungrateful people, and our Xi family cannot tolerate ungrateful people." Xizun's frightened eyes were full of anger, and he said, "Father, it's not my fault. I have been studying for so many years, but I have no qualifications to enter officialdom in Fenggo. Why? After all, King Qi is just a faint king. He simply looks down on us poor students and does not give us a chance." "Nonsense," Xi Dongyi said angrily. "All Bowen Academy students are eligible to take the exam. Why didn't you go to Bowen Academy in the first place?" "It's not because the chief examiner of this Qing'an Imperial examination is Kui Hao, and she is afraid of getting involved with Bowen Academy." "Can't the relationship enter the officialdom of Qing'an? Aren't you and the scholars who pretend to be Confucian scholars are all higher than the sky? Don't you look down on the officials who sealed the country?" Xizun was suddenly dumb. He opened his mouth, and he couldn't say a word. Knowing the son is no better than his father. For Xi Dongyi, it is the same way whether to serve as an official in the country or in the court. But now Xizun's behavior has touched his bottom line. Now the people in the village don't understand that it is necessary to support King Qi to keep their good lives. They have all seen the refugees from Jizu, and their miserable appearance still remains fresh in their memory. They don't want to be as miserable as those refugees. After a pause, he said, "The county has opened a public person, and the county government said that anyone with children at home can go to the public person to study. After the public person has finished studying, he can enter the Bowen College. A talented person, Dad is going to let your second brother, third brother all go to school." "Father, the second and third brothers are all going to study. Do you have so much money for it?" Xizun retorted. "You don't want money." Xi Dongyi sighed. "You don't want to work for such a good majesty. Why are you?" Xizun fell silent upon hearing this. And while he was thinking, those Confucian scholars who followed him in the downtown area also encountered a similar situation. Many people were just making a fuss. After learning of the interests, they wrote down penances and handed them to the government office, and promised not to commit them again, and also applied for Bowen Academy. This time, the turbulent actions of businessmen, people, and craftsmen completely frightened these scholars, and there was no objection to the decree announced by Xiaoming. News kept coming, and Xiaoming was very satisfied with the response from all parties. He did not expect to take this opportunity to thoroughly establish his own talent training and selection system. When he was proud, the craftsman of the glass workshop arrived at the palace and gave him a telescope. For mobile phone users, please browse reading for a better reading experience. Chapter 475 Gonghu Your Highness, this is the telescope you want, the supervisor said while holding a stick about 1.2 meters long and 4.5 centimeters in diameter. After the Confucian troubles, Xiaoming ordered the glass workshop to make astronomical spectacles, and to gauge the current technical level of King Zhu, Xiaoming finally chose the Kepler-type astronomical telescope that appeared in the middle of the 17th century. Compared with the Galileo telescope using a plano-convex lens as the objective lens and a concave lens as the eyepiece, the Kepler telescope uses two biconvex lenses as the objective lens and the eyepiece respectively, which significantly increases the magnification. The biconvex lens can also be polished with the craftsmanship level of the glass workshop. After all, this kind of lens is only protruding from two sides, just like a modern magnifying glass. After receiving the first astronomical telescope in Dayu State, Xiaoming looked at the sky. It was already evening, and a crescent moon was hanging in the sky. In the telescope, the crater above the moon was clearly visible. At this time, it was in the crescent moon, and the contrast between light and darkness was remarkable. Looking at this round of bright moon, Xiaoming fell into contemplation. This incident against Confucian scholars was victorious under his deliberate manipulation. The new interest class of the country showed a one-sided tendency to confront the old interest class. It is a great encouragement, but for him, The real old interest groups outside the country have not launched a final attack on him, but have been dormant. In particular, there is a monster who is consulting his fief. He wants to prepare a sword for this monster, a sword that can be slashed at any time, and this sword is astronomy. But now that he has an astronomical telescope, it is a headache for him to study this subject. Like the modern feudal dynasties, astronomy was the study of the emperor. During the Ming dynasty, the folks were forbidden to study this knowledge. The idea of monarch power conferred by the gods made the emperors very jealous of this matter. In the past 2 years, Xiaoming wanted to establish an astronomy academy more than once, but in the end he postponed this plan. Because once things were publicized, he was basically rebelling. What is the purpose of a feudal prince who let his people study astrology? Denying the emperor's divine authority, or are you going to start anew? For this reason, he can only choose to study astronomy in secret, and wait until the time is right to use this sword. Don't say anything about this, understand? Xiaoming said in a deep voice that the reason why he concealed it was just that he didn't want to be extravagant. After all, the court was a backer for him. After Xizun was beaten and driven away by the villagers, King Zhu was noisy for more than a month, and the Confucian harassment of the mansion gradually subsided. For a time, no one in the whole country dared to talk about Xiaoming's various government orders. Moreover, private schools all over the country were closed after that, and the children of the common people who used to study in private schools all poured into public schools to study. Because the decree published in the newspaper is very clear, the private school cannot participate in the selection of officials of the country, but can only participate in the imperial examination, while the public student can participate in the examination of the country and participate in the imperial examination of the imperial court. Happy but not for? The most important point is that you don't need to pay any money at all when you study in a public school. His Royal Highness, this is the King Zhu Master. According to His Highness, the King Zhu Master is divided into 2 parts. Among them, children from 6 to 12 years old are studying in the building on the left. People who have reached the age of 16 are placed to study in the public building on the right, and they have passed the public test to determine whether these people will eventually be able to enter Bowen Academy. While walking, Zhang Xingcheng introduced the situation of the King's Guru to Xiaoming. The location of King's Gong'ai is only 100 meters away from Bowen College. There are a total of 72 antique schools in Gong'ai. These schools are lined up with blue tiles and red bricks. There are blackboards and podiums in front of each school, which initially possesses the characteristics of modern teachers. According to the data provided by Zhang Xingcheng, the number of people in Kingzhou City has reached 450,000, and the number of children who can enter the public is about 6,000. There is dense vegetation in the public, and the rockery pond echoes each other. There is also a large stadium on the side of the school. In general, Xiaoming is very satisfied with the construction of the public. During the construction of the public servants, he rarely came. This time, taking advantage of the anger in the fiefdom, he felt that the opportunity to open the public servants had arrived. This was the beginning of his popularization of education. After all, although under his intervention, the military industry in Kingzhou is not very different from that in Europe, but overall he still lags far behind in talent reserves. The pressure of recruiting 6,000 public officials this time may be very high, but your government has to withstand it. In addition, the king is not afraid of spending money in teaching and educating people. Remember, the salary for these teachers must be high. The selection must be strict, so that these teachers can teach with one heart and no distractions. This king does not want his further to be filled with a group of overriding teachers. If he can't be a teacher, he doesn't need to think about it. Xiaoming said, very serious. The one he can't tolerate most is the teacher who misled his children, so he would rather get a high-paying teacher than a qualified teacher. Zhang Xingcheng has a smile on his face. Few feudal lords in Dau can attach such importance to teaching. For these feudal lords and even the clansmen, they only hope that the people are illiterate. They will be able to stabilize their position. They have never changed for so many years, but everything has changed here. Now only the Kingzhou public has cultivated 6,000 people, and the entire fief can train 40 to 50,000 people at one time. This is a terrible number. Yes, Your Highness. The upper and lower officials fully support Your Highness in this matter, and are unwavering, Zhang Xingcheng said firmly. Xiaoming nodded and continued, also, in the public, you can't be too rigid. For students who can accept and receive high-level education in advance, you can learn by skipping the level, so that you can cultivate useful people earlier. This time, he did not copy modern times. After all, in this era, men can get married and have children at the age of 13, while gentry children at the age of 15 and 6 can even enter official positions. Moreover, he does not need to follow the modern quality education, which is not in line with the current reality. These enrolled students only need to master the 18th century knowledge system. Because of this, what they learn will not be as complicated as they are in modern times, and the time to receive education will be greatly reduced. After the age of 10, they will be able to contribute to the construction of King Zhu. Chapter 476 Invasions of Korea. Chapter 476 Japanese Chaos in Ryukyu. The warm wind was blowing Zhang Xingcheng and Xiaoming's clothes. After patrolling King Zhu's public servants, Xiaoming and Zhang Xingcheng went to the county outside King Zhu to check the construction of other public servants. He didn't want to delay another year when it was about to go to school. After confirming that the public person basically had the conditions for the students to go to school, he asked the states and counties to start preparations for the public person to start school. At the same time, the farming season of another year is coming again. His Royal Highness, the propaganda last winter was very successful. In the spring of this year, many people came to the government to ask about potato planting. Now they don't know if the potato seedlings are enough. Farming is about to begin. The most exciting thing is Pang Yukun. These days, he wakes up early and is greedy for the dark. Every day, he goes down outside King Zhu to visit the people and ask about the time of farming. In his opinion, nothing is more important than farming. Definitely not enough. These seedlings are probably only enough for the people of King Zhu. I am afraid that other states and counties will have no way for the time being. If the harvest is not enough, I will find a way. If this year's harvest is good, I will establish breeding bases in other states next year, Xiaoming said. For his fief, potatoes can be planted in 2 seasons a year. The first season is planted in March and April, harvested in June and July. The second season is planted monthly, and harvested in November and December. This season is the time to plant spring potatoes. Since last year, Xiaoming has asked Kuawu to cultivate potato seedlings, but because of the small base, there are still not many potato seedlings. Pang Yukun showed a look of regret. He said, "It's a pity. If such high-yielding potatoes can be planted in the entire fief, the people's life will be richer. We must not be too greedy. Even if the people in King Zhu can plant all potatoes, the quantity after harvest is considerable. Besides, these potatoes are only so high-yielding in the hands of Kuawu that they are not necessarily in the hands of the people. It's not bad to get 3 times or 4 times the output. 3 times or 4 times is not bad." Pang Yukun was satisfied this time, and then he asked, "His Royal Highness, what about the corn and pepper?" "This will not be handed over to the people for the time being. First, we will satisfy our slave plantation, and then we will advertise to the people that if they want to plant, we will give them seeds, but they don't want to plant it," Xiaoming said lightly. Pang Yukun nodded. The output of corn and pepper was not very high, and it was indeed not enough for the slave manor. After a pause, he remembered something again. He said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, didn't you say that there is another crop that is more productive than potatoes? When can we plant this crop?" It was bitter tears to mention this Xiaoming. Last time Yun risked his life to go to sea. The only shortcoming was that he could not bring the sweet potatoes back. This sweet potato is a crop that is more productive and can be preserved by potatoes. When Xiaoming was a child, he often ate sweet potatoes, and the unfinished sweet potatoes at home would be sliced and dried into dried sweet potatoes, which can be stored for a long time. And sweet potatoes can also be made into noodles, hot and sour noodles and the like. Very refreshing. This won't be too far. This king has already told the Dutch, let them traffic a batch of sweet potatoes to Dengzhou. It seems that the days are coming soon. Xiaoming said. Sweet potatoes are also native to the Americas like potatoes. This is no stranger to Western powers that have completed the American colonial division. So when Xiaoming proposed to Claire to buy sweet potatoes, he readily accepted it, because in his opinion it was a good start to trade with Dengzhou. Pang Yukun became more and more excited. He said, if this is the case, the next official is waiting for the good news from your highness. After all, Pang Yukun and a group of officials once again prepared to go to the countryside to supervise agricultural production. At this time, Xiaoming's thoughts flew to Ryukyu. After more than a month of training, he thought that Yan might be able to officially take the fleet to sea to receive the Ryukyu island. While he was thinking, there was a sound of horseshoes outside the palace, and then a scout entered the palace. His Royal Highness, Dengzhou is here to report that the main island of Ryukyu was captured by Japanese pirates and Michla Castle was lost. The scout said anxiously. Xiaoming frowned when he heard the words. It was a wave of unrest. He thought that Ryukyu could receive it smoothly, but something went wrong. How did Yang Cheng-I get the news? Xiaoming said sharply. The scout said, going back to your highness, it is the news from the Dutchman Rodriguez. Most of the Dutchmen are mercenaries from the Japanese nation. Now these mercenaries have all betrayed the Dutch. Rodriguez said that if it weren't for Gerange, there would be a Dutch fleet stationed there. Now that the city of Gerange will also be lost, the Dutch now ask His Royal Highness to send troops to assist them. This matter seems to have become interesting, Xiaoming said with a deep voice. The timing of this group of Japanese pirates betrayed was too coincidental. There was only one explanation, and that was that the Japanese were dissatisfied with the alliance between the Dutch and Xiaoming, so they took control of the Ryukyu island in advance and took it as their own. In his opinion, the current Japanese pirates are very confident. They think they can easily defeat the Great Yu Kingdom. Otherwise they would not have plans to attack the Great Yu Kingdom through Goryeo. This spirit is more self-confident than arrogant. After hesitating for a while, he said to the scout, go back and tell Yan to stand still for the time being, wait for King Zhu's reinforcements, and let Rod wait for a few days. Yes, your highness. The scout responded and turned to leave. When the scouts left, Xiaoming thought about it carefully. After being in the high position for so long, he would not easily believe anyone's words, especially this fragile alliance relationship. He is still not sure that the Dutch conspiracy to occupy the main Ryukyu island is really a Japanese plan. If the two cooperate with each other to design a trap for him, the rash rescue may cause him heavy losses. So in order to determine this, he had to investigate with this in mind. He sent a man to call Wang Xuan. Now the secret guard is monitoring the city of Relans. He knows the most about the clues. After a while, Wang Xuan rushed to the Dudu's mansion, facing the occupation of Ryukyu's main island by Japanese pirates. He seemed ignorant. His Royal Highness, the next official has not yet received news about Ryukyu, but the news from Ryukyu is very slow. Maybe there will be results after a few days. Xiaoming nodded. As soon as the news comes to Dengzhou. Your Highness, are you going to Dengzhou? Wang Xuan asked. Well, this time, whether it is the plan of the Japanese kingdom or the conspiracy of the Dutch, a war seems inevitable. Now the barbarians are ready to move. There can be no mistakes in this sea route, Xiaoming said worriedly. After all, he set off for King Zhu camp. This time he must show his claws, said the snail carrying home. P.S. Happy New Year everyone. Chapter 477 Bing for Dengzhou. The Ryukyu Japanese Rebellion. After King Zhu dying, Nu Ben and other generals learned that the main island of Ryukyu was occupied by Japanese pirates. They all looked excited. Luffy exclaimed, His Royal Highness, what are you waiting for? Let's attack Ryukyu. Hey, the last 6 months have been broken for leisure. Every day is training except for training. Without training day after day, how can this soldier win the battle? You kid is frizzy. Nu Ben glared at Luffy. After touching his head, Luffy suddenly laughed. Then he continued, His Royal Highness, this Dutchman may not be credible, and Ryukyu is a strange place to us, so we need to be cautious when sending troops to expedition. Well, the king thinks so too, so he is letting the secret guards spy on intelligence. If the Ryukyu is really occupied by Japanese pirates, we must send troops to help the Dutch. After all, in this way, we will be the only ally of the Dutch in East Asia. Liu Xun said, His Royal Highness, whether it is Dutch or Japanese, as long as we get in our way, we will kill them. The military workshop has just sent 24 field guns to the artillery battalion, and now we don't lack anything. 24 field guns? When producing field guns, Xiaoming instructed Chen Qi to directly transfer these artillery pieces with the army. It seems that the current artillery transfer has ended. 12 6-pound light field guns, the rest are 12-pound siege guns. Liu Xun added. Xiaoming nodded. Today's King's army can be said to have basically completed firearm equipment, and now the 20,000 King's army's firearm equipment has been perfected. In addition to the field guns just sent, the Tiger guns are also equipped. The next task of the army is to continue to implement firearm equipment and training in other states and counties. In that case, you must prepare now. Unlike dealing with the barbarians, the Japanese pirates on Ryukyu Island are equipped with arquebus. You are likely to experience a musket duel, Xiaoming said. Yes, Your Highness, we can participate in the war at any time. Nu Ben and other generals stood up and said in unison. Saying hello to the army, Xiaoming went to see the field guns sent by Chen Qi. These field guns are basically the same as the Dutch field guns. They can be installed on wheeled gun carriages using horses. The artillery towed away was very fast. His Royal Highness, now the number of King Zuami's tanks has reached 600, which is enough to support the march of 30,000 people. Nu Ben said excitedly, seeing the chariots as a weapon against the barbarians. Having so many tanks is enough for them to establish a fortress defense line on the grassland, and this is also Xiaoming's defensive strategy against the barbarians. When the Ryukyu Islands are collected, we will go deep into the grassland and build the first bastion. This bastion is called Ningzu Fortress. Xiaoming said, he decided not to defend so passively, but to build a series of connected fortresses to suppress the survival of the barbarians. Space. Because sometimes offense is the best defense, and defending the enemy outside the country is the right way. Now the barbarian is ready to move again, but he will not give the barbarian the same opportunity last time in Jizu. In the hearts of the generals of Great Yu, the barbarians are the biggest threat to Great Yu, and this has never changed. After receiving Xiaoming's promise, Nu Ben smiled. The King's army insisted on arduous training in order to one day eliminate the threat from the north. After talking with Nu Ben about giving priority to the reform of Yaozu and Dengzu troops, Xiaoming returned to the palace. On the third day, the secret guard's intelligence arrived in Kingzu, and Wang Xuan appeared in the palace for the first time. His Royal Highness, I am afraid that what the Dutch are saying is true. The Japanese pirates attacked the Dutch. More than 300 Dutch soldiers died in the city of Gerange. Now the Japanese pirates occupy the opposite bastion, and there are continuous Japanese reinforcements. It seems that they are planning to take down Roland City together. Wang Xuan said in a deep voice. Upon receiving the news, Xiaoming suddenly laughed. These Dutch people are really cocooning themselves. The Japanese are a dog that is unfamiliar with feeding. Now I have been bitten, and I will remember it later. His Royal Highness seems very happy about this. Wang Xuan was puzzled. Xiaoming explained, in fact, it is very simple. The Dutch have been trading with the Japanese. Now the Japanese pirates have attacked the Dutch. This will inevitably lead to the Dutch not trusting the Japanese. In this way, we will become the only trading partner for the Dutch. Do you think this is a good thing? From this point, it is true. Wang Xuan enlightened. After thinking for a while, he said to Wang Xuan, continue to pay attention to the movements of the Ryukyu and Japanese pirates, and report to this king at any time. Yes, Your Highness. Sending away Wang Xuan, Xiaoming formally ordered Nu Benbing to send troops to Dengzu and prepare to attack Ryukyu. The coastal Japanese invasion has always been a headache for Great Yu. Since these people are Japanese pirates, He can also be said to be a bandit. After receiving Xiaoming's order, Nu Ben assigned Lu Fan Liu Oxin to Xiaoming, and let them lead 10,000 soldiers to take charge of the Ryuka War. Xiaoming is still very satisfied with this arrangement. The two are outstanding among all the generals. For war, a good general can reduce the casualties of soldiers. Rod is still waiting for Xiaoming in Dengzhou. After gathering the army, Xiaoming led half of the Qingzhou army to Dengzhou City. On March 16, when Xiaoming arrived in Dengzhou City, he also saw Rod, who was like an ant on the ground in a hot pot. His Royal Highness, please save our land city. We are already allies now. Please show your help at this dangerous time. Rod said angrily. At this time, Rod's clothes were disheveled. His expression was haggard, and there was a trace of pleading in his expression. They did not have the arrogance at all, and they finally realized that they were very vulnerable in East Asia. Ambassador Rhodes, don't worry. You reading www.yuukanzu.com has already understood what happened, but you need to tell us more in detail. In contemporary Dutch, people were driven out of Ryuka by Zheng Gong's 20,000 soldiers. This shows that thermal weapons are still powerless to face enemies several times their own. Now the Dutch have naturally encountered the same thing again. The number of Japanese pirates is more than several times that of the Dutch garrison. The Qingzhou army, dressed in neat military uniforms and carrying flintlocks, kept entering the city, followed by field guns drawn by horses. Such a mighty Qingzhou army gradually calmed down Liu O. At the same time, a wave of hope rose in his heart, because in his opinion, although the current Qingzhou equipment may not be able to compare with their army, it has an advantage over the equipment of the Japanese nation, and in number enough to fight the Japanese pirates. First, 3,000 mercenaries attacked the city of Gerinja, and then 5,000 Japanese pirates landed from the sea on the main island of Ryuka and took control of the Machira fortress. Now there are continuous Japanese pirates coming from the sea to support it. It seems that all the Japanese pirates have come, Da said nervously. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming frowned. No, there are many Japanese pirates, and this is only a small part. Chapter 478. Go to Gerinja. The sound of the waves seemed to be transmitted from the sea to the Dengzhou government office, and the faint voice sounded from time to time. This article is published by Liu O. Liu O's face became more ugly because of Xiaoming's words. So many Japanese pirates were enough to make them headaches, but now Xiaoming told him it was only a small part. In the Japanese turmoil along the coast of Great Yu, the number of Japanese pirates will even reach 20,000. Xiaoming told the truth. Even the Allies did not make him send troops for nothing. Moreover, the ally relationship between the two parties was very fragile. He didn't talk about the matter so seriously how he could increase the bargaining chip for support. 20,000 people. Rod's face was completely pale, and he hesitated. He said, Earl Clare asked me to tell His Royal Highness that if His Royal Highness can help us, the Dutch will certainly return to His Highness. Xiaoming nodded with satisfaction. It is enough to have Rod's words. Now that too many words are threatening. He said, we will go directly to the city of Rolands and drive the Japanese pirates out of Ryuka with you. Thank you, Your Highness. Rod was overjoyed. When the two were talking, Lu Fan and Liu Oxin looked at Liu O with dull faces. If Xiaoming were not there, the two would have called the red-haired ghost directly. After discussing this matter, Xiaoming asked Yang Cheng'ai to arrange for Liu O to take a rest. After Liu O was gone, Lu F suddenly panted, His Royal Highness, how come this Dutchman looks such a ghost? Yes, it's so ugly. I thought it was a ghost when I encountered it this night. Liu Oxin looked undecided. Don't make a joke. After all, we will be cooperating soon. Maybe the two sides will have to exchange military training. Then you should be more solemn, not so rude. Xiaoming said. He understands Lu F's character. The biggest thing this big mouth can't control is the mouth. He doesn't want to cause some conflicts between races because of this trivial matter. Hey, remember? Lu F laughed, and he said, in that case, when shall we leave? A few days off. We still have to wait for Yun's fleet and luggage. Xiaoming said. As the three of them were talking, Yun's familiar voice appeared at the door, and then people walked in. After saluting Xiaoming, he said to Lu and Liu Oxin, Lieutenant Liu, Lieutenant Liu, oh, you can get to Dengzhou. It's my place, let's go. I will invite two of you to eat seafood. Lu suddenly became excited. Yun, you are really particular, not stingy like Liu Oxin. Hey, what mountain did you really sing, Lu? Why didn't you say that when you were in Qian? Liu Oxin said, dissatisfied. Lu didn't bother to care about him at all, stepped back to Xiaoming and ran with Yun. Liu Oxin scorned Lu and followed. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming shook his head lightly. These two guys still remained unresolved. The main island of Ryuka was contracted by Ming era. This is a bastion building across the sea from the city of Gerange. After the Dutch came to Taiwan, they first built Gerange. Then they built it to get rice and sugar cane from the island of Ryuka, the second bastion of the city of Ming era. Through this bastion, they control the indigenous people on the main island of Ryuka. But half a month ago, this bastion was no longer suitable for the Dutch. Instead, it became a den of Japanese pirates. More than 7,000 Japanese pirates gathered in the city of Ming era to eat and drink, and a steady stream of Japanese pirates rushed here. Seems to be preparing to turn this castle into a permanent pirate stronghold. At this time, on the coast outside Mukra Castle, Sakai was observing the city of Geranzhou not far away through a telescope. Now in the bay of Geranzhou City, 12 warships guard the pier in a ring shape. Their ships do not have any opportunity to be close to the city of Geranzhou. 700 people. Humphrey. Putting away the telescope, Sakai snorted coldly. He once warned the Dutch not to establish trade relations with the King Chi of the Great Yu, but Rod and Earl Clare would not listen at all. And when he sneaked into Earl Clare's office and found the agreement, he was even more furious, because in their view, this was a betrayal of Yamada Daimyo by the Dutch. After this news was passed back to the country, Yamada Daimyo gave an order to control the Dutch. It's just that they despised the combat power of these 2,000 Dutch soldiers. After losing more than 1,000 men, they were forced to evacuate. Then the fleet that reacted even shot them fiercely, causing them to lose another 500 at sea. People, knowing that this manpower was not an opponent of the Dutch at all, he asked Yamada Daimyo for instructions. In the end, Yamada Daimyo ordered his loyal Japanese pirates to temporarily stop plundering and attacking the Dutch. During this period of time, 8,000 Japanese pirates have gathered from the sea, and their warships have reached 50. He is planning to launch the final attack on the city of Gerange. When I have gathered 20,000 people, let's see how you Dutch can escape from my hands, and this great you country you will be our slaves sooner or later. While Sakai was observing the city of Gerange, Claire was also observing the city of Mitra. Now the morale of the soldiers in the city is very low. It is easy to encounter soldiers' war weariness when fighting away from their homeland, and the confrontation with the Japanese country caused many soldiers to lose confidence. In Dengzhou, they saw the power of King Chi, and here they were attacked by Japanese pirates. Perhaps in the eyes of the soldiers, they should leave this dangerous place. Claire also wanted to leave, but as an Erland congressman, he could not choose to leave here, because he risked offending Daimyo Yamada of the Japanese kingdom, because he could see that he had more potential with this King Chi and could also bring the Dutch more profit. Looking to the north, his brows frowned. He didn't know what Rude was now, whether the Chi King of the Great Yu Kingdom would send troops to support him, but he had no other choice now. God bless. Clara only begged at this time. After 3 days of preparations for Dengzhou, Lu and Liu Oxin took King Zhu army soldiers aboard the battleship. In addition to 15 battleships responsible for carrying soldiers, 50 large merchant ships were also dispatched this time to transport soldiers. After all, 10,000 people are a huge number, but the food and grass on the ship needs a lot of space. Therefore, this support was also an extremely costly operation for Xiaoming. His Royal Highness, please board the ship, said the generals. This time Xiaoming was also going to go with him, but his purpose was not to fight a war, but to build a coastal supply point. This was also his plan after returning from Dengzhou. Using this plan to go to the city of Rolands, he was able to implement this plan, Whether it was the fief of the Wei King or the Chu King, or Guangzhou, Quanzhou and other places. For maritime trade and warship cruises, a set of supply facilities is needed. Chapter 479 Tongzhou Wharf. Remember, pen fun divided by la, in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. A huge fleet sails on the sea, and the ships are connected to each other for miles. 3 days have passed since Tongzhou. They arrived at the first port, the only Tongzhou port in the Wuwang fief. Before the fleet arrived in Tongzhou, Xiaoming had sent scouts to inform King Wei. When the warship docked at Tongzhou Wharf, Wang Wei appeared on the wharf on time. "My nephew, the emperor is here waiting for you for a day." Wang looked at Xiaoming, who got off the battleship and laughed. With one foot on the ground, Xiaoming's heart was finally at ease. It was a torment to sail for 3 consecutive days at sea. In these 3 days, he finally experienced the hardships of a navy officer. When he was on the boat, he saw Wang Wei, and he also smiled. "It is a great honor for my nephew to be here in Tongzhou himself. My nephew is polite." Now the emperor has to rely on his nephew. Wang's eyes swept across the huge battleship, with strong envy and shock. Xiaoming laughed. He noticed the look in King Wei's eyes. It was a greedy look. Presumably King Wei valued his battleship at a glance. He said, "The emperor's uncle has great magical powers, and the nephew should rely on the emperor's uncle. This time I need the help of the emperor to stop in Tongzhou," Xiaoming said calmly. Wang Wei was taken aback. He remembered what the scout had said. Xiaoming's fleet was docked in Tongzhou for replenishment. It was not a simple stop, and the required supplies were recorded on the list provided by the scout. "Ha ha ha, yes, yes. The emperor remembered it. My nephew feels relieved. The supply of the emperor has been prepared. You can now supply it," Wang said. Xiaoming felt relieved, but he was still a little worried. He hoped that King Wei would not pass him shoes, otherwise he would make King Wei's life sad. Ordering the fleet to supply immediately, Xiaoming followed Wang into Tongzhou city, and he had to act on the spot at the warm invitation of Wang. After drinking for 3 rounds, Wang Wei said, "My nephew, the emperor really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful fleet. Even if this fleet is tied to the Dutch, it can be a tie." Wang Wei's tone was envy. He knew the Dutch and the strength of the Dutch warships. From the information he received, Xiaoming's warships were very similar to the Dutch warships. How could he not envy him now suddenly leading such a powerful fleet? Uncle Emperor praised, "These warships are just warships for nephews to merchant ships, and they dare not say that they are fighting the Dutch." Xiaoming smiled. Wang Wei was very jealous. He tentatively asked, "How did my nephew build these battleships?" "Oh, when I think about it, it must be the missionaries' credit." "Hey, why doesn't the emperor have this luck? How many such warships will be built for the emperor?" Xiaoming's expression moved slightly. He did not expect that King Wei would make such a request. He might give the artillery and guns to King Wei, but he would never give it to King Wei on battleships. After all, in such an era, a warship loaded with artillery poses a great threat to the route, and it is also very difficult to hunt. "Uncle Emperor, the construction of these warships is complicated, and my nephew will only be around a dozen in 3 years, and the cost of these warships is high, and one ship is worth more than 1,000,000 taels of silver." "1,000,000 taels?" Wang paled. "Of course, this smallest warship also has about 60 artillery pieces, but the artillery is 1.2 million taels, which does not include the cost of the warship." Wang Wei nodded. He understood that the artillery on this battleship was called a naval gun, and the price was more expensive than ordinary artillery. "This is indeed a bit expensive." Wang rubbed his chin. He already knew that King Chu had purchased thousands of naval guns from Xiaoming, and used these naval guns to build a fleet. And he and the King of Chu's fief are only separated by a river. The King of Chu is gaining an advantage. He hesitated. He said, "If this is the case, the emperor doesn't want to embarrass his nephew. Why don't he sell some naval guns to the emperor?" Xiaoming suddenly laughed when he heard this. Now that the steam engine is officially put into production, King Zhu's industrial capacity is about to undergo a sea-shaking change. and the forging technology of this artillery will also be accelerated. Wang Wei now offered to buy artillery as a gift for him. He said, "Uncle Emperor, this is not a problem, it's just the silver." According to Xiaoming's tone, 1,000 naval guns cost 20 million taels of silver. This is a high cost, but in order not to be overtaken by the king of Chu, he gritted his teeth and said, "No problem. It's a big deal." The home of wealthy merchants. Xiaoming suddenly felt sad for these businessmen. No wonder many businessmen are thinking of ways to stay in Kingzhou. There are really no human rights in other places. But he didn't care about the life and death of wealthy merchants. All he wanted was 20 million taels of silver. Uncle Huang is refreshing. Then how many artillery does the Uncle Huang need? Xiaoming asked. 1,000 gates. Wai Wang said. Xiaoming knew that this was a rivalry between King Wei and King Chu. He said, "Then how the emperor is going to pay the money?" "Hey, nephew, it's not the emperor's stingy. This business is one. The second is two. Since nephew is going to use Tongzhou as a supply point, this supply must be counted as money, right?" Wai Wang looked cunning and cunning. There is no free lunch in the world. Xiaoming naturally knows that King Wei will not use Tongzhou as a supply base for him, so he said, "Uncle Emperor's words make sense." Since this is the case, all supplies for Kingzhou official ships will be deducted from this fee. But even so, there is still a lot of money to pay. That's for sure. The cost of replenishing the Tongzhou wharf is temporarily reduced to 2 million taels. After all, it was only this time to replenish the emperor's uncle that cost 22,000 taels. If the frequency is frequent in the future, the money will be more. We'll talk about it later. Wai Wang's eyes flashed with shrewdness. Xiaoming nodded in agreement. He doubled the price of the naval gun. It was already dark enough, so Wang Wei had to be comforted. Then Wai Wang said, "There are 18 million taels left. Let's not hide from my nephews. The Uncle Huang also has some large merchant ships." Uncle Huang would like to use 100 large merchant ships to cover the remaining 10 million taels. The 8 million taels of the emperor will pay 400,000 taels of gold and 4 million taels of silver to the nephew. How? Xiaoming sighed for a while. This Weidi was really rich, and Wai Wang was really a local tyrant. Deal. Xiaoming nodded emphatically. This business was a good deal. He obtained the supply point of Tongzhou and made an arms business. After a short stay in Tongzhou for one day, the next day Xiaoming led the fleet to go to sea. The place where he arrived next will be Ningzhou of King Chu. Chapter 480. Geringer at Tongzhou Wharf. He looked at the slowly departing battleship Wai Wang with a complicated expression. Uncle Three Emperors, Xiaoming is really getting more and more incomprehensible for us. Xiao Qi appeared behind Wang Wei. He came to Tongzhou with Wang Wei, but did not meet Xiaoming, but secretly observed Xiaoming's fleet. "What do you think Xiaoming is going to do with such a large fleet?" Wai Wang asked puzzledly. Xiao Qi pondered for a while and said, "I sent someone to observe." This time Xiaoming's fleet is carrying more than 10,000 soldiers. All of them are armed with the muskets. Xiaoming said, "Such a large-scale army must go to sea." In order to conquer the country, he naturally did not dare to do anything in this great Yu country, so his only destination was Ryukyu. Ryukyu? You mean Xiaoming is going to fight the Dutch? Wai Wang said in surprise. It is possible, let alone a powerful fleet comparable to the Dutch, plus 10,000 musketeers. Only the Dutch are worthy of his opponent. Xiao Qi believes. King Wei was overjoyed. "Hey, this is great. If Xiaoming and King Wei fight, we can take advantage of the fishermen. Maybe this sea trade can reopen." Uncle Sanhuan is too early to be happy. If Xiaoming defeats the Dutch, this sea will be the last word for Xiaoming. Will he let us engage in maritime trade so easily? King Wei pondered for a while and said, "It's better than being in the hands of the Dutch." Xiaoming is at least a royal family member, and he can at least say something in the court. And now he has established a supply point in Tongzhou. This has to rely on this king. All in all, he is better than the Dutch. Xiao Qi nodded, comforting in his heart that the current Wang Wei seemed to have buried the idea of rebellion in his heart. After all, he always had some scruples when Xiaoming was there. While talking, the figure of the Kingzhou battleship disappeared on the horizon. On the deck of King Qi, Xiaoming lay reclining on an old chair, basking in the sun and blowing the sea breeze very comfortably. They added a lot of fresh water, vegetables, food, daily necessities and other supplies at Tongzu Wharf. For him, the meeting with Wai Wang was basically a success. As for the next supply point, Ningzhu, he is also full of confidence. After all, he is now doing business with King Chu, and King Chu dare not give in. As he guessed, they arrived in Ningzhu 2 days later. They were successfully supplied with supplies in Ningzhu. King Chu ordered local officials to cooperate with Xiaoming's fleet to supply supplies, and at the same time, they would continue to provide them with supplies in the future. After Ningzhu, the fleet continued to move south, and 7 days later, they arrived at the city of Relans. His Royal Highness, the city of Relans is in front of you, Rod said excitedly. Xiaoming nodded. In the golden sunlight, Relans city was as dazzling as a pearl on the sea. Through the binoculars, he saw a typical European-style building with red tiles and white walls, like a fairyland. When Rod was excited, a Dutch warship appeared in Xiaoming's telescope. Xiaoming said, "Don't be happy for now. You should explain to your fleet that we are not enemies." Only then did Rode react and immediately picked up the flag to send a semaphore to the Dutch fleet. After a while, there was also a semaphore from the Dutch warship. Rode said at this time, "His Royal Highness, now your fleet can safely dock in the port." Xiaoming observed the situation in the port. He summoned Yan and said, "Enter the port, but stay alert." Yan understood, and immediately asked the semaphore to play the semaphore, and he led Chi Wang slowly into the dock. At this time, Luffy and Liu Oxin also came over. They asked the soldiers to blow the assembly number. The soldiers of King Zhu army immediately walked onto the deck from the cabin and lined up neatly. Let the fleet stop safely in the port while driving cautiously. When all the more than 10,000 soldiers of the King Zhu army disembarked, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief this time. It seems that the Dutch really encountered a crisis this time. "Hello, Honorable King Chi." Klar appeared on the dock for the first time. In the first sentence, he used the lame language of Dao, and then he communicated with him in Dutch, which was translated by Rode. "Thank you for coming, Your Highness King Chi. Your arrival proves that you are a qualified ally, and maybe from today, we can establish a firm friendship." Claire was very excited. These soldiers from King Zhu are well equipped, and they are not inferior to the Japanese pirates in number, which makes him very confident in this war. "Don't say thank you," as the Earl said, "we are allies on the sea, and there will be more opportunities for cooperation in the future," Xiaoming said with a smile. Claire became more pleased. He pointed to the city of Gerange and said, "His Royal Highness, this is the city of Gerange. I will show you around here. You will spend a beautiful night here tonight." Luffy and Liu Oxin looked at this small island surrounded by the sea with surprise in their eyes, but they were quickly attracted by the Dutch soldiers. "Liu Oxin, did you see that this soldier's uniform looks very good, especially the leather boots he wears? When will we be able to wear leather shoes? I always feel that wearing this uniform and cloth shoes is a little different," Luffy said. Liu Oxin's attention had long been attracted by the artillery on the city of Relans. When he saw 2 field guns at the gate of the city, his eyes became even more straight. He said, "It doesn't matter if you have leather boots or cloth shoes. The Dutchman's equipment is not bad, looks similar to our King Zhu army, but I don't know how these weapons are used. It's not easy. This time we are helping them. It's okay to use their weapons. When that happens, you should tell your highness that you shouldn't ask them," Luffy said. When the two were talking, Xiaoming and Claire had already entered the city, and they immediately followed. At the same time, the King Zhu army also entered all parts of the city of Relans, and the small city of Relans became crowded. At the chief's office, Claire took Xiaoming to the window, and the opposite was Michla Bastion. Michla Castle can be easily seen on the tallest building in Gerange. "His Royal Highness, the pirates of the War Country have been reinforcing the bastion during this time. There are now more than 10,000 pirates in the city. I believe that these pirates were instigated by Yamada Nobunaga to occupy the main island of Ryuku. The Japanese kingdom is very close. Once they have won here, They will control the route. Claire looked solemn. Xiaoming raised his binoculars and looked at it. The Japanese pirates' expansion and aggression plan is no longer a secret. Xiaoming is very interested in any action that will cause trouble to the Japanese nation. He asked, "What is your offensive plan?" Chapter 481 Firearms Test. Remember, pen fun divided by la, in 1 second. Read wonderful novels for free without pop-up windows. The setting sun was like blood, dyeing the sea red, and Claire looked at the distance with a solemn expression. In his view, these two East Asian countries are destined to be inherently hostile, because they both have the ambition to dominate East Asia. But there can only be one hegemon in the same region. When he made a decision to choose one of the two, he was ready to withstand retaliation from the other party. His Royal Highness, I don't have any offensive plan yet, because I can only defend with all my strength before you are sure whether you can come to ask for help. So, now you can think about it. Are you going to let us face the Japanese pirates alone? Xiaoming frowned. He was not willing to sacrifice for the Dutch in vain, and the most important thing was that Claire understood the fighting power of these Japanese pirates. Claire smiled bitterly. This King Chi was not so easy to deal with. He could not have sent out soldiers. But now it seems impossible. After pondering for a while, he said, "With the strength of our fleet, these pirates at sea are not our opponents, so we can land on the White Sand Gull Beach 10 miles away from the Mitra Castle, and then attack from the White Sand Gull Beach to the Michela Castle." When the two talked, Claire led Xiaoming to a map. This was a map of the main island of Ryukyu. It marked the colonial areas on the main Ryukyu island, the number of inhabitants, and the crops. Then, Claire picked up a quill and drew the location and attack route of Gull Beach on the map. Machira Castle is condescending, easy to defend and difficult to attack. There is a large open area around the castle, which is very suitable for artillery shooting on the bastion. Claire said. Xiaoming frowned. Since Machira Castle is so easy to defend and difficult to attack, how did the Japanese pirates occupy this castle so easily? The collapse of an empire usually comes from within, and the same goes for a strong fortress. We made a stupid mistake and relied too much on the Japanese people to help us manage Mitra Castle. After a pause, Claire continued, "Fortunately, the artillery on Mitra Castle is still decades old, and there are not many." "What about the specific range?" Xiaoming said in a torturous tone. "The Dutch now uses cast iron cannons and equipped with flintlock guns. On the surface, there is no difference in equipment, but with the data, he can make a comparison." Claire had the same idea as Xiaoming at this time, so he said, "There are 120 artillery pieces on all sides of the bastion, 30 artillery pieces on each side. The range of these artillery pieces is about 1 kilometer. Can the artillery suppress the artillery of these city heads?" "You are really causing a big trouble to this king." Xiaoming was a little dissatisfied. If he rashly attacked such a bastion, it was very likely that all 10,000 King Zhou soldiers would be dropped here. "I'm sorry, so I don't recommend attacking the bastion directly. Instead, the first thing to do is to cut off the support of the pirates of the Japanese country, and use the method of siege to force the Japanese pirates in the bastion to go out of the city and fight." "Yes," Claire finally explained. This news gave Xiaoming a sigh of relief. Originally, Michela Castle was not so difficult to attack, but now there are tens of thousands of Japanese pirates gathered in it and turned into a fortress. At the same time, so many Japanese pirates gathered in it, and let food consumption in the castle has been accelerated. If this is the case, besieging the city is the most appropriate method right now," Xiaoming said with a deep voice. Claire nodded. "We can't complete the siege of Machira Castle with our strength, but with your Royal Highness's soldiers, this plan will be easy to implement." The two hit it off. It was worth waiting for a month in order to reduce casualties. Both Xiaoming and Claire agreed with this. After discussing the matter, the two went out of the chief's office. Luffy and Liu Oxin were waiting outside at this time. Seeing Xiaoming coming out, Luffy said, "His Royal Highness, can he compare weapons with the Dutch?" Just now Claire said that when the artillery had a range of 1 kilometer decades ago, Xiaoming was a little bit suspicious. He was thinking of verifying whether the Dutch equipment has been upgraded, so he nodded and said to Claire tactfully, "Earl Claire, our generals are alike to compete with you. I wonder if you can satisfy their wishes?" "Of course, I'm also going to see your Highness's army, so that we can trust each other when fighting together." Claire also wanted to explore. "Ha ha ha, then let's take a look together." After all, Xiaoming and Claire went to the barracks in Geronjo, where there was a training ground for the Dutch army. Later, Claire and Xiaoming each selected 100 soldiers and 2 groups of artillery from each other's army. "His Royal Highness, do you start first, or we start first?" Claire is very confident of his army. Although the artillery on Michler Castle is old, he brought a batch of brand new weapons after he arrived in Ryuki. Novel.com. These weapons cannot be said to be the most advanced in Europe, but at least they are currently the main equipment in the Netherlands. We DAU country always let the guests recognize it first. Xiaoming's words are puns. One is to let Claire come first, and the other is to remind Claire that even if they occupied the city of Geronja, they are still guests. "And after taking my cellar this time, this part of King Zhou soldiers will be stationed here temporarily to fulfill the regulations on the contract, until the Marines come to replace them." Nodded, Claire motioned to the officer to demonstrate the power of the flintlock. At this time, under the command of the Dutch officer, 100 Dutch musketeers skillfully took out the ammunition wrapped in a paper shell and started shooting at a target about 150 meters away from the training ground. Accompanied by a burst of gunfire, many targets 150 meters away were hit. "Is this the maximum range?" Xiaoming asked. Claire nodded. "Yes. The precise range of the flintlock is within 90 meters, and it is all luck for 90 meters. But it can still kill the enemy within the range." This result caused a stone in Xiaoming's heart to fall to the ground. It seemed that the limitations of the flintlock gun could not be easily broken. When he was rejoicing, Claire changed the conversation and said, "But we still have a more advanced gun. This gun must surprise your Highness." Claire finished speaking, beckoning. A pair of 12 soldiers came over, and he continued, "The guns in these soldiers can have a range of about 400 meters." Xiaoming and Luf looked at each other with surprises. It seemed that, as he had guessed, the rifled gun had been equipped in a small amount in the European army. But he is not behind. The rifled gun is now in production, and with the advent of the steam engine, the production of the rifled gun will become easy. Chapter 482. Warrior. Boom! A burst of gunfire sounded and the rifled gun hit the target at a distance of 400 meters. At this time, 12 Dutch soldiers put away their flintlocks. W2.3T. Claire had pride in his eyes, and he said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, it's your turn now." "It's really surprising. I have to say that we are slightly inferior in guns. We don't have guns that can reach 400 meters, Xiaoming said. Out of sincerity, Xiaoming asked Luf to take the soldiers to perform once, and the effect was no different from that of Dutch soldiers, but this was enough to shock Claire. In Europe, a 10,000-man musket team can completely occupy a rich colony, and the King Chi he is facing now does not know how many such troops there are. His Royal Highness need not feel discouraged. These rifled guns cannot offset the advantage of flintlock guns on the battlefield. At present, they can only be used as a surprise soldier. If your Highness needs them, I can sell this method of manufacturing rifled guns to your Highness." Claire's eyes flashed with shrewdness. Xiaoming laughed. This Claire is really a human being, so he wants to draw oil and water from him. He casually asked, "Then how much are you going to sell?" "According to the way of buying and selling in the country, how about 5 million kills of silver?" "Of course, these silver can be replaced with tea, porcelain, or raw silk," Claire said. Xiaoming laughed blankly when he heard this. These 3 things are very popular luxury goods in Europe. As long as they can ship such goods back, they are enough to make a fortune. It is precisely for this reason that the Cao family and the King of Chu have accumulated huge sums over the years of wealth. In order to pay for these commodities, The Dutch transported a large amount of silver from Europe in exchange for these commodities. It is precisely because of this that the Ko family was able to establish a bank throughout the country. This bank is based on a large amount of silver. Looking at the fief of the King of Chu in the northeast, Xiaoming couldn't help drooling. When he docked in Ningzhou, Xiaoming saw the bustling scene on the dock. Compared with Kingzhou, the place of Chu is still a place where merchants gather. There are too many strong ones, and most of these merchants are maritime merchants traveling overseas. However, because of the provocation of the King of Chu against the Dutch, these merchants now lost the sea trade route. For Xiaoming, after the sea trade route was opened, these people were the first wave of fat sheep to be slaughtered. No need. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming gave Clara a disappointed answer. He bought military technology from Europe. It was a joke, but he made a note of the price Claire asked for, and before long, Claire would beg him to buy military weapons. Claire's disappointment was overwhelming. He believed that if the flintlock manufacturing technology was handed over to the country would produce even 10 million tals of silver, and Xiaoming was not even interested in this higher-end firearm manufacturing technology. Looking at Xiaoming with an indifferent expression, Claire's pleasure from winning just now disappeared, because he began to suspect that Xiaoming had mastered this technique. Sighing, he said, "Okay, let's start the artillery show." Xiaoming nodded. The next thing to be done was the firing of the field artillery. Like the flintlock, the field artillery of the King's army and the Dutch field artillery were half a catastrophe. This gave both sides a clear understanding of each other's weapons. However, in Xiaoming's view, I am afraid that Dutch weapons cannot represent the highest level in Europe, because in the 18th century, the Netherlands has been in decline. The major European countries, Britain, France, Prussia and Austria, can represent the highest level in Europe. After a simple test, Xiaoming and Claire discussed the placement of soldiers. According to the original agreement, he would leave 2,000 soldiers in the city of Durance with Dutch soldiers to maintain order in the city of Durance. Claire now accepts this frankly, and he decides to hand over the military camp on the west side of the city of Durance to the soldiers of the King's army. After the matter was decided, the two decided to fix it on the spot for 2 days. On the third day, Xiaoming and Claire's fleet began to block Ryuka's main island. At the same time, some warships began to cruise along the Ryuka main island to prevent Japanese pirates from continuing to reinforce Mukra Castle. And their army also began to land on the main island of Ryuka. Together with the Dutch army, there were 12,000 musketeers and 72 field guns on the island. His Royal Highness, our soldiers have completed the siege of Mukra Castle. Half a day after the soldiers landed on the island, Luff came to report to Xiaoming. Claire looked relaxed at this time. In his opinion, if nothing happened, the Japanese army could only go out of the city to fight against them after the food was exhausted. Remain vigilant to prevent Japanese pirates from coming and sneaking in. Xiaoming confessed that in this era where observation is only an eye, any defense has loopholes. Although they are already cruising in this area, there is no guarantee that there will be no fish slipping through the net. And when Xiaoming arranged the encirclement, Sakai in Mukra Castle was also observing everything on the island. After a fleet entered the port of Durance, they realized that the trouble was coming. He did not expect that the Dutch would really invite reinforcements, and that the reinforcements were still the king of the Great Yu Kingdom, because these warships were in Dengzhou. Have seen. But after seeing these warships, he still didn't panic, because the bastion of Mukra City was not so easy to break, especially since they still had tens of thousands of soldiers. However, his confidence disappeared after the encirclement was completed, and he realized that he would face a long siege next. Master Sakai, the Dutch and the Dau people are going to besiege us. Are we just waiting like this? There is not much food in the castle to support us for too long, and their fleet is blocked with the coastline. We can't get supplies from the sea. A pirate chief said to Sakai. Yamada Nobunaga's rise is full of blood and blood. These pirates are his wandering warriors. These samurai are sent to sea to plunder merchant ships to accumulate war capital for Yamada Nobunaga. Now that Nobunaga Yamada can defeat other daimyos to unify the country, These pirates have contributed a lot. We samurai will not hide in the castle and starve to death. This will damage our honor. Sakai-sama, for us samurai, we would rather die in battle than starve to death. Let us go out of the city and kill these poor and weak. His katana will chop them in half. Yes, for Yamada Daimyo, we can die without hesitation. Die without hesitation. Die without hesitation, another samurai said. Go to war, go to war. The other samurai also shouted. Looking at the angry samurai, Sakai's eyes flashed fiercely. Chapter 483 Reinforcements. P.S. The next chapter is a duplicate. Please don't read it. You are all brave warriors, but it is not yet time. Sakai's eyes are full of fanaticism, but he understands that war cannot be won by courage alone, especially when facing the Dutch army. He clearly understands that Matchlock is not an opponent of Flintlock on the battlefield. He can only depend on the number of people. But now, because of the arrival of the soldiers of the Great Yu Kingdom, they have lost this advantage. In order to achieve a greater winning rate, he can only hope that more support will come. When will you wait? A samurai asked. After pondering for a while, Sakai said, when Makino Haruaki's people arrive, we will be able to go out of the city to fight. Makino Chunming? Their warriors were silent for a moment, and the name of Haruaki Makino among the pirates was unknown. Under his leadership, his pirates attacked many cities along the coast of Dayu, and the looted wealth was the first of many pirates, and the warriors under Makino Haruaki were also known for their fierceness. In each looting, these warriors can cause a large number of casualties to the army of the Great Yu, and make the soldiers of the Great Yu change their eyes. The most important thing is that there is a 5,000-man gun team in the hands of Makino Chunming. With this musketeer, they can gain an advantage in numbers. Mentioned the name of Haruaki Makino, the samurai no longer objected, because Haruaki Makino is one of the best samurai in the country, and they all hold the attitude of admiration to Haruaki Makino. Makino Haruaki brought me news 5 days ago. According to his plan, they will be able to reach the main island of Ryuka in 2 days. Sakai looked towards the eastern sea. As he expected, a fleet of ships is approaching the main island of Ryuka on the vast sea. The fleet consists of 30 Ataka boats. On the headed Ataka boat stands a middle-aged samurai wearing a samurai uniform. He is Makino Haruaki in Seikei Iguchi. After getting the order to conquer the main island of Ryuka, he led the battleship to Ryuka to join Sakai. Makino-sama, the Ryuka island is in front of you, a soldier said, pointing to the visible shore. Makino Haruaki smiled arrogantly and said, Ryuka Island will be ours soon. As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier pointed to the south and said, Master Makino, Dutch warship. What? Makino Haruaki turned his head and looked south. As expected, 3 warships were approaching them. These warships were no different from the Dutch warships, but when he saw the flag on the battleship, he shook his head and said, the battleship of the Dutch is the battleship of the Great Chongqing. Sakai had already told him about King Chi of Kingsu, so when he saw the flag on the battleship, he immediately distinguished it. Don't fight them. Speed up and get closer to the shore. We are not their opponents at sea. Makino Haruaki knows the power of these warships. After receiving his order, the Ataka boat speeded up and headed towards the Ryuka coast. On the 3 warships on the opposite side, Yan issued an order to prevent these warships from landing on Ryuka Island. Although there are more than 20 warships between them and the Dutch, but these warships can only cruise in the nearby waters in units of 3 scattered patrols. What Yan did not expect was that the 3 warships he led soon a group of Japanese pirates trying to support the main island of Ryuka were found. Destroy them. Yan gave the order. At this time, the 3 Tier 3 battleships accelerated towards the warships of the Japanese pirates. But what made Yan a little surprised was that these Japanese pirate ships did not seem to be fighting with them, but quickly approached the shore. The leading battleship was already less than 1 mile from the coast, which made him a little anxious. Obviously, 3 battleships could not destroy this large number of Japanese pirate fleets at once. The Japanese pirate warship rushed to the coast desperately, and at the same time the distance between the two sides was getting closer, and at the same time, the 6 Japanese pirate warships suddenly separated from the fleet and moved closer to Yun's warship. "General, a warship is coming," the soldier on the watchtower shouted. "Don't pay attention to them. Bombard the warships going to the coast." Yun took the binoculars to observe these Anzhai ships. These 6 Anzhai ships and other ships have some allies, because other Anzhai ships carry a large number of soldiers, and these 6 Anzhai ships the ship is an warship with only a small number of crew members. The purpose of sending these ships by the Japanese pirates is to prevent them from attacking the ships ahead. Seeing through the purpose of the Japanese pirates, Yun directly commanded the fleet to approach the coast. At this time, the Japanese pirates' first houseboat had docked, and the Japanese pirates got off the ship and rushed toward the island. Upon seeing this, Yun became more anxious, and the more Japanese pirates on the island, the more disadvantage it was for the King's army. After reaching the shooting range, Yun immediately ordered the battleship to fire. Boom boom boom. With the sound of the artillery, the shells flew towards the Anzhai ship, which suddenly burst into screams. Many Japanese pirates were directly smashed into the sea by artillery shells from the ship. 3 third-tier warships fired continuously, with more than 100 artillery shells hitting the Anzhai ship in each round. The Japanese pirates on the Anzhai ship had no resistance. They desperately slid the ship to the shore, and even some Japanese pirates jumped directly out of the sea and swam to the coast. In the shelling, more and more houseboats came to shore, and a large number of Japanese pirates flew to the island. Under the shelling, they also paid a lot of casualties. Under the continuous design, hundreds of Japanese pirates died on the ship. Seeing most of the Japanese pirates landing, Yun felt annoyed. They found out too late, otherwise they would definitely not let so many Japanese pirates land on the island. But the facts were doomed. He felt that he should go back and inform King Chi of this matter now. Looking at the 6 Anzhai ships that were still approaching, Yun gave an order to retreat. Although he was not afraid of these Anzhai ships, it would be troublesome to be forced to come up. Now he should go back and lead more warships over and pass the message. In the sound of the bell, the 3 warships sailed towards the city of Gerange. An hour later, they arrived at Bshagul Beach. He immediately sent people ashore to inform Xiaoming that about 5,000 Japanese pirates had landed. Then he converged with the other warships and went in the same direction as they came. "Since these Japanese pirates are here, don't even think about going back." Outside Mitra Castle, Xiaoming and Claire quickly got news from Yun. 5,000 people. Claire's face was a little dignified. As a result, the number of Japanese pirates increased again, which meant that they had to pay a higher price to capture Mitra Castle. And the most important thing is that these Japanese pirates don't know where they are going, when and where they will attack. Luffy immediately sent scouts to patrol to prevent sneak attacks. Xiaoming immediately issued the order. "The war has begun." To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the starting point to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 483. Reinforce. You are all brave warriors, but the time has not yet arrived. The sky is small. Sakai's eyes are full of enthusiasm, but he understands that war cannot be won by courage alone, especially when facing the Dutch army. He clearly understands that Matchlock is not an opponent of Flintlock on the battlefield. He can only rely on the number of people. But now, because of the arrival of the soldiers of Dayu, they have lost this advantage. In order to achieve a greater winning rate, he can only hope that more support will come. "When will you wait?" a samurai asked. After pondering for a while, Sakai said, "When Haruaki Makino's people arrive, we will be able to go out of the city to fight." Makino Chunming? All the warriors were silent for a moment, and the name of Haruaki Makino among the pirates was unknown. Under his leadership, his pirates attacked many cities along the coast of Dayu. The plundered wealth is the first of many pirates, and the warriors under Makino Haruaki are also known for their fierceness. In each looting, These warriors can cause a large number of casualties to the army of the Great U, and make the soldiers of the Great U change their eyes. The most important thing is that there is also a 5,000-man gun team in the hands of Makino Chunming. With this musketeer, they can gain an advantage in numbers. When it comes to the name of Haruaki Makino, the samurai no longer object, because Haruaki Makino is one of the best samurai in the country, and they all hold the attitude of admiration for Haruaki Makino. Makino Haruaki brought me news 5 days ago. According to his plan, they will be able to reach the main island of Ryuka within 2 days. Sakai looked towards the sea in the east. As he expected, a fleet of ships is approaching the main island of Ryuka on the vast sea. This fleet consists of 30 Ataka boats. On the head of the Ataka boat stands a middle-aged samurai wearing a samurai uniform. He is Haruaki Makino in Seikei Iguchi. After getting the order to conquer the main island of Ryuka, he led a battleship to Ryuka to join Sakai. Makino-sama, the Ryuka island is in front of you, a soldier said, pointing to the visible shore. Makino Haruaki smiled arrogantly and said, Ryuka island will be ours soon. As soon as his words fell, a soldier pointed to the south and said, Master Makino, Dutch warship. What? Makino Haruaki turned his head and looked south. As expected, 3 warships were approaching them. These warships were no different from the Dutch warships, but when he saw the flag on the battleship, he shook his head and said, the battleship of the Dutch is the battleship of the Great Chongqing. Sakai had already told him about King Chi of Kingsu, so when he saw the flag on the battleship, he immediately distinguished it. Don't fight them. Speed up and approach the shore. We are not their opponents at sea. Makino Haruaki knows the power of these warships. After receiving his order, the Ataka ship speeded up and headed towards the Ryuka coast. On the 3 warships on the opposite side, Yan issued an order to prevent these warships from landing on Ryuka Island. Although there are more than 20 warships between them and the Dutch, but these warships can only cruise in the nearby waters in units of 3 scattered patrols. But what Yan did not expect was that the 3 warships he led soon a group of Japanese pirates trying to support the main island of Ryuka were found. Destroy them. Yan gave the order. At this time, the 3 Tier 3 battleships accelerated towards the warships of the Japanese pirates, but to Yan's surprise, these Japanese pirate ships didn't seem to be fighting with them, but quickly approached the shore. The leading battleship was already less than 1 mile away from the coast, which made him a little anxious. Obviously, 3 battleships could not destroy this large number of Japanese pirate fleets at once. The Japanese pirate warship rushed to the coast desperately, and at the same time the distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer, and at the same time, the 6 Japanese pirate warships suddenly separated from the fleet and approached Yan's warship. General, a warship is coming. The soldier on the watchtower shouted. Don't pay attention to them. Bombard the warships going to the coast. Yan took binoculars to observe these Anzai ships. These 6 Anzai ships and other ships have some allies, because the other Anzai ships carry a large number of soldiers, and these 6 Anzai ships. The ship is an warship with only a small number of crew members. The purpose of sending these ships by Japanese pirates is to prevent them from attacking the ships ahead. Seeing through the purpose of the Japanese pirates, Yan directly commanded the fleet to approach the coast. At this time, the Japanese pirates' first houseboat had docked, and the Japanese pirates got off the ship and rushed towards the island. Upon seeing this, Yan became more anxious, and the more Japanese pirates on the island, the more unfavorable the King's army. After reaching the shooting range, Yan immediately ordered the battleship to fire. Boom boom boom. With the sound of the cannons, the shells flew towards the Anzai ship, which suddenly burst into screams. Many Japanese pirates were directly hit by artillery shells from the ship into the sea. 3 Tier 3 battleships fired continuously, and in each round, more than 100 artillery shells hit the Anzai ship. The Japanese pirates on the Anzai ship had no resistance. They desperately slid the ship to the shore, and even some Japanese pirates jumped directly out of the sea and swam to the coast. In the shelling, more and more houseboats came to shore, and a large number of Japanese pirates flew to the island. Under the shelling, they also paid a lot of casualties. Under the continuous design, hundreds of Japanese pirates died on the ship. Seeing most of the Japanese pirates land, Yan felt anxious. They found out too late, otherwise they would definitely not let so many Japanese pirates land on the island. But the facts are doomed. He thinks he should go back to inform King Chi of this matter now. Looking at the 6 Sanzai ships that are still approaching, Yan issued an order to retreat. Although he is not afraid of these Sanzai ships, it would be troublesome to be forced to come up. Now he should go back and lead more warships. Come over and deliver the message at the same time. In the sound of the bell, the 3 warships sailed towards the city of Rolans. An hour later, she and the others arrived at Bashagul Beach. He immediately sent people ashore to inform Xiaoming that about 5,000 Japanese pirates had landed. Then he converged with the other warships and went in the same direction as they came. Since these Japanese pirates are here, don't even think about going back. Outside Michla Castle, Xiaoming and Claire quickly got news from Yan. 5,000 people. Claire's face was a little dignified. As a result, the number of Japanese pirates increased again, which meant that they had to pay a higher price to capture Michla Castle. And the most important thing is that these Japanese pirates don't know where they are going, when and where they will attack. Luffy immediately sent scouts to patrol to prevent sneak attacks. Xiaoming immediately issued an order. The war has begun. Chapter 484. Queuing to shoot. Makino Haruaki is leading the musket team to Mitra Castle. Tanlei. Although the shelling of the fleet just now caused casualties, these casualties were insignificant to him. As long as the main island of Ryukyu is occupied, this is an unsinkable warship. In contrast, the loss of some warships is nothing at all. Many years ago, he suggested that Yamada Nobunaga should occupy Ryukyu Island, use Ryukyu Island as a base to control the coastal routes of Greatyu, and at the same time looting the coastal cities of Greatyu, but his suggestion was rejected, because the Dutch was still a distinguished guest in the eyes of Yamada Nobunaga. But now everything has changed, and the Dutch betrayal at this time also proved that he was right at the time. But for him, it is not too late, and occupying Ryukyu Island is still a brilliant plan. Walking through the woods along the coast, when he saw Mitra Castle on the mountain from a distance, he ordered his men to release a homing pigeon. The carrier pigeon was released and immediately flew to Mitra Castle. This carrier pigeon has been trained to convey news to Mitra Castle. At this time, Sakai in Mitra Castle was waiting for news from Haruaki Makino. He was ecstatic when he saw a white homing pigeon fall. Makino Chunming is here. Now it's time for us to show the Dutch and the colors of the country, Sakai exclaimed excitedly. A group of soldiers yelled in excitement when they heard the words, "Fight, fight." In the frenzy, the soldiers in the castle quickly gathered to the outside of the city gate, and more than 10,000 musketeers lined up outside the city gate to prepare for battle. Outside the bastion, Xiaoming and Claire discovered the anomaly of the Japanese pirates. All the Japanese pirates in the castle swarmed outside the city and lined up in a neat horizontal line outside the city. Seeing this, Xiaoming asked, "Don't tell me that you Dutch have trained Japanese pirates to fight with matchlock guns." "I'm sorry. It is true. We did train the Japanese people how to use firearms," Claire said. "Very sorry." Xiaoming really had the urge to hack Claire to death. In contemporary times, Japan is also supported by the West in this way, but now is not the time to worry about these things, Xiaoming said. "The Japanese pirates have come ashore with reinforcements, and now there are Japanese pirates coming out of the bastion. They are preparing to double-team us inside and outside." Sakai is a very cunning enemy. He has been waiting for reinforcements. Claire said, "We can deal with the reinforcements that come ashore. I wonder if your Royal Highness's army can deal with the Japanese pirates in the bastion. I doubt whether you can defeat these fierce ones." "Pirate Earl Claire, are you scorning my army?" Xiaoming's heart was upset, and he knew whether Claire was deliberate or admonishing. "Sorry. It's not that I despise your Highness's army. It's just that according to Sakai, Japanese pirates can often defeat the army of the Great Yu Kingdom, so I am worried. After all, We will lose Ryuko if the battle fails. Claire looked solemn and he started now. Some regretted the desperate bet, because the strength of the country is equally strong. Still worry about yourself. Xiaoming curled his lips. You can lose to anyone, but you can't lose to the Japanese pirates. Then he said, our back will be yours. After all, Xiaoming immediately asked Luffy to gather the army. The Japanese pirates gathered outside the bastion, and Xiaoming's army was scattered because of the encirclement, and now they also needed to gather. At this time, both sides were racing against time to complete preparations. As soon as the war was about to begin, Liu Oxin immediately led the artillery to find a high place to set up an artillery position. Half an hour later, the armies of both sides had assembled in front of the bastion, and the war was about to start. If the war with the barbarians is a war of hot weapons and cold weapons, this time Xiaoming is facing a war of hot weapons and hot weapons. Although the Japanese pirates used matchlocks, they still cannot be underestimated. After all, matchlock and flintlock are just different ways of firing. At this time, under the command of Luffy, the King's army also formed a horizontal formation, preparing to attack with 200 soldiers as a command unit. His Royal Highness, the Japanese pirates have moved here. After the army was assembled, the Japanese pirates' array began to advance towards Xiaoming, and at the same time the sound of artillery came from the direction of the Japanese pirates. Xiaoming looked in the direction of the sound of the artillery. He found that the Japanese pirates had unloaded the artillery from the castle and used it in the current attack. At this time, the distance between the two sides was about 700 meters, and the artillery shells weakened a lot after the flight. These shells almost rolled over from the ground and could not cause much casualties. As Claire said, these shells are very old, and their range and power are not great. His Royal Highness, do you want to fight back to destroy their artillery? Liu Oxin asked. The range of field artillery is not far. I'm afraid there is no advantage at this distance. We can fight after the distance is close. Their artillery is very clumsy and not our opponent. Xiaoming and Liu Oxin stood together in the artillery position to see everything on the battlefield. Boom! With the sound of the drums, under the command of Luffy, the soldiers of the King's army also wanted to walk with the Japanese pirates. The soldiers arranged in a tight formation and advanced without hurries. As the two sides got closer and closer, the artillery of the two sides began to fire at each other. The 6-pounder gun fired at the Japanese soldiers, and the 12-pounder gun fired at the Japanese artillery. When the distance between the two armies was only 300 meters, he gave the order. In an instant, 12 6-pound field guns began to shoot at the Japanese pirates, and the black shells smashed into the dense array of Japanese pirates, and the hitting array of Japanese pirates suddenly fell to the next row. However, after the array was blasted out of the gap, the Japanese soldiers immediately filled the gap. Seeing this scene, Xiaoming frowned. This is enough to show that the Japanese soldiers are well trained, but he is not worried. They have an advantage in weapons. Compared with the old Japanese artillery, the shooting error of the field artillery with the front sight was relatively small. The artillery moving with the Japanese pirate array was directly smashed into the gun frame under the bombardment of the 12-pound field artillery, and the gunners suffered heavy casualties. The 6-pounder guns were not idle either. The shells bounced on the ground and hit the Japanese pirates in the queue. The soldiers in the first row were hit by the shells and broke their hands and feet, and fell to the ground groaning and shouting. 250 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Although the Japanese pirates continued to be shelled, the Japanese pirates did not back down. The armies of both sides got closer and closer. At 100 meters, Luffy ordered the soldiers to stop and shouted, "Shoot!" At this time, the soldiers raised the flintlocks they were carrying, and a burst of flames and white smoke gasped, and the Japanese pirate army on the opposite side immediately fell. "Reload!" Luffy shouted again. After accepting the first round of shooting, the Japanese pirates continued to move forward. At this time, Sakai's expression was a little gloomy. The matchlock gun given to them by the Dutch could only be fired at a distance of 50 meters. He could only let the soldiers continue to the shooting area. Chapter 485 National Soul PS. Yesterday, I uploaded a chapter repeatedly. I am very sorry, so today this chapter is free as compensation. Fire. On the wide plains, the army of Daewoo and the soldiers of the Japanese pirates kept approaching. With a solemn expression, Luffy calmly commanded the army to complete the second round of shooting. Suddenly, the Japanese pirates in the front row fell again, but the Japanese pirates behind came forward to fill the gap immediately. At the artillery position, Xiao Ming stared at the array of Japanese pirates with cold eyes. At this moment, the two sides faced each other like two vertical lines on the huge open ground. After the Japanese pirates' artillery was destroyed by Liu Oxin for 7 or 88, his artillery began to bombard the pirates' line fiercely. After each shelling, the pirates' line would always be gaped by the shells, but these pirates were very tenacious. It will quickly make up for the soldiers' ones. This scene not only made the generals of the King's army put away the contempt, but also put Xiao Ming away. According to Wang Xuan's information, a kind of Bushido spirit is being promoted in the territory of Wa Kingdom today. From the data of the technology spa, Xiao Ming learned that this kind of Bushido spirit of Wa Kingdom has existed since ancient times, but it has been continuously used by those with intentions. This is true today, and it is still true today. Yamada Nobunaga tried his best to promote this spirit for the samurai and soldiers under him to sacrifice himself for him. Therefore, in Xiao Ming's view, what is terrifying about the current Japanese country is not the matchlock, but the dangerous trend of thought of foreign aggression. This ideological trend will turn a group of sheep into fierce beasts, and in fact, the current war country is developing in this direction. Suffering from rounds of attacks, Sakai led a line of 3 rows of soldiers approaching the range of the matchlock gun. At this time, he shouted, "Shoot!" At this time, he was suddenly full of self-confidence. He believed that as long as Great Chongqing suffered the same loss, these troops would be disintegrated. In fact, when attacking the coast, the Great Chongqing army would always lose 1/10 of the loss. Escape! Buba! White smoke and flames gasped, and the King's army soldiers standing in the front endured the first round of shooting by the Japanese pirates. The bullets exploded on the flesh, blood splashed, and many King's army soldiers fell down with a grunt. The soldiers in the back row immediately stepped forward to fill up the empty space, while the other soldiers did not forget to fill the bullets. Shooting, shooting. On the battlefield, the two armies fired at each other. The roar of artillery never stopped for a moment. Luffy watched the soldiers who were falling down with red eyes, but he understood that they could not retreat. This is the spirit of the King's army, the dignity of a nation. When these soldiers took up the steel guns in their hands, they knew why they were fighting. The soldiers of the King's army did not panic. Death is a kind of glory for them. The Hall of Valor outside the King's army city always tells them what a soldier should belong to. Boom! The sound of gunfire continued to sound, and the advantage of the flintlock was highlighted in the war at this time. The number and power of the King's army's shooting was significantly better than that of the Japanese soldiers. At this time, the King's army's tight array, orderly command, and artillery support have increased the casualties of the Japanese pirates, and gradually the recruitment of soldiers in the Japanese pirates' line began to become chaotic. Seizing this opportunity, after completing another salvo, Luffy suddenly pulled out the steel knife and shouted, "Go!" Following his roar, a burst of charge sounded in the queue, and the soldiers of the King's army picked up their bayonets and launched a collective charge against the Japanese pirates. Chapter 486 Contempt PS. I thought it would be free, but the price in the previous chapter was only half the price. If you try it again tomorrow, it will be a free chapter. It's a pity that the cavalry didn't come this time, otherwise none of these Japanese pirates would even want to run. Luffy walked up to the high ground. Bloody, these Japanese pirates want to compete with the martial art of the final general and they are almost dead. As he said, Luffy threw 3 samurai swords on the ground, and he continued, "His Royal Highness, these Japanese katanas are really good. If the previous weapons really can't stand these samurai swords." In history, the quality of Japanese samurai swords was indeed good, But Xiaoming couldn't look down on these things now. The silver, gold and sulfur of the Japanese kingdom were what he wanted. Now that the war is still going on, Lu Fu is here to ask for Xiaoming's next order. Liu Oxin, you are now cooperating with Lu Fu to immediately win the contract with Michla, and you have allocated another 4,000 people to support Claire. Their situation seems to be bad, Xiaoming said. From where he was standing, Xiaoming could also see that Claire was commanding the army to fight against the reinforcements of Japanese pirates, and the Dutch did not lose out in the face of the absolute number of Japanese pirates. Yes, Your Highness. Lu Fu and Liu Oxin responded at the same time. Then Liu Oxin immediately commanded the soldiers to use horses to pull the field artillery to the direction of Mitra Castle, while Lu Fu gathered 4,000 people and went in the direction of Claire, and he took the remaining soldiers to Mitra Castle. After receiving the support of the King's army, the Japanese reinforcements in the direction of Claire were quickly defeated, and taking advantage of the chaos, Liu Oxin and Lu Fu also successfully took down Michla Castle. After the victory, the Dutch army and Xiaoming continued to send soldiers to eliminate the remaining Japanese pirates, and most of the soldiers were stationed in Mitra Castle. The war lasted from noon to the evening, and when night fell, Lu Fu handed over the date of the battle to Xiaoming. His Royal Highness, we wiped out 6,000 Japanese pirates this time. In addition, we captured more than 1,000 Japanese pirates. All the remaining Japanese pirates fled. We did not find the bodies of Sakai and Makino Haruaki, Lu Fu said. It's a pity. The villain Sakai has escaped again. Rod said bitterly. Claire is still distressed for the loss of more than 700 soldiers. After this Japanese rebellion, their strength in Ryuka has been further weakened, and through this battle, he also learned about the strength of the Qi King's army. This is not a weak brigade. In his opinion, this army is very close to their European musketeers. Sakai is not important anymore. Now we have retaken Mitra Castle, and the Japanese pirates have no foothold on the island, Claire said. Xiaoming nodded. This time the Japanese pirates were defeated and basically lost their combat effectiveness. They were unable to fight against him who occupied Michla Castle. Now it means that he was formerly controlled the Ryuka Island and the sea routes, because during this period all merchant ships going south had to pass through the strait west of Ryuka, and now he can directly cut off the trade between Goryeo and Japanese pirates going south, and of course King Chu and King Wei are no exception. Earl Claire, this battle is enough to prove the king's loyalty to the contract. I hope you can also faithfully fulfill the content of the contract. From now on, you must stop all trade with Japanese pirates. In Xiaoming's opinion, this battle is the best deterrent to Claire. If he is not too stupid, he should understand what to do next. With a sigh in his heart, Claire understood that he had no choice now. The Netherlands was thousands of miles away. He could not send tens of thousands of troops from the country to East Asia. In fact, it was already very difficult to maintain the existing colonies with the decline of national power. Besides, Britain is eyeing their colony. As you wish, Your Highness. From now on, the contract is in effect. I will fulfill the content of the contract. From now on, the main island of Ryuka and the Mihao fort will be officially handed over to His Royal Highness. At the same time, I hope that His Highness will send 2,000 people to Geringer, the permanent army of the United States. Claire felt a humiliation in her heart. This is a nation bowing its head to another nation. The current European ideological trend believes that white people are supreme, and the rest are inferior, because there has never been a case in which Europeans lost to people of color and were forced to sign a bullying agreement on the road to colonization for a century. So Claire is now extremely reconciled. Although he chose to submit for the benefit of the company, like the mainstream trend in Europe, he despises people of color from the heart. In his opinion, these colored people are only worthy of being their slaves and servants. Xiaoming noticed the fleeting arrogance in Claire's eyes, and he also understood Claire's unwillingness now, because the emotions of the Dutch soldiers were more direct and clear than Claire's tolerance. But he enjoys this feeling, because he just wants to prove that they lose in technology, not in the color of the skin. and in the future he will let more Europeans understand this truth and let them put away their arrogance. In a moment of silence, Claire and Rod left Mitra Castle with Dutch soldiers. Watching the Dutch leave, Xiaoming's mouth filled with a smile. He had to admit that in the contemporary era of sea navigation, he was the European stage, but he would not miss this gluttonous feast here. Your Highness, these red-haired ghosts don't look very happy. Luffy scratched his head and said. Liu Oxin curled his lips. Of course they are not happy. Now that the city of Rolands and Ryuka Island are under our control, they can only become our vassals. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. Liu Oxin is right. We and the Dutch are just using each other and we cannot fully trust each other. After all, they are Europeans and they are very wary of people outside Europe. Luffy and Liu Oxin nodded upon hearing this. After a pause, Xiaoming continued, are the wounded soldiers properly placed? It's done. They are being treated by a Dutch medical officer in the castle. Luffy said. Compared with the heavy losses of the Japanese country, King Zhu's army performed well this time. After all, the advantage of the flintlock range was reflected in this battle, and King Zhu's loss was relatively small. His Royal Highness, what about these captive Japanese pirates? Luffy asked again. Xiaoming walked to a table. On the table was a map with the details of the Ryuka Island. He said, I just stayed on the island as a slave, as a coolie. So much sugar cane on the island lacks manpower. Furry, sugar cane. Liu Oxin's saliva remained, and he said, is sugarcane grown on Ryuka Island? This kind of thing is very sweet. Luffy had never eaten something like sugarcane, and at this time he was confused. The Dutch occupied Ryuka in these years, mainly planting sugarcane and rice on the island. Now is the time for a bumper harvest of sugarcane. The most important thing is that the Dutch also established white sugar workshops on the island. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the starting point, to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 487 if you want to destroy its clan, destroy its history. First PS. This chapter is also half price. You can watch it at 10 o'clock. This chapter can be watched at 5 o'clock. In addition, it will be updated tomorrow. By the way, please, _. The sound of the waves is the main tone of the island at night. After resting for a night in Machira Fortress, Xiaoming took the map provided by Claire and officially took over the main island of Ryuka and the city of Gerange. Liu Oxin was ordered to take 2,000 soldiers to station in the city of Gerange. Xiaoming and Luffy took 2,000 people to the sugarcane planting area marked on the map, and the remaining soldiers were in charge of city defense in the Mihao Bastion. His Royal Highness, where are you going? The army assembled. Xiaoming and Luffy were about to set off when a voice came. Xiaoming saw that Claire and Rod were walking towards them. He said, Earl Claire, this king is about to send someone to inform you. Now we are ready to take over the Ryuka Island. His Royal Highness, we are here for this matter. After a night of painful psychological struggle, Claire finally chose to further harmonize with King Chi. Really? This is a coincidence. The king is going to inspect the sugarcane plantation and taste the white sugar here. By the way. Claire heard the words, the muscles on his face shook, and he felt pain. In Ryuka for more than 40 years, they worked so hard to manage this large-scale sugarcane plantation. Now these sugarcanes that are about to mature soon belong to Xiaoming. In addition to sugarcane plantations, there are large tracts of rice fields on the Ryuka Island. These rice fields are grown 3 times a year, providing them with sufficient food. The food was even sold to the British, Spanish, and French in exchange for money. Barely smiling, Claire said, then let me lead His Highness there, so that we can also formally hand over. The natives here don't know His Highness. I'm worried that there will be conflicts. It's so good, but from now on, they are the people of Dayu, not the Aboriginal. Xiaoming deliberately emphasized the word indigenous because these 2 words contain too much discrimination. Claire froze for a moment, and his expression became more solemn. In his opinion, this was a dangerous signal, because he saw from Xiaoming a sign that a nation was about to awaken. Okay. Claire's smile was embarrassing. He and Rod looked at each other and walked towards the island. Xiaoming and Lu followed the two of them along the path extending from Michla Castle to the northeast. After walking 20 miles away, a wide sugarcane field appeared in front of everyone. These sugarcanes are very dense, about 3 meters high, densely packed to block the line of sight, and the edge is not visible from the edge. His Royal Highness, this is a sugarcane field. These sugarcane can be planted once a year. This place is very suitable for growing sugarcane. Each sugarcane is very sweet. Claire introduced Xiaoming. After a pause, he pointed to the large paddy field opposite the sugarcane field and said, "This area is rice, which matures 3 seasons a year. 3 seasons are ripe." Lu opened his mouth wide, and he said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, this is a lot of money. There are 3 crops of rice a year. How much more rice will you harvest?" Zhao Long and Zhao Hu followed Xiaoming, also excited. "Then how many people on the island are responsible for planting sugarcane and rice?" Xiaoming asked. Claire said, "The soil here. No, there are 30,000 people, 10,000 of them are responsible for the sugarcane plantations, and the remaining 20,000 are responsible for the rice planting. The sugarcane plantations in this area are about 50,000 mu, and the rice fields are about 50,000 mu. This is really a fortune." Xiaoming was excited. Taking Ryuka, he was really tantamount to adding a granary to him. If he allows Xiao Wenxian to relocate 50,000 to 60,000 people to Ryuka Island to open up wasteland, Ryuka will show greater value. Claire nodded. "It is true, Your Highness. This is enough to prove our sincerity, and I hope that Your Highness can also show your sincerity." "Isn't it enough for this king to lead the army to prove his sincerity?" "Oh, of course, this king will definitely not let you suffer in trade," Xiaoming said lightly. After the group finished speaking, they visited the plantation group under the leadership of Claire. The most important thing was that Claire introduced the supervisor in charge of the plantation and rice fields to Xiaoming. "Lin Fu, see Your Highness." A thin, black young man saluted Xiaoming, with a strong Fuzhou accent in his tone. Hearing this authentic dialect, Xiaoming understood that this person was not from the main Ryuku Island, but had migrated from across the sea. He said, "Claire clearly understands what he said. From then on, this island belongs to the king. You, the people in charge, also belong to this king, understand?" Lin Fu looked at the soldier carrying a musket behind Xiaoming, with a look of fear on his face, and said flatly, "Yes, your lord, I will listen to you from now on. When you are young, and you can give orders if you have any instructions." Xiaoming nodded lightly. He and Claire walked forward for a while and found a village. There were many villagers in this village. There was a blackboard in the middle of the village with some Dutch written on it. These Dutch words probably mean that the island of Ryuku is originally Dutch territory, and the residents of the island also belong to the Netherlands and have to serve the Dutch throughout their lives. Seeing this blackboard and the stool on the open space in front of the blackboard, Xiaoming already understood that this was a Dutch enslavement education in Ryuku. With a light snorted, Xiaoming erased all the writing on the blackboard and wrote the 5 characters of King Zhu's territory on the blackboard stroke by stroke. When Claire saw this, there was a deep sorrow in his eyes. Now most of the residents on the island can speak Dutch, and now this situation is about to be changed, and all traces of the Netherlands will be erased. And Xiaoming's behavior further proves that he is different from the vassals of Dayu Kingdom. Only those who have a sense of national honor and disgrace would be so angry about this matter. If it were not for the overall situation, he really wanted to wipe out the Dutch completely. Like other colonists, these colonists are assimilating this land, and this is the most terrifying thing. If you want to destroy its clan, destroy its history first. When the first generation of people on this land die, the assimilated children of the second generation will no longer recognize the identity of their ancestors, and they will become another nation completely. This is the viciousness of tampering with history. From Xiaoming's point of view, this is even more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. Because of this, he was so angry when he saw that the Dutch were erasing the history of the Ryuka king. The people in the village saw this scene with complicated expressions, and for the first time such vigorous words of Great Yu country appeared on this blackboard. Thick memories flooded in their hearts, and tears flickered in the eyes of some old people who came from across the sea. After dropping the chalk, Xiaoming looked at the 3 workshops in the village. Some sugar cane was piled outside, and some villagers were moving out some brown particles. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the starting point, to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 488 White Sugar. This is your white sugar? Yes, this is a specialty of Ryukyu Island. Before the workshop, Xiaoming showed a look of surprise, while Claire was proud. This white granulated sugar process is the most advanced sugar-making process in Europe today, which is enough to make them proud. Xiaoming frowned. He grabbed a handful of white granulated sugar. Generally speaking, these sugars have reached the standard of white granulated sugar. The particles are as fine as sand. The only disadvantage is that the color is not pure enough, and there are still some in the granules. Some brown impurities. 1 or 2 may not be visible, but a lot of them look heavier. The quality of this white sugar is a bit worse, Xiaoming said, rubbing the white sugar. His hope was dashed. He thought he could eat ready-made, but he had to work on it himself. Poor Claire looked at Xiaoming with a shocked look, and he emphasized, His Royal Highness, this white granulated sugar is the most advanced sugar-making process in the Netherlands. These sugars are very popular in the country of Japan, which is bigger than you. The bitter brown sugar in Yugo is 100 times stronger. Xiaoming disdainfully said, It was originally bad, but the white granulated sugar I asked for is crystal clear, and it looks like Baixu's sugar from a distance. How is this possible? There is no such sugar, Claire categorically said. His Royal Highness, forgive me for being rude. Even if there is no such kind of sugar in Chongqing, no one can master the process of refining white granulated sugar. Xiaoming sneered. He looked at the other pile of white powder piled beside the workshop and said, Earl Claire, if I am not mistaken, the method you use is lime purification. Claire was dumbfounded as soon as he said this. Xiaoming continued, In fact, the manufacture of white granulated sugar is very simple. It is nothing more than cutting and tearing the sugarcane to fully crush the sugarcane, followed by multiple pressing and multiple infiltrations to extract the sugar. After the sugarcane is pressed, the juice and bagasse must be transported separately. The sugarcane mixed juice is a dark green turbid liquid. The next step is to boil and purify. The purification process will determine whether the white sugar is pure enough. When Xiaoming finished speaking these words, Claire could no longer describe her feelings in shock. In his opinion, the dignitaries of Great Yu are only proficient in some tricks, and they don't care about these crafts at all. Now, as a prince, Xiaoming can actually explain the sugar-making process in detail. The most important thing is that the sugar-making process in Europe is also a process with strict secrecy measures, and this person has also mastered it. This made him want to sell sugar-making process for money. However, he felt from Xiaoming's tone that Xiaoming seemed to master more advanced refining techniques, and he asked seemingly inadvertently, His Royal Highness, can you make these white sugar as white as snow? Of course. Xiaoming made no secret. Although the white granulated sugar in the workshop did not meet Xiaoming's requirements, for Xiaoming the workshop had already mastered part of the sugar production process. Moreover, the Dutch also produced sugar-making equipment for the workshop, which would save him a lot of trouble. Then what is this approach? Claire smiled, very amiable. Xiaoming laughed and said, Earl Claire, this is a secret, but this king can promise you to sell sugar to Europe. Clareton showed a disappointed look at the time. If he can master this craft, he is confident that he can make a fortune in Europe. After all, there is a huge demand for white sugar in Europe because they need white sugar to make bread, desserts and other things. No longer paying attention to Claire, Xiaoming went straight to the workshop, where Xiaoming observed the manufacturing process of white granulated sugar. Because Xiaoming had already understood the manufacturing process of white granulated sugar, Claire had no reason to stop him. and only had a look, following Xiaoming in frustration. "It's so sweet." When Xiaoming was observing, Luff grabbed a handful of sugar and stuffed it into his mouth. The food was delicious, His Royal Highness. This is much sweeter than maltose. If it is sold in Dayu, it will not be profitable. Less money. Luff's words are exactly what Xiaoming thought. He also invested a lot in order to capture Ryuka this time. He must let this war bring him actual profits. Next, he will find a way to make profits at sea. Selling is definitely going to be sold, but what we sell will be better candy. Xiaoming believed himself. In contemporary sugar-making methods, there are three main categories: lime method, sulfite method and carbonic acid method. The effects of lime and carbonic acid method are not satisfactory. Only the sulfurous acid method can directly obtain the white granulated sugar that is currently eaten. This kind of sugar is called sulfurized sugar. Xiaoming produced sulfuric acid 2 years ago. Although there is no large-scale production of sulfuric acid, there is always a small-scale production. There is basically no big difference between the process of preparing sulfurous acid and sulfuric acid. So this time when Xiaoming went back, he asked Lutong to develop sulfurous acid to establish a sugar industry. The 50,000 mu of sugarcane on the main island of Ryuka could be considered sufficient. After visiting the white sugar workshop, Xiaoming went to the island to visit the granary. But there was not much grain in these granaries, and most of them were sold. Xiaoming didn't care about this. Anyway, what he wanted was this precious land. The others do not matter. After officially taking over the Dutch industry on Ryuka Island, Xiaoming and Clara turned to Machira Castle. Now Claire is more and more looking forward to their cooperation with Xiaoming, because in his opinion, the King of Qi is very willing to bring miracles to him. And as for the current loss, they will definitely be able to recover. Back at the castle, Claire suddenly heard something, reminding His Royal Highness, the defeat of the Japanese kingdom. Many Japanese pirates have fled to the north of Ryuka Island. In the past, the north was the hiding place of Japanese pirates. After all, we did not develop that place. Now that His Royal Highness has occupied the main island of Ryuka, he should consider the impact of the complete elimination of the Japanese kingdom on Ryuka Island. Xiaoming nodded. The Dutch said that they occupied only a small area in the south of Ryuka Island. Most of the places are still areas for reclaiming. For Xiaoming, he is planning to establish 2 bases in Ryuka. One is the current Machira Castle, and the second is the north. After all, there is a world-class deep water port in the north of contemporary Ryuka, which is the establishment of a military port. Great location. Because of this, he can not only control the north of Ryuka, but also prevent Japanese pirates from going south along the route east of Ryuka. Thanks for the Earl's reminder. I am considering this issue. But before that, let's talk about the next trade issue. Xiaoming showed a look like a big bad wolf. The moment of monopolizing maritime trade has finally come. He wants to convert Dayu's domestic commodities into a large amount of silver. After all, during this period, Europe has obtained a huge amount of silver from the Americas. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to the starting point, to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. For mobile phone users, please go to read Chapter 489 Success from the top floor window on the Machira Castle. You can see the entire view of the city of Rerench. Tanlai. At this time, Xiaoming and Claire looked at the merchant ships that shuttled back and forth in the port of Jurange. These merchant ships came from Manila and, after being filled with cargo, headed to the Dutch colony of Manila again. In Manila, the Dutch Chamber of Commerce will forward the goods back to the country. Since the relationship with the King of Chu broke down, and now the Japanese kingdom tried to invade Ryuka, Claire has no choice but to do business with Xiaoming. After all, Dutch merchants who have arrived at the port have been complaining about the shortage of goods since this time. His Royal Highness, we have been looking forward to it for a long time. Now our merchant ship is staying in the harbor waiting for the goods. I hope that His Highness can provide us with the goods. Claire looked solemn. The chaos in East Asia during this period has severely affected commerce and trade. In that case, you can now hand over the required goods to this king. and this king will ask the merchant ship to transport the goods you need back from Dengzhou. Of course, you have to pay for the goods." Claire looked at the sea and said calmly, "Of course, we have always abide by the business rules." Now Europe has a great demand for porcelain, raw silk, and tea from the country. The prices of these products in Europe are also relatively high. It is our main trade commodity, and I hope that His Highness can provide us with it as soon as possible. "No problem. This king will return to Dengzhi in these 2 days, and then the goods will arrive." Xiaoming smiled with a smile. Before the sea trade was almost monopolized by the king of Chu, now this piece of fat has finally fallen into his mouth. But remembering something, he asked curiously, "Should I take the liberty of my king? Can Earl Claire tell my king how much silver has flowed into King Chu's hands?" Upon hearing this, Claire frowned, but thought that there might not be any intersection with King Chu in the future, so he said to Rod, "You should know this better than me. The total amount of silver we gave to the King of Chu in the past 40 years is 3,000 tons. If measured by the country of Great Chu, the total is 60 million tals of silver." Rod said, recalling these years of accounts. 60 million tals of silver. Xiaoming almost jumped up from his chair. He finally understood why the Ko family was so wealthy and why the King of Chu was so confident. It was all because of the money. Closing his eyes, Xiaoming let out a sigh of relief. He rummaged in the science and technology database for contemporary economic data, and his heart suddenly fluctuated. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, China's long-term surplus in overseas trade, and most of the time the exchange price of gold and silver was lower than that of foreign countries, which made foreigners think that they were taking advantage. Unwilling? Just thinking of this led Europeans to use silver as a currency to buy goods. At first, the silver was mainly imported from Spain and Portugal. Later, the Netherlands and the United Kingdom established the absolute status of silver export. This large net inflow of silver lasted roughly from the 1570s to the 1830s. Scholars at home and abroad have made various estimates of the silver inflows into China in the Ming and Qing dynasties. They concluded that in the 250 years before 1800, China received nearly 48,000 tons of silver, may be obtained from Manila 10,000 tons or more, plus other, a total of about 60,000 tons of silver, a total of 1.6 billion silver inflow. 1.6 billion tals of silver. This data was constantly circling in Xiaoming's mind. In fact, because of the lack of some data, this data was even seriously underestimated in Xiaoming's view. After all, there was no regulated trade in the atmosphere at the time. Claire noticed Xiaoming's expression, and he smiled. "This is indeed a big number, but as long as His Highness can sincerely do business with us, I guarantee that His Highness will get more than King Chu." There is no shortage of silver in Europe. In addition to having a large open-pit silver mine in Mexico, the country of silver, Europeans have now discovered that the Peruvian silver mines in South America are more abundant than Mexico. European countries are now intensively mining. "Oh, sorry, Your Royal Highness may not know Mexico and Peru." "Place it." Speaking of North and South America dominated by Europe, Claire's face once again showed the arrogance peculiar to Europeans in this period. Pouting his lips, Xiaoming didn't bother to refute Claire, because it seemed to be as boring as a primary school student showing off 1+1 in front of college students. "One day my king's warship will tell me where Mexico and Peru are." Xiaoming smiled lightly. Claire and Rod looked at each other while holding back a smile. Although they admitted that Xiaoming was very powerful in this sea area, it was only in this sea area. If in Europe, any country's fleet could easily defeat him. So in their eyes, Xiaoming was just telling a cold joke. Humphrey, from the expressions of the two, Xiaoming could see that they did not believe that there would be such a day, and he was too lazy to explain. For him, he likes to prove himself with actions rather than tongues. What he needs now is to make the fief rich and improve own comprehensive strength. They seemed to feel that their behavior was a little wrong, and the two returned to their normal colors. Claire said, "Your Highness, I hope the goods will arrive as soon as possible. Xiaoming nodded, and then he discussed with Claire the specific trade details and the establishment of the Dutch Foreign Affairs Office in Dengzhou. At the same time, in order to prevent Dutch businessmen from espionage in Dengzhou, Xiaoming decided to establish a business hall. Dutch businessmen could only live in the business hall during their stay in the port. Having agreed on these matters, Xiaoming formally held a ceremony with Claire about Mukra Bastion, the main island of Ryuku, and the garrison in the city of Gerange. According to the agreement, Xiaoming will garrison 2,000 troops in Mihao Bastion, 2,000 troops in Gerange, and 6 warships including Class 2 and Class 3 warships in the King's fleet will be anchored at the port of Gerange City all year round, and at the same time is responsible for and patrol missions within 1,000 miles of the Ryuku waters, and this number will continue to increase. After completing these things one by one, Xiaoming basically completed the control of Ryuku Island and the maritime trade route. After a 2-day rest, he was ready to return to Dengzhou. Sea routes are only part of his trade strategy, and he has more important things to accomplish, that is, to eliminate threats from the north, whether for complete control of Goryeo or his own security considerations. He must resolve the barbarians, because in his opinion, as long as the barbarians are immortal, he cannot spare all his energy to solve the problems in Dayu. A formidable enemy is staring at him. He can't act rashly, which is why he strives to maintain the current status quo of Dayu. His Royal Highness, I will visit Kingzhou City in person in a few days. Under King Qi, Claire took officials from Gerange City to seek Xiaoming off. Now Kingzhou Holland has formally cooperated, and he is looking forward to making huge profits. Chapter 490. Dumplings. Under the battleship only a hot sun remained on the azure blue sky, and a layer of golden scales rippled on the infinite sea. Goodbye everyone. Facing Claire, Xiaoming also waved goodbye. Perhaps he will not come to Ryuku for a long time. After all, the strategy for him here is only a small part. The existence of Ryuku in the next few years is only to provide some raw materials for Kingzhou. After all, the population on Ryuku Island is too small. The battleship kept heading north under the blowing of the sea breeze, and gradually the city of Relans shrank into a faint skyline. Luffy said at this time, His Royal Highness, is Ryuku ours now? It goes without saying that our troops are all stationed on Ryuku Island, but Your Highness, is it too little to leave 4,000 troops here? The 24 field guns are all left on the island. Liu Oxin was a little reluctant to bear it. Xiaoming shook his head. He understood that many generals, like the two of them, did not understand why they had to invest so much on a remote island. He said, I don't understand what I told you now, and you will understand that Ryuku is in the ocean, an important position in trade. This is a battleship that will never sink. Yun nodded lightly. He understood the value of Ryuku better than Luffy and Liu Oxin. After all, he had led the fleet to go south and understood the importance of Ryuku. 7 days later, Xiaoming and others who wandered at sea and wanted to vomit finally returned to Dengzhou. This expedition was the first time that Xiaoming led the soldiers of the Great Yu country to fight overseas. Although they took back their own territory, but the significance of this move will be remembered in history. After all, this is the first time Dayu has extended its tentacles overseas. It was probably anchored in the military port. At this time, Xiaoming said to Yun, the cruising of warships cannot be stopped. From now on, you must completely control the maritime trade routes and prevent Japanese pirates from attacking merchant ships on the routes. Yes, Your Highness, but what if we discover the merchant ships of King Chu and King Wei? Should we also escort? Yun asked. Xiaoming glared at Yun. Are you stupid? This king spent so much money to build the King's navy. The soldiers shed blood and sacrifices to capture Ryuku. Are they ultimately serving them? Tell those merchant ships that if they want to conduct maritime trade, go to Kingzhou to get the approval. Otherwise they will roll back wherever they go. If they dare not, they can use force as a deterrent. Yun looked embarrassed and said, His Royal Highness is right. We took this route back from the Dutch. It should be ours now. and the profits generated by the route should also be ours. It's almost the same. Xiaoming nodded. After getting off the battleship, Xiaoming and his party did not immediately go to Dengzhou City, but went to the shipyard of the military port to find Zhang Liang to ask about the construction of the battleship. At this time, 12 three-tier sailing warships were being built on the beach of the military port, 6 of which were basically in embryonic form, and they saw Zhang Liang on the beach. "Your Highness." Seeing Xiaoming and his party coming over, Zhang Liang immediately put down his work and came over. "Well, when can these 6 warships be delivered?" Xiaoming said with a smile. "He is currently short of warships, and the current 15 warships simply cannot meet the current requirements for use. Moreover, in the Battle of Ryukyu, he had a complete showdown with the Japanese country. There will only be more and more battles on the sea, and the long coastline of the Great Yu country requires a large number of warships to enter service even for escort. If nothing happens, these 6 warships can be launched in 3 months, and there are 8 warships in the other 2 shipyards that can also be launched, which means that there will be a total of 14 warships launched by then." Zhang Liang was triumphant. Because of Xiaoming's trade with the King of Chu and the imperial court, the shipbuilding workshop in Dengzhou has many craftsmen with exquisite shipbuilding skills. These people greatly accelerated the speed of shipbuilding. The 3 shipyards also increased the number of warships launched in the same batch. 14 ships, at least this year should be enough. Xiaoming looked at Yun. "Do you have so many crew members on the 14 ships?" Yun was in trouble immediately. He said, "His Royal Highness, the speed of this battleship launching is too fast. It can catch up with our training speed. 3 months is really difficult." Xiaoming frowned. This incident was in his expectation. According to Claire, the crew of their merchant ships could be transformed into seamen of battleships at any time, and they had accumulated a navy team invisibly over the years. The King's navy developed too late. "If you can't keep up with it," he said, "we can't just recruit seafarers in Dengzhou. After all, the fishing villages in Dengzhou are also limited. You can try to attract other places with generous treatment." Many fishermen came to settle in Dengzhou. In addition, coastal pirates are rampant. These pirates are natural crew members, and they can absorb some crew members when they are captured. "His Royal Highness, this is a good way." There are many pirates held in the Dengzhou prison. Many of these pirates are homeless and forced to join the pirates. "The general will pick it up later," Yan said. When Zhang Liang heard this, his face was even more proud. It was Yan who urged them to speed up before, but now it was finally his turn to be short of manpower. After inspecting the shipyard in the military port, Xiaoming led Zhang Liang to the 2nd and 3rd shipyards at the north gate of Dengzhou, and now these shipyards are under the unified management of him. In the past, he just ran a small Kingzhou shipyard, which is quite different from what he is now, because he is now very comfortable and contented. The 2nd shipyard and the 3rd shipyard are not far away from the military port. This is also for unified dispatch. As Zhang Liang said, there are 4 battleships nearing completion in both shipyards. After inspecting the shipyard, Xiaoming, Kai, Luf and others headed to Dengzhou City. On the way, they could see the carriages of the Kingzhou Chamber of Commerce passing salt from time to time. There were even some carriages transporting dried sea fish, the state's main profitable cargo. In Dengzhou City, Xiaoming met Yang Cheng'ai. He originally wanted to go back to Kingzhou directly, but thinking of the importance of maritime trade, he decided to urge him and remind him to pay attention to the construction of the commercial hall and the Foreign Affairs Office. The most important thing is the construction of the port. In the future, the port of Dengzhou will become the port with the largest throughput. From now on, you will build a large number of warehouses near the port to store goods. Xiaoming ordered, and also to produce wooden boxes. At that time, these wooden boxes can be sold to merchants, and warehouses can be leased to maritime merchants. In addition, there is a delivery fee for berthing at the port, but this port is enough to make you rich in Dengzhou. Chapter 491 Amazing Motivation. P.S. Just after the new year, let the snails buffer, and tomorrow will be 4. Ha ha ha. In the government office, Yang Chengai's laughter was wanton and excited. Under Xiaoming's description, he was full of longing for the future and even lowered his desire to enter the cabinet. His Royal Highness, on behalf of the people in Dengzhou, thank your highness. Yang Cheng'ai closed his smile and looked religious. You don't need to thank you. The conditions have been created for you by this king, but if you can't make full use of the development of Dengzhou, then this king will not spare you. Xiaoming's tone of joke was warning. Yang Cheng'ai nodded. His Royal Highness is relieved, and the next official promises that there will be no officials in the officialdom of Dengzhou taking the opportunity to make profits and bullying merchants. Well, this king believes in you, Xiaoming said lightly. I told Yang Cheng'ai that Xiaoming's trip to Dengzhou was basically complete. He didn't stay in Dengzhou much, and returned to Qingzhou with the Qingzhou army the next day. The Battle of Ryuka made him realize that his military power was still too weak. Although the Battle of Ryuka was victorious, in his opinion, only the Wa country could contain most of the troops. This time he dispatched half of the Qingzhou army, but the Japanese pirates were nothing more than a group of pirates pieced together. This did not explain the true combat effectiveness of the Japanese nation. What's more, the barbarians he faced were more difficult to deal with than the Japanese country. He might be greatly injured in a full-scale war. Therefore, he had to arm the troops of other states besides the Qingzhou army. From then on, the armies of the states will be responsible for different theaters. After 3 more days on the road, Xiaoming returned to Qingzhou city. This time he was away for almost a month. Although he is very busy, the achievements he has achieved are also good. From then on, Qingzhou will have a long way to make money, which will provide support for him to continue to strengthen the army. The news of Xiaoming's return quickly alarmed Pang Yukun. As the chief assistant of the state, he was responsible for the administration of all affairs in the country when Xiaoming was no longer the state. But despite this, he still has to ask Xiaoming for advice on some major issues. Therefore, Xiaoming was stopped by him halfway before returning to the palace. Xiaoming had no choice but to go to the palace to discuss matters with him. His Royal Highness, the first round of the Bowen Academy exam is over. There are a total of 237 students who passed the exam. How should the positions of these people be arranged? Please give your instructions. Pang Yukun is having a headache with this problem. The questions in this exam are all from Xiaoming. Different positions are taken in different subjects. Now, whether it is government affairs, law, or business, students have achieved excellent results. 237 people. Xiaoming was a little surprised. The students of the School of Government Affairs were really desperate. It seemed that the official thoughts of the Great Yu State had not reduced the poison of these students at all. He pondered for a moment, and said, "You first draw up a list for this king, and also give this king a copy of the identity and background of these students." "Yes, Your Highness." Pang Yukun breathed a sigh of relief. This appointment of officials is a major event. He has always done things carefully, not wanting to arouse Xiaoming's suspicion on this matter. After all, this matter is very sensitive. Speaking of the Qingzhou exam, Pang Yukun continued, "His Royal Highness, there is still news from Qing'an that Empress Zhao gave birth to a little prince. The identity is not guaranteed, but it has been allowed to return to Beijing." Zhang Xingqing was also in the government office. He examined Xiaoming's expression and saw Xiaoming's expression unwavering, so he said, "Isn't Your Highness angry at all? What is irritating about this?" The father did not want to deal with the second prince in this way, but the evidence is solid. He will demote the second prince to Bazi in order to appease the king. Now that Queen Zhao gave birth to the dragon, he has a reason to. The second prince is summoned back. Xiaoming said, "The emperor is the emperor after all. He did this to tell His Highness who is the master of the Great Yu Kingdom." Pang Yukun said with his eyes slightly narrowed. Xiaoming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Pang Yukun saw it thoroughly. At the beginning, Xiao Wenxian was unwilling to demote the second prince. If it was really because of Xiaoming that he would ruin another prince, he, the emperor, would have no respect light. Therefore, this time pardoning the second prince was also to stand up in front of the officials, telling the ministers in the court that His Majesty Xiao Wenxian still cannot be violated. "You are right," But this king is not interested in the affairs of the dynasty now. Now that the king has opened up sea routes, it is now the most important task to make the people of the fief rich. Xiaoming said with a smile. Knowing that the sea route was opened, both Pang Yukan and Zhang Xingcheng showed smiles. Pang Yukan said, "Since the sea route is open, the next official is looking forward to counting the money every day." Having said that, the three laughed at the same time, full of yearning for the future. As he was talking, a person suddenly walked into the door and saw Xiaoming, who hurriedly said, "Your Highness, you are back." Lin Wentao. Xiaoming smiled when he saw the visitor. Pang Yukan said at this time, "His Royal Highness, this kid is running to the palace every day when you are away. He always asks His Highness when he will come back. I don't know what treasure he has made." "This is definitely a treasure." Now the steam engine workshop has produced 5 steam engines, 2 of which have been combined with a drilling machine, and 3 have been combined with a boring machine to become a steam engine drilling machine and a steam engine boring machine. Lin Wentao said excitedly. "Steam engine drilling machine?" Xiaoming was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. This hydraulic drilling machine and steam engine drilling machine are not the same level of power. He said, "Yes, yes. The efficiency of your steam engine workshop is pretty good." Lin Wentao suddenly smiled. He said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, do you want to visit the lathe workshop?" "Go. I naturally want to observe such a big thing." Xiaoming turned to Pang Yukan and said, "You, the first assistant, also need to understand what a steam engine is, and go together." Pang Yukan didn't dare to be interested in these machines, but since he learned that these machines can increase production by hundreds of times, he has to pay attention to it. Followed Lin went out to the lathe workshop. At this time, 3 lathes in the workshop had been replaced by steam engine power instead of the original water power. There is a small steam engine at the junction of the 3 drilling machines. A craftsman is responsible for adding fuel to the steam engine, and a craftsman is responsible for supervising the work of the drill press at any time. Compared with the slow hydraulic drilling machine, the steam engine drilling machine is very fast, and the rotation speed of the drill bit is very even. Xiaoming asked, "How long does it take for such a drilling machine to drill a barrel?" "It only takes an hour," the craftsman replied. 1 per hour means 12 per day, and 500 per day equals 6,000. Xiaoming was shocked. This is the gap between motivation. Chapter 492 Variations in Thought. The roar of the machine is as sweet as beautiful music. Opening parenthesis closing parenthesis 1. The combination of steam engine and drilling machine is a huge power change for Diego, but it is not enough for Xiaoming, because a steam engine only drives a drilling machine, which is a huge waste of mechanical power. In fact, in the Industrial Revolution, a steam engine must drive multiple machines to move. This is the true value of a steam engine. If one machine drives several lathes to move, the connecting rods and crankshafts need to be used perfectly. So he said, "Lin Wentao, for King Zhu, this is a great improvement. But have you ever thought about letting a steam engine drive multiple machine tools? I remember to talk to you about connecting rods and crankshafts. A connecting rod and a crankshaft may be able to drive 2, 3, or even 4 drilling machines. In this way, a workshop may only need 4 or 5 steam engines to drive hundreds of lathes. It will greatly improve the utilization efficiency of the steam engine. His Royal Highness, Zhang Liu and I are considering this issue." Now Zhang Liu is studying how to make a crankshaft drive 5 drilling machines to work at the same time. If successful, we will continue to consider driving more machinery. After all, the number of Jenny textile machines that Your Highness explained is not less. If every machine needs a steam engine, our steam engine workshop will be too busy. Lin Wentao said seriously. Xiaoming nodded. Lin Wentao had already worked hard in this area and he was relieved. He didn't want to let Europe surpass the industry in this time and space. At least in some areas he had to take the lead. This time he had an in-depth conversation with Claire Indurange. Claire is still confident in the development of Europe, which shows that at least now Claire believes that they are still ahead. So this king can rest assured. You and Zhang Liu should speed up and let the steam engine drive the spinning machine as soon as possible. Xiaoming ordered. King Zhu's textile industry depends on you. Lin Wentao suddenly felt that the burden on him was heavier when he heard the words, but it was his only interest to restore the magical machinery from books, and he was full of interest. After observing the drill press driven by the steam engine, Xiaoming and his team left the workshop. The steam engine has just been born. This further research needs to be carried out continuously. He also counted on the use of the steam engine locomotive to connect the land. Moreover, if you want to really suppress the barbarians, this steam locomotive is also necessary, because in this way, he can transport soldiers and baggage to the grassland through the steam locomotive, and the barbarians who have lost the mobile advantage of the cavalry will always surrender under his feet. However, he can only think about these scenes now. After all, just building steam locomotives and railroad tracks is a huge project. For this, he needs a lot of slaves as labor. This steam engine really opened the eyes of the lower officials, and it is not inferior to what His Highness said. If the steam engine is promoted in the country, it will increase the productivity of the country by 100-fold. Pang Yukun exclaimed as a group of people walked leisurely on the Xiaoqing River outside the workshop. Zhang Xingqing was also silent, and the rapid changes in King Zhu made him a bit caught off guard. Now and Pang Yukun often go to the library of Bowen College to read books. These books were written by Xiaoming stroke by stroke, and then printed by newspapers. From these government affairs books, they seem to have entered a whole new world, especially the knowledge of world geography in Kangxuge. He learned for the first time that there is such a dangerous and powerful country outside of Greatiu. In the entire world map, Greatiu is just a corner, and their title is "It's just a small dot on the map." Today, Xiaoming was very happy because of the steam engine. He said, "Now you should understand how much the country has fallen behind, right? Many Western countries are still ahead of us. If we don't catch up, we will be beaten sooner or later." Pang Yukun's expression became solemn. He also read the map of the world in the library. The map even marked the colonies of Western countries in the world. He said, "In the past, the officials did not understand the painstaking efforts of Your Highness. He always thought that the kingdom of Greatiu was the kingdom of the heavens, and it was the grand scene of the dynasty of all nations. But now he finally understands that the officials are just frogs at the bottom of the well. Cooperate with Your Highness. The same goes for subordinate officials," Zhang Xingqing said. Xiaoming smiled. Pang Yukun was the chief assistant of the country. It is hard to turn his head round. With the explosion of technology in Kingzhou, the government system of the country must also change according to the times. Now Pang Yukun said that he felt relieved. "Yes, you haven't been pedantic yet." Xiaoming smiled lightly. Pang Yukun smiled awkwardly, and said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness went to Ryuka this time. I don't know what I have seen or heard, and I don't know if I can tell it to the next official." Since contacting the Dutch, Xiaoming felt that it was necessary to popularize the current world knowledge in the officialdom to deal with the foreign trade of the closed country. So while admiring the spring water by the river, he talked about Rilan to Pang Yukun and others, the Dutch in Zhejiang and the war in the Japanese kingdom. A crowd of people exclaimed frequently when they heard it, and they really opened their eyes. After chatting for a while by the river, seeing that it was getting late, he and everyone went back to the city and went back separately. In the palace, Fu Ye had been waiting for Xiaoming for an afternoon. At noon she learned that Xiaoming had entered the city, but waited and didn't see Xiaoming coming back. He didn't see Xiaoming until the evening. "His Royal Highness, I must have been stopped halfway by Pang Shufu again." Fu glanced at Xiaoming angrily, while dusting Xiaoming's cloak. Xiaobi wins the newly married marriage. Seeing Fu and Xiaoming's heart are also warm. The feeling of having a good wife waiting at home while he is outside is subtle. He grabbed Fu's little hand and said, "Wang Hao, do you miss this king?" Fu was half sullen, and half sullenly said, "No, it's good to stay in the palace for 2 months." Ha ha ha. Xiaoming was amused by Fu's little woman. He took Fu into his arms and said, "This king has not gone to Ryuka in vain. but he can bring it back this time. Without sugar cane, this king will let the craftsman make white sugar in these 2 days, and with the white sugar, this king can make hard candies for you. White sugar? What is hard candy? Fua showed a surprised look. Xiaoming said with a smile, Wang Hao, don't worry, you will know in 2 days. This thing is delicious. Well, Your Highness, don't lie to your concubines. Fua said. Xiaoming nodded lightly. Another harvest he returned from Ryuka this time was white sugar. Chapter 493 Fanatical Merchant. It stayed warm all night, and the next day Xiaoming slept lazily until noon to get up. The pain of running around for a month made him quite exhausted, and he and Fua were separated for a month, and the two of them were playing in bed, and said something self-conscious. And for Xiaoming, Pang Yukun and others' reports are one thing, but Fua's personal account is another. The Confucian scholars have really become the crossing rats in His Highness's mouth now, and everyone shouted and beat them. Fua told Xiaoming about the changes since the last Confucian riot, but my father wrote from Qian, saying that the court is right. This matter is quite controversial. The officials headed by Kui Hao even reprimanded His Royal Highness for rebelling against Confucian classics and not respecting Confucianism, and even asked the emperor to take off the title of His Royal Highness Princess Zhu. These young people. Xiaoming showed disdain. It is precisely because of these talents who can only attack his colleagues. The DPRK government has become ruinous day by day. What else did the book in Fi's Hong say? Xiaoming asked. Generally, Fiji would not write to him if there were no important matters. Daddy also said that the emperor had suddenly fainted to the ground a few days ago. After waking up, his body was not as good as before, and he was absent from the early morning. Speaking of this, Fua's expression also became solemn. If I didn't guess wrong, my father is already 59 today, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Fua nodded. That's what Dad said in the letter. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. Fiji's mention of this in the letter must be meaningful. Perhaps in his opinion, Xiao Wenxian really hasn't lived for a few years this time. For Xiaoming, it was not easy for Xiao Wenxian to live to this age. After all, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty was only 69 years old, while the average lifespan of the emperor in contemporary history was only about 39 years old. Well, this king understands. Xiaoming frowned. Now Xiao Wenxian is the support point of the balance of Great Yu Kingdom. He doesn't want Xiao Wenxian to fall so quickly. After all, he does not want to lose a stable development environment. But if something really happened, he could only come to cover up the water and cover it up. Now Fiji mentioned this incident to remind him and prepare him. After all, the minister knew that Xiao Wenxian was ill, but there were not many people who might have known about Xiao Wenxian's death, otherwise it would inevitably cause a shock between the government and the opposition. After talking some gossip, Xiaoming and Fua washed and dressed, and after a simple meal, he went to the workshop area. Regarding the white sugar, Xiaoming ordered to go down when he returned to King Zhu. This time he transported sugarcane back from Ryuka and was transported to King Zhu when he returned. At the same time, he also came from the white sugar workshop on Ryuka Island. Craftsmen. These craftsmen will be responsible for helping Xiaoming build a white sugar workshop in King Zhu and train a group of sugar craftsmen. He also sent someone to inform Lutong when he came back to purify the sulfite of the white sugar. His Royal Highness, we brought the sulfurous acid. Lutong in the workshop area was already waiting for Xiaoming. He was holding a glass bottle in which was a sulfurous acid solution. The manufacturing process of sulfurous acid is actually very simple, but high-temperature calcination of sulfur to obtain sulfur dioxide is passed into water to obtain sulfurous acid. This process is not a problem for Lutong and others. After all, they have been able to prepare sulfuric acid. From now on, your chemical workshop will be responsible for providing sulfurous acid solution to the white sugar workshop. This king hopes to see clean white sugar in these 2 days. Xiaoming said, the meaning of white granulated sugar to him is not only in eating, but more importantly, it will provide King Zhu with an industrial classification, allowing him to take the whole industrial system one step further. Lu Tong had already learned that Xiaoming wanted sulfurous acid. At this moment, he nodded. He was also very interested in the white sugar. In his opinion, it was also a kind of strange chemical reaction. At this time, the craftsman from Ryuka had already produced the equipment needed for the white sugar workshop with the cooperation of the equipment division craftsmen, and Chen Wenlong selected one of the vacant houses in the workshop area and gave it to these craftsmen. After inspecting the preliminary preparations of the white granulated sugar workshop, Xiaoming had a plan in his heart. In his opinion, it would take at least 7 days for the formal production. When he was instructing the craftsmen, a loud noise suddenly came. Xiaoming looked at the source of the sound, and saw that Li Kaiyuan was almost pushed towards him by the merchants. The leading merchants were Cao Zhengyang and Ding Wu. Dixing 3 people. When he got closer, Li Kaiyuan looked helpless. He said, "His Royal Highness, the subordinates can't do it." Originally, the subordinates thought about coming to see your highness again after 2 days. After all, the long-distance travel needs time to recuperate, but the merchants in the Chamber of Commerce are now one by one. They are all like ants on a hot pot, and the officials can't stop them. What's the matter? You are all so excited. Xiaoming's eyes swept across the businessman's face. These businessmen looked excited one by one, with their mouths open and their teeth bared, as if they had met a happy event. Cao Zhengyang now seems to be the representative of the merchant. He said to Xiaoming, "His Royal Highness, it is said that this time the King's Navy regained the Ryuka and reached an agreement with the Dutch. From then on, this maritime trade route belongs to His Highness." While Cao Zhengyang was speaking, other businessmen all waited expectantly for Xiaoming to confirm the news. As expected, the Cao family, your news is very well informed. That's right. This king has recovered Ryuka and is still garrisoned in the city of Gerange. Since then, the coastal routes have been under the control of this king. As soon as Xiaoming's voice fell, the merchants were suddenly silent. Then a huge cheer burst out suddenly. His Royal Highness is a general. After all, his name goes down in history. This is a great achievement for the future. Wise, Your Highness. The merchants were excited one by one. They had long been coveting sea trade, and now they are not excited to learn that the right to sea trade is in the hands of Xiaoming. The most exciting of them was Cao Zhengyang. Since the relationship between King Chu and the Dutch collapsed, the sea trade of the Cao family has fallen 1,000 feet, and now he was finally found an opportunity to rejuvenate the Cao family. His Royal Highness, will we be able to sell goods by sea from now on? Cao Zhengyang said expectantly. Of course not. Xiaoming's words were like pouring cold water on the merchants' heads, but his next sentence gave the merchants hope. Only merchants under the unified jurisdiction of the Chamber of Commerce can carry out maritime trade, and in general, merchant ships in maritime trade must pay taxes. If anyone dares to evade taxes in the king's fief, whoever will lose the right to maritime trade forever. His Royal Highness, paying taxes is a matter of course and righteousness, and we will certainly not resort to fraud. Ding Wu promised. Your Highness, rest assured, we absolutely dare not. Merchants, say a word to me, pat your chest to make sure. Chapter 494 Bank Dilemma. P.S. There is one more chapter. Noisy and enthusiastic voices continued from among the merchants. Looking at these merchants, Xiaoming couldn't help but shook his head. The merchant promised that the ghost would believe it, but now that the sea trade route is open, Xiaoming also wants to profit from the sea trade as soon as possible. For him, the most direct way of profiting is commercial tax. After all, he can't undertake all the maritime trade alone, and the most important thing is that he does not have many manpower. So he wanted to establish a maritime trading company with the King's Chamber of Commerce as the core and other merchants as vassals. This company is similar to the contemporary Dutch East India Company. Surrounded by merchants, Xiaoming naturally cannot continue to entangle white sugar. Now that the merchant has learned about the maritime trade route, he must carefully study how to maximize his profits. Let the merchants go back first, and he and Li Kaiyuan returned to the Chamber of Commerce. For the past 2 years, Xiaoming has been imparting Li Kaiyuan's business knowledge beyond this era. On this question, he tentatively asked Li Kaiyuan, "How do you think we should deal with maritime trade routes?" After pondering for a while, Li Kaiyuan said, "His Royal Highness, the lower officials think that the right to maritime trade should be open to merchants, but any merchant who wants to engage in maritime trade must obtain a permit from the Chamber of Commerce, otherwise this will easily cause chaos in maritime trade. These permits are also certificates for merchants to pay taxes." Well, what else? While opening up maritime trade rights to merchants, the Chamber of Commerce must play a leading role in maritime trade. We eat meat and let the fallen meat residues be eaten by merchants, so that we can get the maximum profit. Li Kaiyuan said. Xiaoming looked at Li Kaiyuan in surprise. This kid has made great progress. He is right. The dish of maritime trade is very big. King's Chamber of Commerce cannot eat all the dishes. At this time, merchants need to come and eat some corner dishes, and they eat the most abundant place among them. In terms of trade, it means that the Chamber of Commerce takes the most profitable business, and the other less frequent business is handed over to the merchant, and he can still draw taxes from the merchant. You have made rapid progress in the past 2 years. It seems that this king had chosen you to be the vice president of the Chamber of Commerce. Xiaoming smiled. Li Kaiyuan said with a smile, "His Royal Highness has the eyes of a torch, and he can turn this miscellaneous fish into a koi." Don't be humble. Since it comes to business, do you have any other ideas? Yes, Li Kaiyuan said sternly. He said, "His Royal Highness, the merchants of the Chamber of Commerce are from other places. The local merchants basically have no growth." The lower officials thought that they should support the local people to become merchants. After all, the merchants in the Chamber of Commerce are very good. The background is not simple. You are right. This is also the question this king is thinking about. Xiaoming's expression became solemn. "You continue to say." Li Kaiyuan cleared his throat, and said, "His Royal Highness, there are some production processes that should be open to the people, just like the last time the road was built. The government office can borrow money to the people and let the people pay royalties to set up private workers. In this way, our slaves can free themselves from some weekly profitable businesses to do more important things." Well, you are right. This time, this king is going to promote the development of private capital and let the capital in the closed country come to life. Xiaoming knocked on the table and said, "Moreover, this king also has a few crafts that are ready to let go. But as for this borrowing matter, I think banks in each state should also be open." Yes, we have spent a lot of time preparing for this bank. During this time, the Cao family bank took advantage of the loopholes, and now we want to take it back. Li Kaiyuan smiled evilly. When talking about the bank, the two went to Pang Yukun together. He has always handled the affairs of the six-state bank, and now it is him who knows the situation best. When he arrived at the government office, Xiaoming and Pang Yukun talked about the bank. He immediately took Xiaoming and Li Kaiyuan to the East City. In a row of shops along the street in the East City, he saw the official bank with a plaque from King's Bank. "His Royal Highness, that's it." The bank was already open to the people a month ago. It's just that there are very few people who come to the bank. It's not as lively as the Cao family bank. Pang Yukun sighed. Li Kaiyuan hurriedly explained, "But Your Highness, this Cao family bank is bustling because of merchants, and people rarely go to the Cao family bank. Whether it is a bank or a money house, this is an unfamiliar matter to the people of the country. They would rather hide their money at home than deposit it in the bank." Even though Xiaoming is very popular, the people have their own small abacus in their hearts. The facade of King's Bank is almost the same as that of Cao's bank. They are both like a prison. The account rooms are kept inside and the people handle deposits and withdrawals outside. Sweeping the plaque, Xiaoming and Pang Yukun walked in. This piece of land was bought by the government from a businessman, and what he valued was the flow of people in the East Market. But now it seems to be the most deserted place in this piece. The three young accounts in the King's Bank saw Pang Yukun and Xiaoming coming in and immediately recovered from their laziness, and sat in full danger. "His Royal Highness, this King's Bank is like this now. It's immortal, and there is no way to get an official. After all, Pang Yukan is not proficient in finance, so he can't do anything about it. For Xiaoming, the bank is an important means to stimulate the development of private capital in the next step. He asked one of the accountants, "How do you specifically handle the deposit and withdrawal of the people?" Like the Cao family bank, it collects part of the money to help the people deposit the money in the bank and at the same time issued them a banknote, said the accountant. Hearing this, Xiaoming's face suddenly turned green. This did not explain how Pang Yukan managed the bank. This problem really appeared. He sighed and said to Pang Yukan, "From now on, people are not allowed to charge money for deposits and withdrawals, and tell them that their money can still increase money in the bank." "Increase money? Your Highness, don't we lose money in vain?" Pang Yukan asked in confusion. Xiaoming said, "How can we lose money? The bank collects the money, and then lends the money to the people to run a workshop. The loaned money can be charged a part of the interest, and we are the empty glove white wolf." Pang Yukan didn't react for a while. After pondering for a while, he suddenly realized, His Royal Highness, Gao is really high. This is equivalent to using other people's money to make money, and part of the money earned from this is given to the people. Yes, for example, people can get 3/1000ths of interest every month when they deposit money, and we can charge 5/1000ths of interest when we lend money. In any case, the government will always not suffer. This is banking finance, Pang Shufu. You have to learn from Li Kaiyuan," Xiaoming said with a smile. Chapter 495 Propaganda Offensive. Let your Royal Highness laugh. As your Royal Highness said, there is no limit to learning. W.2.3t In the bank, Pang Yukan waved his hands again and again, showing shame. Pang Shufu doesn't have to blame himself. In the final analysis, this is also the mistake of this king. I should have told you these things in advance. Then, when the king will go, I will gather the main points of the bank's business into a book. Xiaoming said. Not to mention in Great Chongqing, even the European banking industry is just getting started, but for him, he will be able to catch up quickly because he has complete financial industry knowledge. Li Kaiyuan added at this time, His Royal Highness, apart from the specific banking business, the government office should also publicize this matter to the people. After all, most of the people don't know about it. At the same time, in order to compete with Cao's money house for merchants, the officials thought it was okay. Set the place for merchants to pay taxes in the banks of the states. In this way, if you use the letters issued by the Chamber of Commerce to pay the bank, the Chambers of Commerce will pay attention to the banks of the states. This is exactly what Xiaoming planned next. He gave Li Kaiyuan a thumbs up. This guy was very flexible. He said, the business of this businessman will be left to you, and the propaganda will be left to the king and Pang Shufu. This king is responsible for the newspaper's propaganda of King's Bank. Pang Shufu arranges for state officials to go to each state and county to promote the bank. Procrastination, because the king is also counting on the bank to stimulate the people to open workshops. Yes, Your Highness, Pang Yukan said. After making this decision, the three of them went back to deal with their own affairs. Xiaoming went directly to the newspaper and asked Fan Zheng to be a bank, the role of the bank, how to handle deposits and withdrawals in the bank, etc. were all published, and Fan Zheng asked the reporter to focus on this matter. In the newspaper office, he worked with Fan Zheng to finalize the manuscript. Fan Zheng printed the newspaper even night, and the next day the newspaper began to be distributed in the country. Bank? Isn't this the King's Bank in Dongxi? Three merchants gathered around and looked at the newspaper. One of them said, No, I remember it exists in every state. Another businessman said, Where is the bank is not the point. The key is that the bank deposits money and can collect interest. The businessman holding the newspaper said, It is also possible to borrow money from the bank, which is much more affordable than the Cao's house. Benefits are benefits, but what if this government office defaults? We can't do anything with the government office. If the Cao family owes money, we can at least make trouble. This is wrong. This is a manuscript written by His Highness himself. Don't we believe in His Highness? But the Cao family? Yes, but this Cao family may be difficult. What do they want the bank to do with this bank? At the Cao family bank, Cao Zhengyang looked very ugly. Since living in Qingzhou, it has been his habit to read Qingzhou newspapers every day, but the news published in the newspapers today is undoubtedly a blow to him. At the beginning, Xiaoming had talked to him about the Qingzhou bank. At that time, Xiaoming clearly said that the two wells did not offend the river. This was also an agreement reached at the time for the exchange of interests. But despite this, he has always been afraid of the official opening of Qingzhou Bank, because it means that the Cao family bank will not be the only place for businessmen to go in Qingzhou. Once this happens, their Cao family's status in the hearts of merchants will be reduced, and the Cao family's status in Qingzhou will also be reduced. In recent years, the Cao family has been in close contact with the Dutch. He understands that the Dutch banking industry is dominated by big businessmen. He thinks this is the case. The family of the businessman is respected in the Netherlands because the country and civilians' money is in the bank. It is precisely because of this inspiration that the Cao family will conscientiously build the Cao family bank, and they have indeed benefited a lot from it in these years. Many people think that the Cao family just earned a lot of money from the sea, but they also accumulated a lot of money through the Bank of Wealth. The symbol of the Cao family is exactly the pattern of the Cao family bank. On a ship, second young master. Do you want to send this news back? The treasurer of the money house also read the newspaper, and was equally worried at this time. Cao Zhengyang sighed. Of course we have to pass it back. We are underestimated by the king. He holds the two carriages of maritime trade, bank, and Cao's fortune firmly in his hands. He is not the same as any powerful person in the country. We are going to be a low-key person. Are we watching Qingzhou Bank destroy the Cao family bank? The shopkeeper was a little unwilling. In other places in Dayu, any official has to give the Cao family bank some face, but here he feels trembling. Of course not. Since your Royal Highness talked about fair competition at the beginning, we don't need to worry. You sent someone back to ask for instructions. I think Qingzhou Bank's business is also suitable for our bank, and it will not be implemented in the same way now and then. Yes, second young master. The shopkeeper nodded, turned and left. Watching the shopkeeper leave, Cao Zhengyang's brows frowned. The title of second young master made him a little irritated, and he was still the concubine of the Cao family. Even if he breaks his heart, this Cao family bank will still belong to his brother from now on, and has nothing to do with him. I've been a servant from beginning to end. Cao Zhengyang thought with some pain. The last time his brother arrived in Qingzhou, he immediately became a dispensable figure, which made him very depressed during that time. Why can't I start a new stove? As long as I take refuge in your highness, I may be able to get close to the water platform first. A terrible thought sounded in his mind when he was upset, and he was so scared that he immediately threw it out of his mind. It's just that this thought lingered as if stuck in his mind. When Cao Zhengyang was struggling, the newspaper followed the reporter's footsteps to the village outside Qingzhou City. After the reporter's intensive explanation, the people gradually understood what a bank is. Zhu Liu, did you borrow money from the government office last time? In Zhujia village, the people immediately looked at Zhu Liu, who was eating melon seeds after the reporter explained. Zhu Liu is very proud in the village now. His prestige in the village has increased a lot from the contracting of the Qingzhou City Road last time. He spit out melon seeds and said, "It is still necessary to ask, when did your highness fool us? I know that the bank is open. If I knew that, I would have deposited 300 tals of silver in it." 300 tals. The surrounding villagers took a breath. They all knew that Zhu Liu made a lot of money last time, but they didn't expect so much. Those young people who followed Zhu Liu to work in Qingzhou City said, "May 6th, you are going, we will go too. Next time there is a job, your highness can think about us." Hey, you guys have learned to be clever, and tomorrow we will go to cheer for his highness. Zhu Sansi laughed loudly. Chapter 496 holds secret talks outside the gate of the Prince of Qi. Tanlei Ice Mall. Wang Xuan instinctively looked around with vigilance before hurriedly turning around. In the main hall, Xiaoming stood and waited for him with his hand in his hand. Your highness. Standing still in the main hall, Wang Xuan glanced at Xiaoming. and suddenly felt that Xiaoming today is a little different from the past. Hearing Wang Xuan's voice, Xiaoming turned around. Yesterday, he was busy with the bank's publicity affairs. It is not until today that he has time to summon Wang Xuan. Xiao Wenxuan is seriously ill. This is definitely not good news for him, because once Xiao Wenxuan falls, it means that the current balance of Great Yu is completely disordered, and the most serious may be that Great Yu is completely plunged into civil strife. Although he did not admit that Xiao Wenxuan was a Mingjun, Xiao Wenxuan became the emperor through military service after all, and the succession of the prince, the idiot, could not suppress the domestic chaos. For the troubled times, Mingjun is still in a difficult situation, let alone a monarch like the prince. Facing the chaotic situation in the future, he pretends to be indifferent, but in the dark, he must start preparations from now so as to be able to deal with the domestic adverse situation in time. Therefore, he must continue to strengthen the deployment and control of the Chang'an intelligence network and the penetration of Chang'an officials. Do you know that the emperor passed out? Xiaoming looked at Wang Xuan. Startled for a moment, Wang Xuan said, the emperor and the lower officials didn't know about it, but learned that the emperor's body was slightly ill. Some days he could not go to court normally. Well, in that case, the palace is indeed concealing this matter. Xiaoming frowned. Such a major event was strictly sealed off, and the only thing that could be done in the palace is Empress Zhao. Wang Xuan asked incomprehensibly, how did your Royal Highness learn that the emperor passed out? It was mentioned by Fuzhongshu in the letter to the princess, Xiaoming said, and he then asked, besides, Chang'an hasn't had any other abnormal changes. Yes. The lower official originally wanted to report this to His Royal Highness. After the emperor did not go to court, Yang Zhen, the leader of Li Jingmen, had entered and exited the East Palace. Wang Xuan said solemnly. Yang Zhen enters and exits the East Palace? Xiaoming was taken aback. This Li Jingmen dynasty has only obeyed the emperor's dispatch. Now that Xiao Wenxuan has not died, Yang Zhen will enter and leave the East Palace. This is a sign of wagging his tail in front of the new master in advance, and from this point, it can also be seen that Xiao Wenxuan's condition is serious. Perhaps, as Fiji said, even if it is carefully adjusted, it will only take a few years. If Empress Zhao and the prince postpone treatment secretly, Xiao Wenxuan will have no life. After all, the battle for imperial power has always been cruel, and it shouldn't be surprising by any means. Wang Xuan noticed Xiaoming's expression and said, His Royal Highness, Yang Zhen is extremely greedy for power. He has made it clear that he is voting for a new master. The officials worry that the queen and the prince will control the government. It was spread by the Wang Zai who was next to the empress's empress, and now the court is also talking about it. Many ministers asked to see the emperor, but they were all blocked by the emperor's need to recuperate. Xiaoming's brow furrowed deeper and deeper, and there were only a few words in the Fiji letter, which made Xiaoming unable to fully judge the current situation in Chang'an. And now the news that Wang Xuan brought has completely made him vigilant. He has read enough of this history book, and the current situation is like a foreign relative's intervention in politics, the initial stage of chaos. After pondering for a while, he said, from now on expanding the number of secret guards in Chang'an, this king will get news from Chang'an at any time. In addition, you must design a plan to transfer important people from Chang'an. Once Chang'an changes, you must be able to guarantee bring back my mother and concubine, Fuzhongshu and others. Yes, Your Highness. Wang Xuan said solemnly, the front is very simple, but the latter is difficult. In that case, you should prepare now, Xiaoming said. After saluting, Wang Xuan turned and left. After Wang Xuan left, Xiaoming sent Pang Yukan and Nu Ben to the palace. One of them was in charge of government affairs and the other was in charge of the army. Now that Chang'an is undergoing change, he needs to tell them the news and discuss the next step. What to do? If it is true as His Highness said, from now on, we should strengthen the training and equipment of the army in all states to prepare for any accidents. The nomination certificate is just a contract. There is no guarantee that the prince will not be against His Highness. Nu Ben said loudly. His Royal Highness, The governor is right. The death of King Ning was still in sight. Your Highness must not be careless. If you ask who is the most fearful of today's princes, it must be your Highness. If the prince is enthroned, he will also use his Highness. In the eyes of the lower officials, not only must the army be strengthened now, but the School of Political Affairs of the Bowen College must also expand the enrollment of students to deal with future changes. After a pause, Pang Yukan reminded again, His Royal Highness, if the prince takes back His Royal Highness and the title of the country after he is enthroned, the next official does not want to see the people of the country return to the previous days. The final general is not willing to see his soldiers bleeding in vain over the past 2 years. Nu Ben's eyes were wide, and Xiaoming rarely saw Nu Ben's impulsive side. The king understands what you mean. If there is nothing wrong with you, if you deceive others too much, this king will not follow in the footsteps of King Ning. Xiaoming said slowly. Pang Yukan nodded, and he continued, His Royal Highness, this is just a matter of the future. At present, Empress Zhao and the prince must not dare to be against the emperor. The lower officials think that now Liming should send cavalry to kill the barbarian scouts outside Shanhai Aiguan. The imperial court barbarians are provoking troubles outside Shanhai Aiguan, and then asking the emperor whether he is in good health, and taking advantage of the trend to drag the prince and Empress Zhao meticulously to take care of the emperor. In this way, the two will inevitably be jealous and dare not mess around. Yes, this is a wonderful way. Xiaoming laughed. This was still hot. Nu Ben smiled heartily. Yaozu army has been training for so many days, and it's time to leave the customs for activities. At the end of the day, Wu Ming will kill the barbarian scout outside Shanhai Aiguan. Pang Yukan glanced at Nu Ben, and then he cautiously said, His Royal Highness, the current state of Greater has been corrupted, and the chaos is the cure. Moreover, if you look around now, only a person who can turn the tide can save Greater from the distress. The lower officials think that the prince is not the one who turned the tide. Nu Ben suddenly raised his head to look at Pang Yukan. His eyes rolled, and there was a glimmer of insight. He said, Your Royal Highness, you will only listen to your Highness in the end. Xiaoming gradually put his smile away when he heard the words. The two of them understood enough that they wanted him to be the emperor. They might not have dared to have this idea before, but since the King's army took down Shanhai Aiguan, the officials who closed the country estimated that they were all in their hearts. There are some small 99. And now Xiao Wenxuan is seriously ill. They are more and more ups and downs for him. He didn't want to be the emperor, he just didn't want to be the first bird to be the target of the public. After all, he was an alternative in the country of Dau, but no one liked him. Chapter 497. So sweet the atmosphere in the main hall is a bit solemn. W2. The eyes of Pang Yukan and Nu Ben moved with Xiaoming's figure. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, Your mind, the king understands, but the situation is ever-changing. We should wait for opportunities. Yes, Your Highness. Pang Yukan and Nu Ben were overjoyed. These words were enough to excite them, because it was equivalent to Xiaoming indirectly acknowledging a certain possibility in the future. The two of them were so excited, Xiaoming couldn't help shook his head. He said, I still need to be iron. This king does not want you to put too much energy into this matter, but to make the country stronger step by step. Understand? Pang Yukan and Nu Ben nodded after hearing this. After talking about this, Pang Yukan remembered something and said, His Royal Highness, just now the subordinate official passed through the East City and found that many people were depositing money in the bank at the gate of King's Bank. Among them, the subordinate official also saw Zhu Liu. Effective. Zhu Liu. This won't be Zhu Sanxi's younger brother, right? Nu Ben asked with interest. Xiaoming nodded. Yes, it is Zhu Sanxi's younger brother. Now this Zhu Sanxi is in charge of the Ryukyu garrison. This Zhu Liu is also actively responding to the government, a model for the family's conquest of the country, as the key support. It is. No, Zhujiakun, a village outside Kingzhou City, is the one who supports His Highness the most. The next official thinks that Zhujiakun should be the key to supporting Zhujiakun. which is a model for Feng Juoli. What does your highness think? Pang Yukan said with a smile. Xiaoming nodded. He is now about to promote the development of private capital, so as to revitalize the country's economy. After all, the more prosperous business is, the more business taxes will increase. In that case, let's go to King Zhu and talk to the people of Zhujiakan about this incident. The smog in Xiaoming's heart dissipated a bit, and the intrigue is still very tiring. In comparison, he still likes to slowly build his fief. It was agreed that at this time, the three people headed to the East City. When they arrived, the villagers in Zhujia village had not finished their business, and the villagers who had done it had not left, but were waiting for their fellow villagers. Xiaoming's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the villagers, and Zhu Liu was pushed to the front by the villagers. Your Highness, Zhu Liu stammered, and he was still very nervous when he saw Xiaoming. Xiaoming smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You can come to King Zhu Bank to deposit money. This king is very happy. It shows that you trust this king. Your Highness is the master of our people. We don't believe in whom His Highness believes, and if it's not for His Highness, we can't contract the road to the city." Zhu Liu scratched his head and smirked. "In that case, this king still has a way to make money. Would you like to continue?" "A new way?" Zhu Liu's eyes lit up. During this period of time, he had been thinking about doing something with 300 tals of silver, so he said, "Of course I do. As long as your highness gives us a chance, we will definitely not. Your highness will be disappointed." The other villagers in Zhujia village also agreed. Once the days become rich, whoever wants to return to the hard times, they all want to make more money. "Okay, I have a white sugar production process that you can give to you. If you want, you can go back to the village to build a white sugar workshop. You can learn the specific process in the workshop area." "How about white sugar?" A group of villagers didn't know what Xiaoming was talking about. Xiaoming suddenly understood when they showed their confused expressions one by one. He said, "Let's go to King Zhu workshop in 6 days. This king will let the craftsmen wait for you." Zhu Liu smiled shyly. He bowed his body to 90 degrees and said yes. At this time, the business in the bank was basically finished, and Zhu Liu and the young people in the village were frolicking and heading towards the village. Seeing that the villagers of Zhujia village had left, Xiaoming and Pang Yukan entered the King's Bank. They could best understand the current livelihood of the country from the people's deposits. He asked the bank treasurer, "How much money did they deposit together this time?" "Going back to your highness, this time there are 300 households in Zhujia village, and they have a total of 2,000 tals of silver. Among them, Zhu 56 has the most silver, a total of 353 tals, and the others are about 50 tals." When Pang Yukan heard the words, he felt bright on his face. In his opinion, the people who had entrusted the country in the past 2 years were indeed a lot richer. These 50 tals of silver were simply unimaginable before. His Royal Highness, this is the case in Zhujia village. If the entire people of the country come to deposit money, this is indeed a lot of money. The lower officials now finally understand the importance of the King's Bank, Pang Yukan said with a smile. Xiaoming was also very satisfied. He said, "We will continue to promote during this period and let everyone know about the bank, so that the bank can play a real role." As the two were talking, there were people who wanted to enter the bank to ask about the deposit of money, but they saw Xiaoming and Pang Yukan, who immediately ran away. In desperation, the two had to go back separately so as not to affect the bank's handling of official affairs. In the next few days, Xiaoming continued to use various methods to promote King's Bank. Hot air balloon advertisements, writing on the walls of the village, newspapers, and continuous promotion of King's Bank is gradually being understood by the people, and more people go to the bank to deposit money. At the same time, the production of white granulated sugar did not stop. As expected, the first batch of granulated sugar was born in the workshop 7 days later. "This is white granulated sugar? It's really white, like snow." Zhu Liu brought 3 young people to the workshop area as scheduled, and he exclaimed when a white granulated sugar was boiled out. Grabbing a handful of white granulated sugar as fine as sand, Xiaoming was also ups and downs. After 2 years, he finally saw white granulated sugar similar to modern ones. With this, he can put more food is made. His Royal Highness, this is rock candy. Before Xiaoming could react, the craftsman brought out a basket of rock candy the size of peanuts. This rock candy is what he taught these craftsmen. It is very simple. It is to melt the white sugar and recrystallize it. This is rock candy. Take a rock candy and put it in your mouth, and immediately a sweet and greasy sensation arises in your mouth. This feeling is very enjoyable. It can be described as fresh and sweet. Gudong. Looking at Xiaoming's enjoyment expression, Zhou Liu swallowed fiercely. The newly brewed sugar had a strong sweet smell, which was too attractive. Hearing this voice, Xiaoming smiled knowingly. You are welcome. You guys try it too. AI. In response, Zhou Liu couldn't wait to pick up a piece of rock candy from the box and stuff it into his mouth. Under the infiltration of saliva, the rock candy began to melt. Zhou Liu and the 3 young men's eyes opened wider and wider, and the 4 of them said in unison, "It's so sweet." Chapter 498. Crystal Sugar. Come and taste all. Come and taste all. Godly eye. White granulated sugar first appeared in the country of Dao. This fresh thing naturally attracted many people, including Lu Tong, who also came to see what happened. After all, the process of producing white granulated sugar still needs his sulfite. As soon as Xiaoming's voice fell, the supervisors in the workshop area were not welcome, and each picked up the rock candy and ate it. It's so delicious, really sweet, and Magic kept on saying. In modern times, this rock sugar can be said to be the most inconspicuous of many sugars, but it immediately becomes a high-end product here, and the rich sweetness of white sugar has completely conquered everyone who tastes it. After eating the white granulated sugar in his mouth, Xiaoming looked at Zhou Liu and asked, "How about it? Do you want the white granulated sugar and rock sugar production process?" "Yes." Zhou Liu's excited hair stood up. Now the maltose sold in Dongxi is nothing in front of the white sugar. Even if he is stupid, he understands that this white sugar will make him and even Zhu Jiakun make a lot of money. Xiaoming said sternly, "If this is the case, you will stay here and study with the craftsmen for a few days, but you need to find a way to build workshops and purchase sugarcane." The Komin understands that it is a great honor for His Highness to hand over the craftsmanship of white sugar to Komin. Zhou Liu's face flushed, nodded. Xiaoming still had to say something clearly. He said, "In addition to you, this king will also hang the white sugar craft in the Chamber of Commerce. You will not be the only ones who can make white sugar, so I wanted to make money. You have to show your true ability and control the quality of white sugar, understand?" These words made Zhou Liu feel some pressure, but thinking of his brother, he felt an impulse in his heart and nodded fiercely. Instructed Zhou Liu, Xiaoming asked Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to carry the rock candy back to the palace with him. Lu Tong was on the same road as Xiaoming because he was going back to Bowen College. He sipped the rock sugar and said, "Your Majesty, this white sugar is really strange. As long as you add this sulfite, it will become very pure." Chemistry is getting more and more interested. "Really? So you didn't dare to be interested in chemistry before?" Xiaoming glared at him. "Hey, Your Highness." The next official didn't know what chemistry was before. Naturally, he didn't understand the power of chemistry. But now the next official understands more and more. Many students in the School of Chemistry have changed their minds. Now they are not coping, but turned into interest. Lu Tong said. Xiaoming smiled. What he is most happy to see is this change. The real science is promoted by those who are passionate about science. He said, "This is a good phenomenon." The task becomes an interest. "Yes, Your Highness," Lu Tong responded. The two chatted along the way, and soon arrived at the fork in the road between Bowen Academy and the palace. At this time, Xiaoming returned to the palace with rock candy. He promised to give few hard candy that day. This rock candy can be said to be hard candy. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu followed Xiaoming into the palace with the frame. The two of them ate while carrying them. Now their mouths were full of syrup. The three of them entered the palace and headed for the sleeping hall. and soon heard the voice of Yin and Yanyan. It turned out that Fuya, Xiaohan, Luluo, and Asta were joking in the pavilion in front of the front hall. Moreover, Xiaoming told them about the white sugar before leaving, and Fuya seemed to call them all back specially. His Royal Highness, did you get the sugar back? Seeing Xiaoming coming, Fuya got up and asked. The three maids were also looking forward to it, especially Luluo, whose saliva was spinning in her mouth. She loves sugar most. He ate the most maltose every time she brought back from Qing'an. Of course I took it back. Look, this is rock candy. Xiaoming asked Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to place the bamboo basket in the middle of the pavilion. As soon as the bamboo basket was put down, Luluo's saliva almost dripped out. Asta patted her before she realized that she wiped her mouth with the handkerchief. Fuya said softly, Luluo loves candies. You can try Luluo. Although it looks like the first one to eat, Luluo still remembers her respect and inferiority. Although Fuya treats them both well, but the maidservant must have the rules of a maidservant. She said softly, Wang consort, Luluo dare not. It is you try it first. It's okay. The three of you in the palace can talk to me about your own self, but don't care about these summaries. Asta, come and taste it. Asta and Luluo didn't dare to glance at each other. You don't want you to push me. This king will feed you one by one. Xiaoming looked left and right, seeing the endless pushing and pushing. He suddenly joked. Hearing that, the four of them blushed. At this time, Xiaoming picked up the rock candy and fed it to Fuya first, and put the rock candy on the palms of the three girls one by one. He just said that he didn't really feed the three girls, otherwise it would be too unruly. When Fuya saw this, Xiaoming gave Xiaoming a sideways glance, which meant that he was not fooling around. However, the four of them quickly forgot about Xiaoming's joke, because the sweet taste of the rock candy made them a little bit overwhelmed at this time. Each of them kept sucking the rock candy. It's really sweet, it's so delicious. Luluo ate the fastest. A piece of rock candy was quickly eaten by her. She asked, Your Highness, what is this rock candy made of? Sugarcane. Xiaoming said with a smile. No wonder the sweetness is so special, Luluo said excitedly, and she picked up another piece of rock candy and stuffed it in her mouth again. Fuya also ate rock candy for the first time. At this time, she couldn't help but be impressed by the sweetness of the rock candy. She exclaimed, Your Highness, this white sugar will definitely sell well. The four laughed while eating. Reading www.yuukanzu.com's face is full of enjoyment. But for Xiaoming, this white granulated sugar is not only limited to eating rock sugar. After all, white granulated sugar is almost indispensable in modern sweets. While Fuya's four ate the rock candy, Xiaoming called Pao Ding from the dining room again and asked him to prepare a special dish tonight, which is modern silk candies. But while he was excited about the trophy of white sugar, the Battle of Ryuka had already caused an uproar in the country. The defeated Sakai and Makino Haruaki returned to the country with the remnants. The heavy losses shocked the country and the country was extremely angry. In their eyes, the country was far behind by their firearms. In their eyes, the country was nothing but the country. It's a piece of meat waiting for them to share. But the Battle of Ryuka was like a slap in the face, which made them feel irritated. This is a shame of the samurai. Sakai and Haruaki Makino were kneeling in the main hall, surrounded by the famous daimyo of the Japanese country. Their angry eyes seemed to be able to kill them at any time. Chapter 499 Nobunaga Yamada General, it's not that we are greedy for life and fear of death, but that the firearms of King Qi are not much different from those of the Dutch. This is the reason why we really failed. In the almost stagnant atmosphere, Sakai nervously explained the details of what happened on the battlefield. 2.3 In addition to flintlocks, King Qi's army has a large number of artillery pieces. Our soldiers were killed and injured in the process. Makino Chunming also explained. Sakai immediately said, General, this is the flintlock we snatched back from the soldiers of King Qi. As evidence, sitting in the middle of the daiming mansion sits a man of a majestic stature, about 50 years old. The man wears a foot-blade weave, a black wind-brown hat on his head, and a pair of tiger eyes under his thick eyebrows. He was Nobunaga Yamada, the conqueror. After 10 years of conquest, he ruled the country and made many famous names surrender under his feet. In order to control the country, he ordered the construction of Yamada Castle, which is now a big city with a population of 500,000. His general mansion is in this Yamada city. Taking the flintlock from Sakai, Nobunaga Yamada fell from the top and observed it carefully. "This is indeed not a Dutch flintlock." "You didn't lie." Yamada Nobunaga slowly lowered the flintlock, frowning his brows. "This King Chi is too unusual." "How much do you know about him?" When Sakai served as a mercenary for the Dutch, he obtained information about the King of Chi from the Dutch population. He said, "General, this King of Chi is the 7th prince of the country of Dau. 3 years ago, he was just an ordinary person. Only after a serious illness 3 years ago, the prince suddenly changed his personality, and all kinds of weird policies and skills continued. Relying on him, the Great Yu state drove the Golden Horde from Kangzhou to Shanhai Aiguan. In addition, his feudal state is west of Tengzhou, which is where we plan to land." Sakai said. "Is he able to arm such a huge musket army in 3 years?" Yamada Nobunaga said incredulously. Sakai nodded. The Emperor of Dau has also questioned it. But this King of Chi said that he had studied with a missionary from the West. "How is it possible that we also have missionaries in our country? Why can't they bring us such a big change?" Sakai shook his head. "We don't know this, but the Dutch thought the same as the generals. They didn't believe that King Chi could develop the country to this level in just 3 years with the help of missionaries. But the facts are in front of us, and we have to believe it." Yamada Nobunaga closed his eyes and seemed to think about a very deep question. It took him a long time to open his eyes. He said, "This King of Chi must be our confidant in the future. If so, we have to change our original plan. Now we have to occupy Goryeo first." "Goryeo?" Other famous people started to talk about it. One person said, "General, but Goryeo is now a vassal state of the Golden Horde. If we attack Goryeo, it will inevitably arouse the anger of the Golden Horde." "Yes, the Golden Horde can be much stronger than the Great Yu Kingdom," another big name said. Yamada Nobunaga suddenly raised his hand to stop the discussion of other daimyos. He said, "Today's Golden Horde is not the former Golden Horde. Now the most important enemy for the Golden Horde is the Great Inu. They will not fight on both sides under the threat of this King of Chi, so we can take this opportunity to occupy part of the territory of Goryeo. I think the Golden Horde will have to admit this fact by then." After a pause, he continued, "Furthermore, the mountains of Goryeo are not very suitable for cavalry combat, and the Golden Horde lost to King Chi's musket team, and infantry may not be able to defeat us." Many famous people nodded after hearing the words. And Yamada Nobunaga's words are not unreasonable. With an overbearing smile, Yamada Nobunaga continued, "As long as we can occupy Goryeo, we will be able to slowly deal with Great Yu, and the entire Great Yu is just the King of Chi with excellent firearms. Don't forget our soldiers, but they are all equipped with matchlocks. It's just a general. This King Chi is equipped with a flintlock gun. The range and filling speed of this gun is not comparable to our matchlock gun," Sakai reminded. Makino Chunming also echoed, "Yes, General, we are falling out with the Dutch now. They can't teach us how to make flintlocks. It is better for us to directly imitate the flintlocks from the Great Yu country." When it comes to this, Yamada Nobunaga's face is suddenly hard to look. He said, "Do you think we craftsmen really can't make flintlocks?" "Although there is no machine like the Dutch said, we can also make them with a number of craftsmen. It's just that we don't have flint at all." Sakai and Haruaki Makino lowered their heads when they heard this. They finally understood why they had been producing matchlocks, although they had the ability to make flintlocks. After talking about the flintlock, Yamada Nobunaga turned sharply, and his eyes became sharp. He said to Sakai and Makino Haruaki, "Even so, your defeat is still a shame to the samurai, but there is still a little use for you. Let me leave a finger." Sakai and Haruaki Makino were overjoyed. They thought they were bound to die, but now Yamada Nobunaga gave them a chance to survive. General Xi for not killing Sakai and Haruaki Makino simultaneously drew the knives from their waists. Facing the big names, they cut off their fingers without hesitation. Blood ran down the fingers. Sakai and Haruaki Makino gritted their teeth. Yamada Nobunaga glanced at the fingers of the two that fell on the ground. He said, "Now the sea route is occupied by the Dutch and the king of the kingdom of Dau, and this should belong to us. Even if we fail in Ryukyu, we cannot let them be so easy. From now on you can attack any merchant ship belonging to Great Chongqing and the Netherlands." "Yes, General," said Sakai and Haruaki Makino. With a wave of his hand, Yamada Nobunaga told Sakai and Makino Haruaki to leave. At this time, a daimyo asked incomprehensibly, "General, why do we have to conquer Great Yu country?" Yamada Nobunaga looked at the world map hanging in the main hall at this time. It was a gift from the Dutch. He pointed to the map and said, "Our country is surrounded by sea and the territory is very narrow and long. When I saw this map it always feels that one day our country will sink to the bottom of the sea. We are a good nation and should not live here. What we need is the land of the country of Dau. And the humble people of Dau are not worthy of living in that rich land. They are only worthy of being enslaved by us." Chapter 500 The idea of leather boots and steel helmets. PS. Snail statistics, plus today's snail owes a total of 28 chapters. These chapters snail meeting is still up. Today there are only 2 chapters, not snail laziness, but encounter cards that every author has encountered the essay phenomenon. The snail has been adjusting its mentality for the past 2 days, calming down the irritable mood during this period. "Please forgive me." Tenlei Small. The stagnant air suddenly flowed, and a burst of laughter suddenly sounded in the hall. The daimyo exchanged glances. They agreed with Yamada Nobunaga's words. Judging from the map, their country was too small, which could not satisfy their desire for land. In recent years, the domestic fighting and killing was nothing more than plowing the land, and now with Yamada Nobunaga's ambitions, they are looking at the huge land opposite. A consensus was reached, and the other big names left one after another. At this time, Yamada Nobunaga left behind a young man who looked gentle. He said, "Although the big names agree with me, I am afraid there is still a reason to convince the soldiers." The young man said with ease, "The general is actually very simple. We can fabricate a reason. Because according to ancient records, we were sent here by Emperor Qin, that is, we are the orthodox residents of that land, and the land of Dau. The people of Shanghai have been ruled by foreign races several times, and their blood is no longer pure, so we are the real masters of this land, and even if they are killed, they do not deserve sympathy." Ha ha ha. Yes, just tell the daimyo and the soldiers. Yamada Nobunaga was very happy, and now he has a good reason to start a war against the country. But before that, he needs to occupy territory of Goryeo so that they can gain a foothold. King Zhu, Qi Palace. The 4 of Xiaomingxing and Fu ate the toasted shreds cooked by Ding Ding. The sticky sugar wrapped in beech meat made everyone eat very sweet. Luluo's mouth was full, and she stared straight at the wire drawing on the plate, wishing she could have 2 mouths. Fu and Zixuan are elegant to eat, but they also have no resistance to this delicious dish, and they don't stop. Xiaohan looked sad. Her teeth were swollen in the past 2 days, so she could only taste it with pain and joy. "His Royal Highness, I didn't expect that there are so many ways to eat white sugar. This is really for the concubine to see." Fu laughed softly. Xiaoming was also satisfied, and this silk drawing reminded him of the modern taste. After patted his full stomach, Xiaoming stood up at this moment, and he said to Fu, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. I will prepare something for you when the king is free." The 4 of them suddenly laughed. Fu was a little worried. He asked, "Your Highness, are you going to another place again?" "It's not. I'm talking about the steam engine," Xiaoming said. When talking about this, Luluo, whose mouth was stuffed with toasted silk, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She swallowed the food in her mouth vigorously, and then said to Xiaoming, "His Majesty, The slave and maid had forgotten to tell your highness about this, Lin Wentao. I was in the textile workshop for 2 days to find a way to let the steam engine drive the textile machine, but in the eyes of the servants, this new type of textile machine is already very good. Xiaoming nodded. The practical application from the steam engine to the factory also requires a process, and Lin Wentao is now implementing this process. He said to Luluo, cooperate with Lin Wentao. If their steam engine is really combined with the textile machine, your weaving efficiency will increase a lot. Luluo nodded obediently. Although she doesn't understand these things, the output of their weaving workshop has increased several times from the previous weaving machine to the current one. If the efficiency of the textile workshop continues to improve, as Xiaoming said, then the fabrics they produce may be able to meet the needs of the people in Qingzhou City. Asta looked at Luluo with some envy and said, Luluo can now make a lot of money for his royal highness, but the slaves sing and dance all day long. They can't make a few silvers at all. Speaking of this, Asta pouted. Xiaohun said, you are all pretty good, and I haven't had anything with Niang all day. It's very boring. Zixuan said, the Empress has a distinguished status. How can she be as busy as we are in the market, as long as she can continue to draw new underwear? After thinking about it for a period of time, Fuya, Luluo, and Asta are all familiar with each other, and they also know that the other people around Zenfei, and her gentle personality is also very good for her servants. The 4 of them played together when they were free. Fuya smiled softly. She looked at Xiaoming and said, Your Highness, you see Xiaohun is arguing for me. It's better to let your concubines share some things for your highness. Xiaoming shook his head and said that these 3 women were in a scene. He was knowledgeable, but he really needed them and these women to complete for himself, and that was the military uniform of the Qingzhou army. Since he came up with the German-like uniform of the Qingzhou army, the more he looked at the shoes of the Qingzhou army, the more unpleasant it was. Because just a shoe made the army's image greatly compromised. As the saying goes, military uniforms are also combat effectiveness. He felt that this could not be continued. This time he would not only buy leather boots for the army, but also add steel helmets for the Qingzhou army. He comes from modern times, and he naturally understands that helmets are very helpful in reducing the casualties of soldiers. In the current era, few national armies are equipped with helmets. Even Europeans wear ordinary cloth hats. Once the Qingzhou army is equipped with a steel helmet, the death rate can be greatly reduced in the musket shot. After all, the protective effect of the helmet has been tested on the battlefield. Not enough helmets are a matter for the military workshop, but the leather boots are for Luluo, and because of the establishment of the Supervisory Institute and the guard station, he also wants to develop a uniform for these 2 independent agencies. At the same time, Bowen Academy and public servants in various states and counties also need a group of student costumes. This is not a single move, but the beginning of regularization and specialization. Thinking of this, he told Fuya about these things and asked her to be responsible for the uniform design. During this period of time, Fuya was quite addicted to the design of costumes, and she became excited when she heard the words. She said, leave the costumes to the concubines. Leather boots belong to slaves, Luluo said with a grin. Xiaoming nodded his head in satisfaction. For him, now he wants to activate all the labor force in the country, saying that women can hold up half the sky, so he naturally wants to use female labor. And since he is going on the road of reform, naturally he can no longer play the female ignorance, which is virtue, so he said to Fuya, Princess, this king has an idea. Now that the public is established, is it also possible? It will allow women to enroll. Women go to school. Fuya was shocked. After all, this incident is too shocking. Although Qingzhou is different from other places, the idea of male superiority and inferiority has not fundamentally changed, and the habit of women who do not step out of the door is also firmly fixed. Nailed in the hearts of the people, Xiaoming saw Fuya's expression in his eyes, and he smiled. The princess is not anxious. This king is not asking women to be in the public, but hopes that the princess can recruit some smart women to teach them.